Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, good day, good night, wherever you are. We are delighted to have your participation in the international webinar on mental health as the core of international well-being, the roles of institutional leaders. Taking into consideration that you are scattered around the world, some of you might just lay in bed at this hour, and the rest maybe are getting ready for lunch. The other side of the globe might just check in the office. However, wherever you are doing right now, whatever that you are doing right now, make sure that you are on the right platform, joining the webinar on mental health as the core of institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders. And for that matter of fact, I would like to humbly remind you to make sure you mute your microphone while the speaker is presenting, and to always turn on your camera to ensure that you are not a robot. But make sure you are in a decent outfit even though you are at home. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that everyone is ready to go across the cyberspace now. Once we get the cue from the technical team, we will start immediately. So stay tuned. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin bin Muhammad, Director Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi (AKAP), respected Dean of AHAS KIRKHS, Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, valued guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, good afternoon, evening, good day everyone, wherever you are. I am Shahrizad binti Saidul Hajj, broadcasted live as your master of ceremony today. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the international webinar on mental health as the core institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders. Today, 27th of August, 27th of, my apology, 27th of February 27th of January 2022, brought to you from the International Islamic University Malaysia on both Zoom and YouTube platform. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, the International Islamic University Malaysia, in collaboration with Academy Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi ACAP, we are grateful to announce that we have with us on hybrid platform more than 200 participants, both through Zoom and the YouTube channel. At the moment, I believe the number will increase shortly. And we have with us this morning, today, Prof. Elizabeth Lee, CEO of Sunway Education Group, Associate Professor Dr. Shukri Lamputi from Fatoni University, Thailand, Professor Dr. Izzat Bozkurt from Ibn Khaldun University, Turkey. However, Professor Bozkurt is not feeling well today. Therefore, let us all pray for his well-being. Speedy recovery, Prof. And Professor Taufik Kasturi from the University Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia. We are thankful to have them with us to share their knowledge and expertise in handling mental health issue. I can see also on the screen the top management of IIUM and ACAP, also some renowned faces from other higher learning institutions in Malaysia. And not only that, based on the registration database, we have participants from our neighboring countries. We thank you once again for your willingness to join us in the international webinar on mental health as the core institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders, organized by IIUM in collaboration with ACAP. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, we will be listening to the higher institution leaders and practitioners addressing and discussing about the status of mental health evolving around us today, based on the theme promoting mental health and well-being among the higher learning institutions community. Well, without further ado, let us now welcome Dr. Nashwan Abdul Khalid from the AHAS KIRKHS IIUM to recite the Dua. Tafadhal mashkuro, Dr.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. اللهم لك الحمد أنت نور السماوات والأرض. اللهم لك الحمد أنت قيوم السماوات والأرض، ولك الحمد أنت رب السماوات والأرض. أنت الحق ووعدك الحق، وقولك الحق ولقاؤك حق، والجنة حق والنار حق، والنبيون حق والساعة حق. اللهم لك أسلمنا وبك آمنا وعليك توكلنا وإليك أنبنا، وبك خاصمنا وإليك حاكمنا. فاغفر لنا يا ربنا ما قدمنا وما أخرنا وما أسررنا وما أعلنا. أنت إلهنا لا إله إلا أنت. اللهم ربنا لك الحمد ملء السماوات والأرض وملء ما شئت من شيء بعد. أهل الثناء والمجد أحق ما قال العبد، وكلنا لك عبد. اللهم لا مانع لما أعطيت ولا معطي لما منعت، ولا ينفع ذا الجد منك الجد. اللهم يا كريم اقسم لنا من خشيتك ما يحول بيننا وبين معاصيك، ومن طاعتك يا ربنا ما تبلغنا به جنتك، ومن اليقين ما تهون به علينا مصائب الدنيا. اللهم متعنا بأسماعنا وأبصارنا وقوتنا ما أحييتنا، واجعله الوارث منا، واجعل ثأرنا على من ظلمنا، وانصرنا على من عادانا، ولا تجعل مصيبتنا في ديننا، ولا تجعل الدنيا أكبر همنا ولا مبلغ علمنا، ولا تسلط علينا من لا يرحمنا. اللهم يا عليم يا الله بعلمك الغيب وقدرتك على الخلق، أحينا ما علمت الحياة خيرا لنا، وتوفنا ما علمت الوفاة خيرا لنا. اللهم إنا نسألك خشيتك في الغيب والشهادة، ونسألك كلمة الحق في الرضا والغضب، ونسألك القصد في الفقر والغنى، ونسألك اللهم نعيما لا ينفد، ونسألك قرة عين لا تنقطع، ونسألك لذة النظر إلى وجهك، ونسألك برد العيش بعد الموت، ونسألك الشوق إلى لقائك في غير ضراء مضرة ولا فتنة مضلة. اللهم زينا بزينة الإيمان واجعلنا هداة مهتدين. اللهم يا واحد يا صمد، نسألك الثبات في الأمر والعزيمة على الرشد، ونسألك موجبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك، ونسألك شكر نعمتك وحسن عبادتك، ونسألك قلبا سليما ولسانا صادقا، ونسألك من خير ما تعلم ونعوذ بك من شر ما تعلم، ونستغفرك لما تعلم، إنك أنت علام الغيوب. اللهم يا جواد يا كريم، نسألك من فضلك ورحمتك، فإنه لا يملكها إلا أنت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم يا هادي يا الله، اهدنا وسددنا، اهدنا لأحسن الأقوال والأخلاق والأعمال، فإنه لا يهدينا لخيرها وأحسنها إلا أنت يا رب العالمين. اللهم اصرف عنا سيء الأقوال والأخلاق والأعمال، فإنه لا يصرف عنا سيئها إلا أنت يا رب العالمين. اللهم يا الله يا مقلب القلوب، ثبت قلوبنا على دينك. نسألك الهدى والتقى والعفاف والغنى. اللهم يا رحمن جملنا بالعافية، زينا بالتقوى. نسألك كمال الإيمان ودوام الصحة والسلامة وحسن التوفيق والإعانة، ونسألك نضرة النعيم والرضا في الدنيا والفلاح في الدنيا والآخرة. ربنا إننا آمنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا. وصل اللهم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين، والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Jazakallah, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm just checking on everyone. We are now together joining the international webinar on mental health as the core of the institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders. Today, 27th January 2022, with the theme promoting mental health and well-being among the higher learning institutions community. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again, Dr. Nashwan, and let us now move to our next agenda. That is the speech from Emeritus Professor Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University, Malaysia. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Sharizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. La haula wala quwwata illa billah. Thank Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving this opportunity to meet in various places. I'm now in Kuantan. I'm not too sure where are you, Sharizat, whether in Kuantan or somewhere else.
Kuantan.
Oh, Kuantan.
Kuantan too, yes.
Good to know. Certainly, this is a moment for us to rejoice, to meet online from various parts of the world, to understand and discuss an issue which I think it is of absolute importance about the question of mental health. Before that, I wish you well. Greeting of peace. Assalamualaikum to everybody. Particularly Datuk Professor Nasruddin, the Director of ECAP, Professor Shukran, members of the committee, panel speakers, brothers and sisters. The issue of mental health has come up very recently, given the COVID-19, something that has taken us by surprise, because mental health has never been, as far as I know, in the radar of many organizations, let alone universities. Yeah? For a long while, we have been very comfortable in talking about health only from the physical, external point of view. There are many attempts to sort of validate, to ensure that our students that came into the campus without any heart problems, lung problems, kidney problems, all the problems that we can think of physically, and it is done quite systematically, but never an inclination to talk about their emotional states, their spiritual states, and let alone their mental states. This is, I think, a big lacuna as far as university is concerned, education is concerned, that suddenly we are caught by surprise that mental health, emotional health is one of the issues that we have missed for a long time. And talk about higher education in this particular context, it looks as though that we do not understand education in its totality when we talk about the whole person, not just part of the person or the human capital as we see it today. So I think this is a day of reckoning for us to go back and find out what is education is all about. It is a holistic development of the person, and therefore mental health becomes one of the absolute important criteria that we want to find out before we even attempt to know whether they are fit in the context of what WHO defined as health is not only the absence of disease, but also the balance of the many aspects of human life and human nature as such. I am fortunately privy to a latest research that looks at the meta-analysis of what they call loneliness. Loneliness now is another word that is going to be bandied around because despite the many things that has happened, including the networking, the what you call communication that we have through whatever means that we've got, suddenly loneliness propped out as one of the bigger issues that none of us are also prepared to talk about. Yeah, and this meta-analysis tells us out of the so many studies, I think around 500 of them around the world, indicates that loneliness has been on an increase since the early 1970s right up to 2019. And this study to me is a very interesting one because it stopped short when the COVID-19, what do you call, pandemic begins. In other words, long before the pandemic, for almost 2 or 3 decades, the issue of loneliness has been creeping up slowly, insidiously, in our environment, particularly in education, that we have take no notice about. Again, like I say, because we are so trained and so preoccupied with physical health rather than mental health per se. In other words, this has been something that is out of our radar. And now with the COVID-19 coming in, we find that this issue of loneliness becomes even more prominent and even more significant when people are locked down, when people are not allowed to communicate, not only physically, but also sometimes in the context of, communication, when communication itself has broken down. So this, to me, I think is a call for action, that university needs to wake up and to find out that they have not been functioning as a full ecosystem when we look at education in its totality, in the holistic way of understanding what education is all about, beyond just numbers, beyond just ranking, beyond just league tables, whatever you want to call it. I think it is not part of education in the real sense of the word. More frighteningly, I think they now have been associated from the study that loneliness is another indication of poor mental health, another indication of a mismatch between what is desired by the individual and what is presented in reality. And this is a mismatch that I think we have not talked about. We always talked about mismatch in terms of employment, employability, which is one of the smallest issue that we can imagine, whether that person's understanding of what the environment is all about has never been taken care. So this particular webinar today, I think, has opened up another Pandora box that has called on to what the university and higher education has failed to do for a long time. And I would like to recap in the sense that we have now even missed the understanding of what education is all about. Yeah, everybody wants to say that they're the best university in the world, But when you look at education, it's true understanding. We found that we are actually measuring the wrong thing. All right. And yet we devote so much time, so much money to show that we are the best university. And as you can see now, when COVID-19 hits, even the so-called best university in the world are not performing the way it should have performed if they are truly the best university in the world. So I think this international webinar needs to give a wake-up call, not only to talk about just well-being and mental health per se. I think we need to also revise our understanding of what higher education is all about, particularly higher education that is built on profit making, on private sort of framework that earns money rather than give education. I think this is a time for us to stop, pause, and think whether we should move ahead in the context of what we understand education has been built for us. For us in Malaysia, I would like to call, and I hope ACAP will lead onto this, to go back to what we call the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, the national education philosophy that has been there for the last more than 3 decades, that talks about exactly what education is all about, a balanced human being that is balanced in the context of its intellectual, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. Look at our education today. We are hardly talk about any emotional well-being, hardly talked about spiritual well-being. We are so dumbed down on intellectual and slightly physical well-being. And that is not in the context of the falsafah pendidikan education. And in fact, we have, if I can use very crudely, cheated our students in saying that we have given you education, but we have not actually given them education in the true sense of the word. I think it becomes the responsibility of the university, particularly the leadership of the university, that needs to put back education in where it should belong. I think the leadership of the university must have the courage to make the change, to turn around, given the understanding of what COVID-19 has decided for us, that until and unless you understand what the human being in its complete totality, supported by a holistic education, which is value-based, then we will not go anywhere. The next pandemic will create a worse scenario because we are not preparing ourselves and our future generation in particular to handle the more difficult issue that is going to confront us in the near future. So I am very delighted and I'm very, very pleased that this international webinar on mental health as a core of the institutional well-being and the role of institutional leadership has taken place. I would like to congratulate all the organizers, but let's not waste time. Let's not squander this opportunity to make a statement that we need a new ecosystem as far as education is concerned. We need to revise what education has been, which is now built on the Industrial Revolution, which is 300 years ago. And therefore, this institution of education, as we understand it today, is 300 years out of date. We need to revise it. We need to have the courage to revise it. And we need to do this holistically so that we can present a better understanding of what education is all about post-COVID, if we actually want to survive the future as far as education is concerned. Let me add, UNESCO has been doing this for the last 2 years. Unfortunately, Malaysia has not been an active participant. UNESCO is going to conclude what the futures of education will be about in next month, I think. And by then, I think we should be able to see whether we are in line with the international global understanding of what education is all about, or are we still the odd man out as far as future of education is concerned? It's all up to us whether we want to be part and parcel of the world's sort of a higher education perspective for the future, or do you want to remain as where we are now in the outdated mode of the Industrial Revolution, the factory-like university that we've been operating and thinking that is the best solution that we've got for ourselves? We need to decide now as leaders, and certainly I hope we will make the right decision given the august panelists that we've got today. I hope we will go up to speed in making what education is all about for the future generation that is deserving all the thoughts and the processes and the wisdom that we can offer for them today. So let me end up by wishing you well. This is certainly a tall agenda, but nevertheless, we are not able to run away from what is expected of us as leaders, if we are truly leaders. And sometimes leaders are just followers in disguise. If we are truly leaders, we want to make the mark, we want to make the difference, and I think we can do it. And then holistically, given the guidance of the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, the 4 pillars of learning of UNESCO, the sustainable development goal in its own understanding. Some people are reinterpreting sustainable development in their own ways, in making sure that it is only one part of the many things. We need to connect all the dots. And this is not an easy thing to do, but I hope we can make a start with this international webinar today, inshallah. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, friends, brothers and sisters, for devoting your time. And certainly we think this is a moment for us to actually work together and show that Malaysia is also capable of deciding what the future of education is all about for itself, and hopefully sharing it with the world at large. So wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Many good wishes and thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan Sri. So this is the beauty of the COVID-19 pandemic, I would say. We are able to meet, quote unquote, still face-to-face over cyberspace, and we still manage to socialize, as mentioned by Tan Sri just now. He is in Kuantan, the capital city of Pahang, a state in Malaysia, and everyone else are all around the globe. Yeah, COVID-19 never will stop us from gathering and sharing our minds and thoughts. Thank you once again, Tan Sri. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now listen to Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin bin Muhammad, the Director of Academic Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi ACAP. Roll it, team.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi. Salam keluarga Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Profesor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rektor International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM. Yang berusaha Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director, ACAP. Profesor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, Project Leader cum Dean, Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences, IIUM. The Honourable Speakers, Professor Dr. Kamila Ghazali, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukri Langputeh, Ms. Hidayu Mumtaz Iskandar, Mr. Muhammad Izzat Ibrahim, Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi, Professor Dr. Izzat Boskur, Ahmad Faizal Muhammad Piah, Mr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Muhammad Iqbal, Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail, Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee Fu Yen. My fellow honorable speakers and participants, I wish to extend a very warm welcome to the first 2022 ACAP Global Series with the theme International Webinar on Mental Health as the Core of Institutional Wellbeing, the Roles of Institutional Leaders. This is a collaborative effort between Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAP, and International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM. The platform gathers leaders across the nation to share their insights and thoughts on issues surrounding mental health and well-being among higher learning institutions, community. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been said over and over regarding the pandemic that hits us, and after 2 years, we are still in the pandemic, although there are already some lights to the end of the tunnel towards recovery. For the past 2 years, we have gone through a series of events that challenges our way of doing things, which requires us to adapt, learn, and relearn, and that has somehow taken a toll to our well-being. Therefore, the focus today is on mental health, which is one of the core components of institutional well-being. It is important as the issue of well-being is something that is often not discussed early on, as it can be a taboo subject to some. But with the current situation, it needs to be looked and discussed openly, as there needs to be solutions for a better well-being of the people. Hence, this befits the function of ACAP, which is to nurture the competencies of higher education institutional leaders so that they have a good level of awareness and competencies to promote mental health and well-being among the community in the institution they lead. And today, we are honored to have this distinguished panel of experts to share their experiences and wisdom as university leaders. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, since the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world in 2020, which is almost 2 years ago, academic administrators, leaders, and academics have put in various initiatives in finding ways in managing work-related issues, as well as in addressing personal challenges, including those that relate to their mental health and well-being. HLIs have taken necessary measures to safeguard individuals' health. HLI leaders and managers have put in many strategies to position the health and safety of their staff and students as a priority. They have implemented many programs to help their staff and students in making adjustments in the new environment, particularly when they encountered various constraints that affect their well-being. Due to the pandemic, university students, academics, and staff experience various psychological issues that require proper attention from institutional leaders. Therefore, it is very important for the higher education leaders and managers to play certain roles in dealing with a context which they might not have encountered before this. I have always believed that mental health related issues encountered by the HLI community, especially during crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, must be given due attention. For this, it is important to identify the salient characteristics needed by HLI leaders and managers when handling mental health issues. The information shared by them could be used to inform the development of a specific skill set on mental health in the HLI leadership competency model. Ladies and gentlemen, this one-day webinar aims to engage HLI institutional leaders and members to discuss mental health-related issues encountered by the HLI community since the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic. My fellow participants, you are going to listen to the experiences of Malaysian and international HLI's leaders in handling mental health-related issues. It is a platform for HLI institutional leaders to exchange notes on the approaches taken in dealing with psychosocial issues vis-à-vis the delivery of tasks, duties, and responsibilities as academics and students. It is expected that the webinar will shed better light on the ways to best deal with challenges that have bearing on mental health and well-being in higher learning institutions during crisis time. It is also expected that a mental health-related scope could be developed in the HLI leadership competency model. The model could be turned into a training module which would equip HLI leaders with knowledge and skills to manage MH-related issues. As the organizer of the webinar, we are proud to drive the knowledge sharing session today given by the experts based on their insights and strategies as leaders in addressing mental health issues while leading the organization and institutions. We hope that this webinar will be an informative platform on how to promote mental health and well-being among HLI's community. ACAP, under the Center for Leadership Sustainability, is looking forward to organizing more programs to disseminate leadership knowledge locally and globally. It is hoped that this will be a fruitful webinar for all, and I look forward to witnessing it. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dato'. Well, ladies and gentlemen, IIUM is very, very grateful to have tremendous support from CAP in making this seminar a reality. Where we are able to gather more than I think 300, even close to 400 participants on hybrid platform for a better knowledge in almost all aspects of the role of higher learning institution, from leadership issues, performances, and routines in academics, and now a rising issue on mental health in the effort to promote mental health and well-being among the HLI's community. Thank you once again, Dato, and the entire CAP management for always willing to work with IIUM in sharing knowledge activities. This time with Abdul Hamid Abdul Sulaiman Kuliah Islamic of Rival Knowledge and Human Sciences, AHAS KIRKHS, led by the Dean himself, Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman. Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, and may all your effort be granted good deeds. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, more students and even staff of the higher learning institution than ever before are disclosing mental illness to their universities. Yeah, which triggers us to take the issues seriously, especially in the era of pandemic, when we are stuck with the movement control order and the SOPs, etc. The cause of mental health nowadays are different from those days. Those days, the triggers include study and work pressures, relationship, trouble, homesickness, and loneliness, money worries, and bullying. But however, nowadays, the causes changes. It might relate with the rapid technology development and could encourage the rates of anxiety, depression, eating disorders, self-harm, and suicide. And these are actually among the higher learning institution community mental health cases reported to us. And pursuant to that, the AHAS, IRKHS, IIUM, and ACAP take the initiative to discuss further with the practitioners and scholars on the mental health issues in the compound of the higher learning institution itself. And having said that, let us not waste time, but to start the ball rolling for the discussion on mental health as the core of international well-being, the role of institutional leaders with the theme promoting mental health and well-being among the higher learning institution community. Let us warm up, sit back, and have a close attention to the webinar montage. Roll it, Tim. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us thank the team headed by Dr. Muhammad Hilmi bin Yusuf for the montage. Yeah, now let us move on to the real business of our webinar today. And well, let's see what do we have here for the first session. Yeah, With great honor, I now pass the platform to our moderator for the first session, none other but Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, the Dean of AHAS KIRKHS IIUM. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM, Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin bin Muhammad, Director of Akademi Kepimpinan Tinggi or ACAP, Higher Education Leadership Academy, all speakers, all participants, professors, academic members, students, all viewers on YouTube as well. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all of you, good afternoon, or even good evening to some of you. To our panelists, Professor Dr. Kamila Ghazali and also Associate Professor Dr. Sukri Lamputih. I'm very pleased to see both of you here. So look forward to learning more from you. To all viewers, welcome to the first session of this international webinar on mental health as the core of institutional well-being. And we are looking at the roles of institutional leaders. As has been discussed by the MCs and also mentioned by the two speakers just now, we have seen many new experiences encountered by the university community. And that includes experiences by the academics, by staff members, by students, by parents of students, and even community at large, right? So there are many psychosocial issues that we had to suddenly deal with. Before this, we have been dealing with various job performances. But since pandemic began, I think it was in March 2020 in Malaysia, so we had to deal with demands from the new context, right? So things or work activities have to suddenly change, right? Because of the movement control order, we have changed our work activities. And that created limitation, that created restriction, that had caused many issues, including that affect our mental health, that affect the mental health of our students, the mental health of our academics, of our staff members, and people who have direct contact with the university that we lead. Right, so this one-day webinar has the objective to engage higher learning institution leaders, right, to discuss mental health-related issues. They are not mental health experts, but they have dealt with issues that require them to understand human factor, that require them to understand the need for well-being, the need for mental health. Right, like what Tan Sri Emeritus Zulkifli has said just now, health is not only about the absence of diseases, but the presence of quality of life as well. And that relates to our mental health. So we have the opportunities this morning to listen to two university leaders who are going to exchange notes with us on the approaches that they have taken to deal with psychosocial issues, right, vis-a-vis the delivery of tasks, duties, and responsibilities of theirs and also of their subordinates and the community that they lead, right? So we'll be listening to Professor Dr. Kamila Ghazali, who is currently the Vice Chancellor at the International University of Malaya, Wales, as well as Associate Professor Dr. Sukri Lamputih, Deputy Rector in charge of International Relations and Alumni at the Fatani University, Thailand, right? So we'd like to invite Professor Kamila Ghazali first, but before that, let me just introduce her background. As I mentioned just now, she is currently the Vice Chancellor at IIUM, International University Malaya, Wales. She has 20 years experience holding various positions at international level, at local level, at university level, right, at the University of Malaya, right? So she took on the leadership role in the internationalization and globalization of University of Malaya from the year 2008, right, until her retirement when she completed her term as the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Malaya. Right, without further delay, I would like to invite Professor Jamil Ghazali, who are going to talk about mental health related issues encountered by academics during crisis time, solutions and way forward. Over to you, Professor Kamila.
Thank you, Prof. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of IIUM, Malaysia. Honorable Dato' Professor Dr. Nasruddin bin Muhammad, Director of ICAP. And I would like to say my friend and colleague, respected Dean of AHAS, KIRKHS, Prof. Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, Associate Professor Dr. Sukri Langputeh, who will be speaking in the same panel. I would also like to wave a hello to my friend, Dr. Yazrina, Deputy Director at ACAP. Valued guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. And I believe we are also addressing people who may be, who I should say good afternoon to. I'm not sure if we should be saying good evening to listeners today. Prof. Shukran had mentioned that the panel of speakers are not mental health experts, because that was my worry when he invited me to speak earlier, looking at the title. And, you know, one of the first things I told him was like, what do you want me to speak about in mental health? That's not really my area of expertise. But as he pointed out, we will be talking about the experience that we had in, you know, leading the university in the various capacities and the various positions that we held when the COVID-19 hit us. We are coming to the 1st of February very soon, although we will be celebrating the Chinese New Year. But exactly 2 years ago, on the 1st of February, I was working very, very closely online like this with colleagues of mine who were not allowed to enjoy the public holiday, because University of Malaya actually enjoys the 1st of February as a public holiday because it's Federal Territory Day. We were meeting from, you know, morning to evening, ensuring that we put things in place in preparation for a lot of things to come. And it was very early days, the 1st of February, but we had public health experts coming to me, asking me what is University of Malaya doing about, you know, getting ready because the pandemic is going to hit. At that time, one of the first things that we did was to send out SOPs on how people should distance themselves and wash their hands, and you know, we were sending out a lot of information on that. But what I am going to be speaking about in the next 20 minutes or so, some of the key points that I will be touching on as the Deputy Vice Chancellor at that time, in charge of academic and international at University of Malaya. Of course, the main concern for me was to ensure that lessons went on and learning outcomes are achieved and students are not left behind. So those were the key focus of, you know, that I had, you know, initially. And I knew that we had to move very, very fast because we were already in the semester. So the key points that I will be speaking about today is how the actions that we had taken in ensuring that, you know, students and staff able to carry on with what they are supposed to be doing without, you know, without too much of, you know, interference, without too much of disturbance, without too much of problems. At that time, to be honest, we were not even, at least me personally, as the Deputy Vice Chancellor, I was not really focused on mental health well-being. To be honest, at that time, I was very concerned about ensuring that we will be able to carry on and with as smooth a transition as possible. But it was only through a lot of communication and feedback that it was still very early days that we realized that we must take several steps and we must take action on some of the issues that, or rather some of the problems that staff as well as students were facing in being isolated, in being, totally remote. So some of the key points that I will be talking about this morning, firstly is clear directions from management. Secondly, communication, very clear communication lines. And the third one will be outreach to ensure mental health wellness. So these are the key points that I'll be speaking about. And in each, I will be detailing out some of the experience that we had gone through and some of the steps that we had taken. Now, what I mean by clear directions from management, I think it is very, very important that the university is led by a team of very cohesive leadership. And that's what we had at that time when the pandemic hit. We had a very, very strong and cohesive management team. We were meeting every week. At that time, as you know, many of us or most of us were working remotely and many of us were working online. But then we were also given the leeway of coming to the office when we needed to, especially at the top management level, because we really had to ensure that things are in order. So we were having weekly meetings to ensure all the bases were covered. When we actually have clear directions from the top management, it creates confidence. It creates confidence among staff and students. So they would feel that, okay, my lessons are not going to be interrupted. The university is doing something about, ensuring that I will still be able to graduate, and lecturers are led into, doing what they are supposed to do, which is to carry on with the lessons in a way that will be safe. So that's what I mean by clear directions from the management. And this actually sends out a very good message that they are in good hands. So if they feel that they are in good hands, my point here is that if they feel that they are in good hands, then inshallah, they will also feel confident, and they will have a better state of mind. So some of the things that we had done, as I said, a lot of SOPs were prepared. We had to ensure that when staff are working from home, lecturers are working from home, and ensuring that the lessons can still be conducted, we had to also ensure that people actually had facilities. So one of the things that we had done was we had always had this the facility for lecturers to have their own devices, and we kind of take it for granted that they actually have their own devices and they will actually be able to conduct their lessons online from home. But what we were worried about was the students who may not actually have internet access and connectivity. So one of the first things that we did when we knew that the pandemic was coming, on March 13th, I remember on March 13th, we had decided that all lessons will be online, and it was actually a Friday evening when we sent out the notice. And it was only the following week when the government said that we are going to go on PKP, we're going to go on movement control order. So when we actually announced to all the students that all the lessons will be online on Friday, on Saturday they started moving out. Some of them actually started moving out of the campus, and they started heading home. But at that time it was not the MCO yet, so people were still, so there was no, some of the stories that we heard about how people had rushed to balik kampung and students were crowding the bus stations and the train stations and all that. Actually, as far as we were concerned, people had started going home even before the pandemic itself. So once the students went home, and then when we knew we had in our plan that the academic semester was going to have a break, we quickly adjusted the academic calendar so that we will be able to work out whatever we needed to work out to ensure that the students are not left behind. So we adjusted the academic calendar to have like a 5-week break so that we could get things in order. So we ran survey after survey, and I think everybody went through this. There was a survey fatigue. We carried out like up to 4 surveys just to ensure that we know exactly which students needed help. So through those surveys, we actually managed to get a good deal from Celcom, and Alhamdulillah, we were able to get, to reach the students who didn't have internet connectivity, and got data plan sent out to them. YTL also came in and gave out free SIM cards, and I think most of us actually had gone through that, and we probably went through the same kinds of steps in order to help the students to ensure that they are not left behind. So within the 5-week break, what we had also done was, because there was a lot of information coming from other universities abroad as well as locally, the Ministry of Higher Education actually had done a good job in terms of getting everybody together and getting a lot of feedback and engagement going. We one of the things that University of Malaya did was to ensure that some lessons were enabled to, we changed the policy on the grade I, or the incomplete, so that gave a leeway for some of the courses that needed labs, some of the courses that needed physical interaction and all that. They could actually like carry on with the lessons at a later time, so there is no jeopardy, it doesn't jeopardize the students at all. So we cleared policies on that. We actually did a survey also on whether it was a good idea to go into a pass-fail instead of grade system. So we knew that some of the Ivy League universities in the UK and the US were practicing that. So we had wanted to know whether it might be something that we also might be able to do, but we didn't want to do it top down. So we got a lot of engagements going with lecturers as well as students. Again, another survey was sent out, and this was brought to Senate. Ultimately, the students actually decided that they wanted to carry on with a grade system. So we didn't carry on with a pass-fail. It was a 50-50 situation, believe it or not. It was a very difficult decision, because people were very evenly killed, and they were very concerned. Some of them were concerned about the grade that they would not get, just in case they will get an A, and then just in case they get like a good grade, a B+ or something, and then it ends up like not being counted as part of the CGPA. So we did things like that. We changed physical exams to alternative assessments and so on. Okay, so those were some of the very clear directions that we had taken. So people knew that they were being led. They had the confidence of being led. And then the second key point is communication. When we made a lot of these decisions, it was not just the management decision. There was a lot of engagement with staff. there was a lot of inclusivity and there was a lot of engagement with students, and we get feedback from them, like I said, through the surveys, but I personally also had conducted, online discussions with the student union. So when classes had already started, they knew how the classes were carrying on. One of the great things that I really, really appreciated was that the lecturers were really on top of things. They worked very hard. They worked extremely hard to ensure that students were, catching on. Students knew what they were, supposed to learn. And they were always checking up on the students, and students felt that. Students felt that they were really, that the university and the lecturers actually cared for them. So that was very important. So I think communication is really very key, and the staff as well as the lecturers were really accessible. That students told me that they really had no problems because they could contact their lecturers through WhatsApp, through phone calls, through emails, any time of the day. So it was very hard going for the lecturers actually, because they were so concerned about the students that they were on top of the game 24 hours, and the students actually, some of them actually took advantage of that and really reached out to the lecturers. What we also discovered was that students who were usually very quiet, very reserved and all that, they actually were more active in online classes. So that was that also had taken place. We at the end of the semester also we had conducted a postmortem, which included the deans, deputy deans. We included some of the lecturers and staff. We included the information technology center that actually has to be very, very efficient in the conduct of online learning. We included students, local students, the student unit, as well as international students, so that we could actually get feedback on them on how the semester went. So based on, because we, in the middle of the semester, we very quickly came up with an online teaching and learning guideline. So I think all universities had done that, but it was done in a hurry and we did as best as we could. But at the end of the semester, after we had the postmortem and we heard from everybody and what worked, what didn't work. So we included that in the second edition of the online teaching and learning guideline. So now we are, I think, up to our third or fourth edition already, because it keeps getting improved on. And I think what the university and the management also was willing to do at that time was to listen and make changes to accommodate the needs based on feedback from the staff as well as the students. And the last point that I would like to say, I just want to run through these points, Prof. Shukran, because I really don't know how I'm doing with time. But
you have 10 more minutes. You have 10 more minutes.
Okay. All right. So the third key point that I want to say is the outreach to ensure mental health wellness, is taken care of. So through the outreach that we do, through the very clear directions that we send out from the management, and through very inclusive communication, we discovered, of course, like I said at the beginning, I was just so intent on getting my Deputy Vice Chancellor academic and international work done, that mental health, the mental health well-being was not really prominent at the start, but it was only very soon after when we discovered, that yeah, that's right. Our international students, actually, our local students, our Malaysian students went back to their own families. Of course, there were issues there as well, because there may be 10 of them sharing only 2 rooms in the house. How do we expect them to actually get online classes going on, and how many devices do they have? So those kinds of things, of course, would be some of the things that we hear from them. But as far as being with the family unit, having the support of the family with them, is not something that our international students and staff, maybe, who are here on their own, had the luxury of. So for those students, especially, who were on their own, we actually, many of them lived within the periphery of the campus. So we were providing food for the students who were, kind of didn't get a chance to, didn't move back to their, homes in time before the PKP. So they were on campus. Some of them chose to carry on staying on campus. So they were provided with food. But we were also sending dry food to students who were living off campus, within the periphery of the campus. Those that we actually didn't have record of, we, got the information from, from lecturers, from staff, from other students. So we were able to, reach out to them as well. So when we knew that they were on their own, there was constant communication with them. There was constant, checking up on them if they're okay, if they just needed somebody to talk to. Lecturers were doing that. Deputy deans, heads of departments, deans were doing that. So that's really something that was really, really commendable, that the university really came together and, cared. And I'm sure this is not the case only at University Malaya. I'm sure it was the same everywhere. So there was concerted effort by all parties to do that. And then very early in the day, we also started publishing posters of counselors' contacts, counselors' names, counselors, as well as staff and lecturers, to let people know that, they have avenues if they would like to speak with somebody, if they were, if they had issues or problems that they needed help on. So there were also online programs on mental health well-being run by experts such as yourself, Prof. Shukran. We had people not just from the university, we had invited guests. We had our own counselors who were doing it. We had peer sessions, students were also doing it. So those sessions, those talks, the sharing sessions, that's what we had, conducted early on and throughout. So of course, as well, we've gone through 2 years of it already, but it was, a lot of continuous improvement. There was a lot of, consolidating procedures, consolidating guidelines, consolidating actions to take to ensure that people were well taken care of. So those are the 3 key points that I wanted to get across in terms of our experience at University Malaya. And I would like to say that, having joined IUMW since 1st of January, I also had a chance to look at the records of, the kind of issues that, the categories of issues that students actually went to see their counselors for. And I'm happy to say that, things are really, in order, and students actually don't necessarily, not all students, have the, are reluctant to reach out for help. So for as long as people are open, people are inclusive, and people do not judge and, categorize mental health well-being as something that is negative. I think people should be able to accept that, you know, this is something that is normal. People need help. People need people to talk to. People need to reach out. I think, you know, we are on the right track. And universities should be the place where, you know, there are no judgments and there is as much assistance and help from all quarters as far as possible.
Right.
Thank you, Prof. Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Camilla, for sharing with us your rich experience. I think good 2 years experience for you, Professor Camilla. And I took from you 3 important things: DCO, direct, clear direction, clear communication, and outreach. Right. So these are the 3 core pillars, or 3 core competencies that university leaders must have when they are dealing with crisis. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Professor Camilla, please feel free to write it in the chat box on YouTube column or on the Facebook column. We will try to get the response from Professor Camilla at the end of the session or at the second round of this forum. All right, so the next speaker, okay, thank you again, Professor Camilla. We learn a lot from you. All right, so the second speaker is from Thailand, Professor Dr. Sukri Lamputeh, who is the Deputy Rector for International Relations and Alumni at the Fatani University, right? So we'll be sharing with us what he had done with his team at the university over there. Right, as an introduction, Dr. Sukri had completed his PhD in International Relations at Jinan University, Guangzhou, China, right? After completing his double degree at bachelor's level in Islamic Review Knowledge and Heritage at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. And he also completed his second degree in political science from the same university. Right, he will be speaking with us the same topic, that is mental health related issues encountered by academics during crisis time, solution and way forward from the experience of Fatani University. Over to you, Professor Shukri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Walhamdulillah wa summa alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'in wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Razak, Director of International Islamic University, the Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Nasruddin bin Muhammad, Director of ACAP, respected Deans and Moderator, Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, and also the panelists of this session, Professor Dr. Camilla Ghazali from IIUM. Greeting from Thailand, greeting from Fatani, southern Thailand. I have 25 minutes to follow the situational analysis of the neighboring country, Malaysia. Just now you have listened, you have learned the experiences from UM. And now, instead of going to Bangkok to listen to cases of big university like Chulalongkorn or Thammasat, rather Professor Shukran asked me to share, because I think maybe the situation and also the demography of southern Thailand, especially the university that I am working, is more or less it's just like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Darussalam, or in short, we can say Nusantara. So it will be easier for us to see how the mental health that's occurring here and there every day in our country even. So allow me to share some screens in order to make us understand easier. And within 25 minutes, I will try to show something. This is what I'd like to say, that when we are facing all these kind of issues related to COVID-19 or even mental health, we always say Bismillah. And for those friends who are not Muslim, not only in Thailand, but also Malaysia and some other countries, I believe that especially in Southeast Asia, people are still I mean, coming to what they believe, either to Allah, either to Buddha, or whatever they believe. So this is the strength that I'd like to mention and highlight it here, that in Nusantara, we are quite strong in this, and as compared to numbers and statistics that happen of committing suicide in Europe, in the US itself, or even in China. But because we have less news or information from China came out from their government report. But since I am, I was a student of Shanghai University, so I know this kind of thing. Because when I was doing my PhD and I got classes to teach there, even many years before the pandemic, every month I always hear a student committing suicide. What more when the pandemic started in Wuhan and then finally scattered around the world. Well, and before saying anything, let me say Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And in order to make it international webinar, Prof. Shukran, let me say in Thai, Khor Kwam Santi Chung Mi Dae Tuk Tan. And then peace be upon you, of course, in English. And then once you organize any program in Patani, so we still use JavaScript. So salam sejahtera ke atas anda semua. So at least to feel like we are now in international webinar. I like this photo. I like this picture because here and there are problems. There are related issues of mental health or whatever. But our mind is still working. Our mind is still working with limitations of all kind of things. Then what we are facing in higher learning institution during the pandemic, I'd like to show this. We are trying to understand the situation by doing this analysis of heart. I think many of us, especially people in universities, lecturers, even the supporting staff, or even parents, they always try to be like a small cat to feel like they're lions, but many of them fail because of infrastructural failure that our country cannot provide. I am not blaming to the government, but the pandemic comes, all of a sudden, within 1 or 2 months, finally it arrives Bangkok. And then from Bangkok, it arrives Hat Yai. From Hat Yai, it comes to Patani, Yala, Narathiwat. It's too fast to come from Wuhan to Bangkok. In just 1 or 2 months, it's already there. So we don't have enough tablet. We don't have enough, computer, notebooks, and even a handphone for our students. So we can see that even though we are trying to be, a little cat, want to be the lions, want to cover the problem, want to discover all those kind of problems we are facing, but we fail. The second one is that when I look at the situational analysis in our country, we don't know how to hate. We like, in fact, university lecturers or academia, they always do things 360 degrees. They are researchers. They can move here and there. But once the COVID-19's come, and then the Center of COVID-19 Administration under the Ministry of Interior Affairs of Thailand declared all school closed, all university closed. We don't know how to do. The directions that we are going tomorrow is totally different from what have been. Like in Chulalongkorn has been 100 years on-site teaching, learning processes. And once, the university closed, how can they change from, the style of teaching, the method of teaching, the meeting in classes, and all of a sudden tomorrow you have to be at home, then you have to follow your student, you have to call them to take your classes, whatever. And what more in the rural areas like in Patani, in Songkhla, or even in Chiang Mai, we do have in Thailand 180 plus universities. And then not only public universities that are facing problem, private universities also doing and having the same problem, because in Thailand, we do have the same act in order to administer the universities, even though, okay, this is public university, this is a private universities. But when it comes to the regulations, laws, and Universities Act, we are under one law. We are under one administration. So in terms of public universities, they got a lot of funding from the government in order to cure, in order to solve the problem, in order to support, all kind of teaching to happen. But when it comes to private universities, what more? Private universities like Fatani University, which is a private endowment, we are based on endowment or wakaf, so it is quite difficult with that. So the issue here is that when it comes, we cannot imagine that what's next to be done by heading. So instead of 360 degrees working, now we are just having one directions, either doing this or that. Well, next one is that I would like to say that when we are trying to analyze the situational analysis in our country, we found that we are having techniques, methods, when I use the word hands here, we need kind of methodologies, methods, or way out, which are not one. This is my, the picture I want to show you, is that some people who are trying to keep distance and then trying to play safe, they may choose the bottom one. But for those who don't care, whatever kinds of issues or problems that we are facing, they just go through. All universities are saying that we have to go on. We cannot stop all those kind of teaching classes or whatever. Because once we stop, we will have less students. Then who will sponsor our universities? Who, this and that. Especially like my university, when it comes to this kind of problem, we have to rethink again. Because once we announce, the university is closed, it means that my international students were at that time they were at home, they cannot come to Thailand, and it means that I do have students from 43 countries, not that much like UIA, but 43 countries from all parts of the world, 5 continents of the world cannot come to the campus. Can you imagine? A lot of things to be done. So we need kinds of hands or techniques or skills in order to cope up with that. But in fact, all these things happen in 1 day or 2 days. Once the Ministry of Public Health has consulted with Ministry of Interior, and then finally the Prime Minister said, okay, tomorrow everything closed, everything shut up. Well, since we have only 25 minutes, in order for Professor Shukran to come up with more or less solution from not solution, strategy of what we have done in Thailand, I'd like to say that, and I'd like to propose my SUN strategy. When I say SUN strategy, is sales strategy, organizational strategy, and networking strategy. What do I mean by sales strategy? Under the sales strategy, I have the sub-strategy, which I call, the head strategy, means that the knowledge, the cognitive strategy, that how much we have to know about coronavirus, how much we have to know about the disruptions of programs, of courses, or even so some universities in Thailand, the disruptions happen at the level of the faculty. Some faculties have been more stopped because of cannot afford and also support the teaching and learning of the faculty. The second one is when I talk about sales strategy, the sub strategy is how much skill do we need to cover and recover when we go in deep about mental health, like Prof. Zulkifli Tasri has mentioned. We only know how to teach students in normal cases, but when it comes to teaching online, we don't know the students who are listening to us at home by online processes, but in fact they are having mental illness. They have mental illness. They cannot cope up with the teaching and learning in online classes, but at the same time we do have the same assessment. We still have the same kind of tests, the same kind of examinations, the same kind of gradings and whatever. At the end of the day, all the students who are facing the problem, either by direct mental health or whatever kind of problem, but we finally offer them, the same grading system. And can you imagine that how dolim, how dulmu, how this has been done to our system? Well, the next one is organizational strategy. I just would like to share, after listening to Prof. Camilla discuss about UM and also Malaysian cases. In Thailand, we have the strategy which all kind of coronavirus, they call it Center of Coronavirus Administration under the Ministry of Interior. So when it is under the Ministry of Interior, means that this task is under the governor. So whatever you are under the Ministry of high education, science, research, whatever, but all decision-making processes will be finalized at provincial level, which the university is situated. For example, my university is in Patani. So the final say of either to move up, to move forward, or backward, to close or to open the university or not, all the process will be done at the provincial level, where the governor is the hero. The governor is the hero, and the consultant to the advisors to the governor is medical doctors who do have all this kind of thing. So we need the organizational structure as a very important strategy at the not only at the national level, but also it goes down to provincial level, and also it comes to university level. So in university, they must have the chairman of CCS, we call it the Center of Coronavirus Administration, CCSA. So it goes down like this. Finally, the networking strategy. Why I mentioned this, why I added this one, because we were thinking that by the coming of coronavirus, we will be having problems always and all other problems. But in fact, by having this problem, finally we try to connect with some of the universities in Indonesia, in Malaysia, or even Europe, in Middle East. So our classes, especially at the master level, postgraduate level, can continue very well, even much better than before or pre-coronavirus pandemic. A lot of classes for masters and doctoral programs can be conducted, and a lot of seminar, a lot of international webinar has been done with lower costs, with more connections, more empathy, and all this kind of thing. So that's why I put this is among the strategy in order to make it, 3 levels. It is sales strategy, organizational strategy, and networking strategy. And by having networking strategy, you can imagine, Prof. Shukran, last year there were a lot of webinar for us to share what are the problems in teaching and learning in your university, in your country, in your region, and it was very successful indeed. So this is what I would like to share here. And before I end up, I would like to say, I want to mention, but I don't put in my slides, that is, the issues in Thailand is very critical now. Out of 183, 973,000 questionnaires of adolescents from 19 to 29 years old, we have 20% of these adolescents who are experiencing high level of stress, and 32% are at risk of depressions, and 22% are at risk of committing suicide. You imagine, 22%. And those who are answering the questionnaires are mostly students who are studying in universities at the graduate, master's, and PhD. And it is in line with what UNESCO has surveyed last year, that 7 in 10 children and young people reported to have a mental health problem which are impacted by COVID-19. But on the other hand, I just would like to give you the numbers of young people who committed suicide last year, 800 people, and 10,000 are reported to be at risk and ready to commit suicide as well. At the same time, Prof. Shukran, it is your task and experts like you to produce more experts in psychology or mental health issues. And you know what? In Thailand, we have only 200 psychiatrists. We have only 200 psychiatrists, and we have 180 plus universities, public and private. Can you imagine? It is not enough. And what about schools? What about, a lot of workplaces that need psychiatrists? So I end up with this, that is our amana together. Be Muslim, be Buddhist, be Christian, be Jewish even. This role and this task to kill or to take up, issues of mental health is our amana. So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Shukri. Thank you for making the last statement on the need to have more mental health professionals in our society. Last year, we had this kind of webinar with UNDP, and the theme then was breaking the silence. Right. So in that webinar also, we were enthused by many parties on the need to have more mental health professionals. That includes psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers in the country, so as to respond to psychosocial issues like you mentioned just now. Right, so thank you very much, Professor Shukri. You have come up with a set of good strategies, and that helped me to combine the DCO just now with your SUN strategies. So I think we can suggest to ACAP that we come up with a module called SENDOC modules, SEN or SUNDOC. SUN come from Thailand, and then DCO, and I changed it to DOC from IIMW University. All right. So that ends our first round of forum. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, I would like to consider reading them to the panelists. Yeah, we have one here. All right. First to Professor Camilla. Professor Camilla, you mentioned just now about issues faced by students, right? And that necessitated you to outreach or to communicate, to give them clear direction. Now, what about academic members, professors, lecturers? Did they report anything and that relate to their mental health?
Thank you, Prof. Shukran, for that question. Yes, I must admit my focus was a lot more on students rather than the lecturers or the staff, because we had dealt with the lecturers through a very direct channels through the deans and the heads of departments, because they come back to me if they have any if they find that their lecturers having issues or anything, they will actually be handling it at their level. It's only when they need some decision to be made at my level or at the management level, then they will escalate it up. And definitely it's something that I will also bring to the management. As if you remember, I said earlier that we have weekly meetings, so issues may actually be escalated up at that meeting, and then we decide together how we might be able to handle this. One of it is the concern about not having the right facilities and so on. So staff as well, so there was the issue of allowing them to bring back instruments and devices and all that, so those were the kinds of things, because those are the ones that had issues with work, because if they are not able to carry out their work efficiently, then it can also lead to mental health issues if they feel incompetent or if they feel that they are not being efficient. So we should try to support them as much as possible in that sense. But other than that, as I said, when we realized very early on that we must have programs, we must have avenues, we must have, you know, ways that they might be able to seek help. Yes, we had that, you know, in place. Then personally coming to me, I don't really quite remember, because my you know, people do write to me, they email me, or they will send me a WhatsApp and so on. My mobile is not private, you know, they kind of like, a lot of people have my mobile numbers. I hope I actually answered the question.
Okay. It gives some idea to us on the need to be open. I mean, the need to be communicated. Okay. With all members in the community. Dr. Shukri, just now you talk about some strategies, right? And I believe that strategies require some competency sets among university leaders, right? So what do you think that we, like university leaders, must have, right, in order to, you know, design that strategy and then implement that? Right? So what are the skills, if you like, or knowledge that we must have in order for us to be always ready to deal with any crisis? Not only, I think, COVID, but later maybe we have some other crisis that we have to manage as well, and we might adopt that sound strategies as well. So in order to be able to implement that sound strategies, so what are the competencies, knowledge, skills, whatever competency that we need?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Shukran. I will make it short in order for the participants to, you know, to ask more questions to Prof. Kamila, maybe. Okay, I will try to explain. You know, when I say self-strategy, it is in fact the competency that we need. You know, university lecturers or university, high learning institutions, personnel to have in order to develop themselves, or more or less this is like a kind of a development strategy. Okay, in order to create yourself, forget about what religion you are, but in your own discipline, what you have to know. In your own discipline, for example, sometimes, you know, you study from a graduate, master's, and PhD. By being, you know, somebody who has a doctor in front of your name, what kind of knowledge you must have. Then by, you know, the coming of new issues, now pandemic, and before this we were talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0. You know, like in Indonesia, everywhere we go for the conferences, last 2-3 years, they are talking about IR 4.0, IR 4.0. You know, what are the knowledge that we need for IR 4.0? What are the knowledge that we need for the era of metaverse, whatever? So this is what I mean by HATE. I attach construct of 3 H: head, hands, and heart. And then under self-strategy, we need 3 H. When I talk about head, what are the knowledge we have to know? And what are the supplementary knowledge we have to know? And what are the auxiliary knowledge we have to know? And that all will cover also, I believe, that issues about the students' mental health, the students who are at risk. And even when we go to the second H, that is hands, with what I mean skills, the skills of taking care of the student, or even the skills of how to speak to the student during the pandemic is of course different. Not only by saying Salaam Alaikum, like, oh, good morning, everyone, like you are greeting students in the class, but now you are greeting students on screen. They are laying down, they are walking, they are helping their moms cooking, they are helping their father sitting at their, you know, whatever things that they are doing at home. So these kind of skills need to be put is one of the competency skills for the lecturer, for the staff. And the third one is that morals or heart. This is you must always think of being optimistic, being positive university leaders or university lecturers. Always think positively about your student. Not only why this girl doesn't come to class, why this girl doesn't come does well in the class. We don't know that they are facing problem everywhere. They don't don't have even food to eat during the pandemic. They cannot go because of lockdown. They cannot go out from there. But of course, if our relationship is not good with that student, they will not relate all those things to us. They will not just, oh, Prof, I am not able to do this and that. They just leave like that. So we finally say, okay, you are not the student, then I mark you F, I mark you blah, blah, blah. That when okay, that is for S, yeah? And then we come for O, organizational. I would like to urge universities now, we should not try to focus on one person, which is the top of the pyramid. I would like to urge everyone to change from pyramidic model of leadership to Kaabah model of leadership. When we are talking about Kaabah, we have three poles: Rukun Yamani, Rukun Iraqi, Rukun Hajar al-Aswad. So like the Prophet Muhammad has Abu Bakr, Siddiq, Anhu, Umar, Ali, and Usman. All have different characteristics. And we look at universities, you have deputy directors for academic, deputy directors for, I believe that, the model that Nabi Muhammad has ruled and governed Medina is perfect. They have Abu Bakr, who is, like a senior minister. They have Usman Affan, who is very finance minister. They have Ali radhiyallahu anhu, who is Ali karamallahu wajha, who is more or less like an education minister. They have, interior minister like Umar. So in university, we have all those kind of, characters. So this is the strategy that we in universities, we should produce university leaders in such a manner. Okay, these people are those who are going to be promoted to be like Omar. These people who are going to be promoted like Abu Bakr, because they are kind, they are more senior, but at the same time they are very, very committed to the works. And we need also, especially private universities like me, Wakaf University like me in Fatani, we need a deputy director or a finance minister, who are able to raise funding. So this is what I mean by organizational strategy, that we try to change from pyramidic strategy where everywhere we go we see director, everywhere we meet only the naib chancellor, or in Thailand we have in private universities we call director, in a public university we call it president, but now we want to see the deputy vice president, or want to see deputy directors or even deans to be more promoted by the HLI. And the last one is networking. When we are trying to, for example, Prof. Shukran with deans of hundreds of staff, hundreds of academic staff, please look at their biographies. I mean, at least 100 staff graduated from 300 universities in the world. So that's why when I say networking strategy, means that we are talking about people insiders, those who are living inside and from inside outsiders, those who are coming from outside, working inside. Like in UI, I believe that you have a lot of strength of professors from outside the country. Hundreds of professors coming from different part of the world. Then the next one is that inside outsiders. People from Malaysia who are working outside. Last time we had a program with Prof. Shukran. We have, our Ambassador Zamani, the graduate of AHAS, who is now in Cairo. See, this is Malaysian who are working outside. To me, this is a very, very, very strong connection as well. And the last one is that those who have never been to Malaysia, those who have never come to Thailand, but they are very strong as well for our networking. That is outsiders. Those who have never come, but they just report about bombing in Songkhla, bombing in Bangkok. People cancel all the tickets to Thailand already. So they are very powerful outsiders. So when I wrap up this strategy, son, means that once you must have self-development, which is very strong in knowing and having skills, and then very heartful, strong heart. And then you must change from pyramidic model to Kaabah model of leadership. And the last one, you have to think about how to connect people of the four group: inside insider, outside outsiders, inside outsiders, and outside insiders. Thank you very much, Prof. Shukran.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Shukri. Okay, I think one last question to both of you. Is there any example of policy change due to problems faced by either students or staff. So I think any one of you can address this, or both of you can also respond. Prof. Kamila just now talked about considering changing from grade to pass and fail.
Yeah.
So that might lead to policy change, but it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen because of the input that we got. But then there was some policy changes that we had brought through to Senate. For example, the incomplete grade. So they had to go through. It's not like it never existed before. It had always been there, but then because they had what you call it, they had a different way of working it out. Because of the COVID, we made it simpler. We made it, we actually removed a lot of the red tape for the students to apply for the incomplete grade. That's one. The other is the internship and training. That was a big change, because we during the pandemic, the Ministry of Higher Education did a good job of including, because we were, of course, we had to deal with the accrediting professional bodies and agencies ourselves. We were already doing that with BEM, with the medical board, and the various different boards, of course the counseling board as well. But when we were dealing with them separately in that way, we were kind of like did not come together as one, as all universities in unison. So they were very good in that they had accepted the the online learning, when previously some of these boards insist on just physical face-to-face, and they didn't want to accept virtual labs and things like that. So we were, when we came together, all 20 public universities at that time, under the umbrella of Ministry of Higher Education, and had a dialogue with them, it was really very good to know that everybody was on board. Everybody knew, nobody was left out. No particular discipline was left out that had the international accreditation board. So that included a lot of policy changes, and I hope that it will stay that way, that they are more flexible, and also giving the university the trust that we are serious in delivering higher education. It doesn't have to be your way only, because we know what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Kamila. Anything to add, Professor Sukri?
Yes, sedikit saja. Because normally when we are doing policy development, we started from policy formulation, and then we implement the policy, then we go for assessment. But when we are forced to change, now we are forced to change by external factors, by pandemic. So either you want it or not, you like it or not, you have to be on board. Otherwise, you have to fill the application of new company or new not even new university, but new schools maybe. So in this case, things different. Thing has been changed a lot. In the past, when we are talking about policy changes in universities, in higher learning institutions, normally it involves only one ministry, mostly in one ministry of education, or now in Thailand we have a separated Ministry of Higher Education and Ministry of Education. So most of the things are, only in this structure. But when the pandemic comes, we have to consult in order to, not only in the level of implementation, but even in the level of new formulations of new policies. We have to consult, Ministry of Health, Public Health. We have to consult Ministry of Interior, but security and human security has been put into, the high score or big score of either your policy is up to date or not, or even, now Ministry of Commerce also comes to scene when we are talking about new policy changes in higher education. So this is a new era of policy changes.
All right.
So not only the university leaders has to start one, but I think everyone in the university, even the student, and not only the student as well, but the family, the parents. Thank you very much, Prof. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Sutri. Thank you. Thank you for talking to us, for sharing with us all that you have done for your university. Congratulations for successfully doing the needful for your community. Alhamdulillah, okay, we have done well. And there are great things that you have mentioned. And what I can gather here as well, in addition to the strategies that you mentioned, you have also shared with us the approaches that you took in order to come up with the policies, in order to come up with the strategies. And I can use the word scientific management here when you were talking about a number of surveys that you conducted. I mean, the analysis that you did before you came up with any policies. I think that is, that require good set of competencies among leaders who do not only look at what they have to accomplish, but they also look at the well-being, the potential risk that they might cause. I think the risk to the quality of education. And then they also factor in human factor in the sense that they do not want to jeopardize the quality of life or well-being of their community, and that includes students, academics, and people that they deal with. So that wraps up our first session. So we thank you very much again to Professor Kamila and Associate Professor Dr. Sukri from KL and Thailand. So billahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over back to you, Madam Shahrazad.
Salam.
Thank you once again, Prof. Shukran. A lively session and an eye-opener to, I would say, most of us on mental health issue. Yeah. All right, dear participants and viewers, let's see now that we have done with our first session on the topic, mental health related issues encountered by academics during crisis time, solutions and way forward. And it is obvious, yeah, when listen to these three panelists or moderator, that it is actually our huge duty, yeah, and it's our huge responsibility, biggest responsibility to facilitate and assist the students who are struggling to carry on living in this era of pandemic with the rapid growth of technology, even though we ourselves never experienced the situation during our adolescent years. Yeah. In addition to that, we also need to take care of the mental health of the staff, our colleague, and what most vital is our own self and family. In this matter of fact, that is the real big challenges being in the HLI higher learning institution organization or structure, yeah, be it you as the academics, administrators, manager, whatever your role is. Yeah, and well, as a humble reminder, once again, participants and viewers, we are going to listen to Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli once again at 4:30 p.m. today on the topic leadership competencies for university leaders during COVID-19. So that please remain joining or remain with us until the end of our webinar today. And well, this is now it's 10:50 a.m. local time. Yeah, and I think we should now take 5 minutes break for you to prepare a cup of coffee of your own. I believe you know where the coffee your coffee is, and tea, hot cup, and then sit back for our next session. So stay tuned. Back to you, technical team.
Public-private partnership TV. In the long term,
would like to personally welcome and thank
engage not only to staff.
The Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
of life and so on. And I especially commented
There's a number of injustices has been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
one can integrate innovation from an individual.
So that's Malaysia. A Malaysian plant yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group, and then you begin to explain yourself because
the doc. And underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our countries, other countries, learn from this.
And when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
We should add into it to do for the women to go golfing, so they get another big network when playing golf.
Mainly focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
Whether the nature and nature is it natural or it can be developed.
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship programs, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
Experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
Actually, in their current challenging economic condition, no one is back on it.
completely change when we enter the workforce.
As far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing common.
academics. Yeah, so 70% for planning that they have stress as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with, bit of leadership.
So we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
to apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region.
Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization?
And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19. Situasi ilmu itu perlu ada. Bila nak ada ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita majukan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami, adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti mesti dihantar ke di the vaccine rollout ya.
Kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Telah mendorong kepada banyak penghasilan buah fikiran.
Eksekusi saintifik, pemetaan bidang atau
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. Thank you for being with us and still online. Yeah. So at the moment, based on the what I can see from the platform, that we have at the moment 400 viewers on all the webinars platforms that we have, both Zoom and YouTube. So please share our YouTube link with your colleagues, students, and even your neighbors. Why not? They need the input on the mental health. Most important to avoid mental stress is to communicate with people around you, especially those close to you and you trust them. Now, let us move on to our next session. The session entitled How Institutions Protect the Mental Health and Psychosocial Well-Being of University Community During COVID-19 Pandemic. This will be handled by Brother Anas Hayyan, IIUM Students Representatives, as the moderator. So over to you, brother.
Thank you very much, Madam Shahrizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Professor Emeritus and Dr. Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Dr. Professor Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, Director Academic Kepentingan Pendidikan Tinggi AKEP, respected Dean of Ahas IIUM, Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, valued guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone present here, wherever you are, in Zoom or in YouTube, wherever you are, in the morning, afternoon or night. Welcome to the next segment of the International Webinar on Mental Health as the core institutional well-being, the role of institutional leaders. In this session, session number 2 of the day, we'll be sharing with all of you an interesting and a very crucial topic with our esteemed speakers on how institutions protect the mental health and psychosocial well-being of the university community during COVID-19 pandemic. My name is Anas Hayyan, a final year political science student at Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kuliah Islam Arabic Knowledge and Human Sciences at IIUM, and I will be serving as a moderator for this segment. In this session, you'll be hearing the presentation from Sister Ilahi Mumtaz, the former Vice President of IIUM Student Union 1920, and Brother Izzat Ibrahim, a postgraduate from UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, specializing in counseling psychology for his very family subjects. In these presentations, the speakers will be answering questions pertaining to the topic, which are the measures to take safeguards taken to safeguard individuals' health and put safety as priority, the mental health related issues encountered by the higher learning institution community during the COVID-19 pandemic, the approaches taken in dealing with psychosocial issues vis-a-vis the delivery of tasks, duties, and responsibilities of students, and the effective ways to best deal with the challenges that have bearing on mental health and well-being in higher learning institutions during this crisis time. Before we get started, I would like to share with everyone the bio sketch of our first presenter this morning. Sister Ilahi Mumtaz formerly served as the Executive Committee of the IIUM Students Representative Council 2018-2019 and the IIUM Student Union 2019-2020. She currently works as an Assistant Director at Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Community, IIUM. She obtained a bachelor's degree in Usuluddin and Comparative Religion from Ahas IIUM with a minor in economics, and throughout her experience as a student leader, she had been involved in the establishment of the first student union in the country, replacing the Student Representative Council system, besides advocating for empowered student representation at a systemic level at various national town halls and forums for a better quality of education. So without further ado, we will pass the floor to the first speaker of our session, Sister Ilahi Mumtaz. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Brother Anas. I would like to confirm very quickly, am I clear?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I would like to share my screen. Okay, it's being shared. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings of peace and blessings to everyone. I hope you're well and safe wherever you are. So it's my privilege and honor to share about some experiences of how the institution protect the mental health and psychosocial well-being of our community here during the COVID-19 pandemic. And a little bit of disclaimer about my session today. I'm going to share more and emphasizing more on the student leader perspective. Being a student myself previously, last year, as well as dealing with the administration and following the policy-making processes. Ladies and gentlemen, right, next slide. There are 4 points given to me that I'm required to cover in this session. So I'm thinking about what are the things or the key takeaways we can do, because currently we see that as much as COVID is still here, but the economy reopens and many things or restrictions are being relaxed. So we are going to look into the mental health issues encountered by our community since the COVID hit in the first place in March or April 2020, and then the measures taken as well as approaches to deal with the issues as a student formerly myself and now working for the higher institution, as well as effective ways that we can definitely keep up as best practices that should stay as much as we are already living with COVID. Next. So mental health is already there in discussion. Are they new? They're definitely not new among the students, but how has it been different since the pandemic hit? Next. One of the studies that I found is that not only from this journal article, but also what we experience here in the grassroots level is that depression, anxiety, and stress, among other psychosocial or psychological issues, have been significantly higher among students during the COVID-19 pandemic. And not only those in those moments or those periods in 2020, but also in 2022, it's a different challenge. Next. So in 2020, when COVID-19 pandemic hit, our student union conducted many surveys. Almost, if previously Prof. Kamila mentioned about meetings every week, we had to make surveys almost every 2 weeks when there are also meetings by the administration, because we want to collect the student voice. And here are the changes that I want to highlight is that when we receive the responses, we have witnessed a great amount of responses from the students. So I've been in the Student Representative Council and the Student Representative Body in general for 2 years. So the first year, when we didn't have COVID, students were not that participative in the surveys. But when COVID hit, they're participative because yes, it directly affects their social well-being. And when students report that they have negative states of mental health, these are the 3 top factors that are contributing to that mental health challenges. So the first one that comes first is academic issues, followed by social issues, or some may say it's psychological issues when students are feeling isolated and lonely. And I use the word social here, correct me if I'm wrong, but I use the word social here is because we see that there is a huge need for companionship among the students, not only in terms of the fact that we were physically distanced from other people for a long time and we had a series of lockdowns, but the idea or the fact that we need companionship and a sense of community in a way of trying to make sense what was happening and what is still happening. And the third one that came is the matter of financial issues. So when we had lockdowns, and even to this day, although we no longer have lockdowns, is that students are facing financial issues in a way that many of our students are holding on to or depending on their part-time jobs to sustain themselves. So the fact that we have a huge proportion or huge percentage of students who come from the B40 group, they depend on this financial situations or sources. And as well as students are also worrying about the idea of when students choose or opt to extend their studies, and then all these series of financial implications that they have to cover are also worrying. Were also worrying back then and to this day. Next. When we look at the surveys, it was a very humbling and mind-opening experience for me when we got through thousands of student individual responses, when we have that quantitative part as well as qualitative part, and students share what were disturbing them at that time. We see that when students report about their mental health, it's not just about the mental side. there are many other factors that are affecting the students. So from the national education philosophy, when we delve into the meaning of sejahtera, it covers at least these 10 aspects of human well-being. And in order for us to achieve holistic well-being of a person, it's not only enough to address the mental side, but also all these other multidimensional nature of holistic well-being that are contributing to the well-being or the lack thereof for a particular person. So this is what that I really hope that one of the things that we take away is that when we talk about mental health today and any other days, it's not only about providing counseling service, which is fantastic. I'm a very strong proponent of that because I also benefit a lot from having counseling. Yet we have to look at all these other systemic factors, for example, the economic factors, societal factors. How can we make our systems better so that people won't suffer in these ways that are directly or indirectly affecting our mental health? Next. So there are, of course, many measures taken by institution, in particular in the reference to IIUM, and I'm not going to list them here. You can definitely go on our website and see what have been done and are still being done by the institution. Yet I want to bring our attention today to 3 parts. Next. In my observation, next. So in my observation, when we work with the students, not only through surveys, but as student leader back then, we also went to the student mahalas, or what we call the student residence, and visit students who reported to have mental health issues from mild to extreme cases. And we went to their rooms and see what were affecting them. And looking back, there are at least these 3 things that we have to still retain to this day to enable the conducive environment for the well-being of the community. So the first thing is the system. And I want to bring our attention to the case of IIUM Sejahtera Council. When COVID-19 hit our country and our university, the university established the IIUM Sejahtera Council. It comprises the main key decision makers of the university, from the clinic to director definitely, and all the main officers, communication office of the university, which I believe it's not the same as the UMC, although they make key decisions, but IIUM Sejahtera Council, the way they approach decisions that affect the well-being of the community, or what has been, was very inclusive and very comprehensive. So from the student perspective, what really worked back then is they allowed vibrant stakeholders participation in policymaking. So what do we mean by that? I mean, I've been very lucky to join many other meetings before that, but it's not the same as involving our student leaders just to attend and listen and talk a bit during the meetings. But what they brought it another step by making sure that before the meeting, they let us, the student union, autonomously collect the student voice, come up with our own surveys so that we can ask the right questions, because we know what the questions are, the questions necessary to hit the right spots, to know the reality of the grassroots. And from that survey, when we don't have a lot of time because decisions need to be made quick. But when we empower the student union and the student leaders to lead that part of knowing what questions to ask, how to report it, as well as how to present it during those decision-making processes meeting, it makes a huge difference. One very important case is the case of when we had the lockdowns and we had thousands of students stranded on campus. We wanted to contain the virus, but however, one of the points that could possibly be the blind spot of some decision makers, let's say the ministry, is that we want to keep the virus away from people, but we might overlook the fact that people become depressed when we couldn't even go places or couldn't meet our friends or families. So that's number one. And then secondly, having clear communication. During that time, the meeting, we have to comment that in IIUM Sejahtera Council, the communication office was very empowered. The communication office of the university was very empowered in terms of putting the communication clear, because it is their expertise. So it's not only just posting the notices, etc. But before any particular notice or circular being circulated, we would sit, not only the administration would decide, but they actually involve the student leaders to say, okay, if we put this out, well, how would the student react? And that was a really good practice. And then second, in terms of environment, when we have the IIUM's General Council meetings, it's a meeting behind the closed doors, and it's definitely important and has its own role. But in terms of the public at large and the community at large, we need to have an environment that encourages the positive environment or positive perspective on taking care of our mental health. And when IIUM COVID-19 psychosocial support team was established as part of the student union, as well as part of the community of the university at large, we see that it was very helpful because it makes the conversation around mental health mainstream. And as much as we say, from our personal perspective, is that we often say, oh, I know about mental health. But when the crisis happened, thank you, Anna, 10 minutes left. When the crisis happened, we don't know how to navigate through the situation. And sometimes we think, oh, I'm all right, I'm all right. But the fact is that we are all affected in all ways possible. So with the support team by IKHS, the shift is that we see professionals being put at the forefront. And this is very important because it's not just like one team that you can reach out, but every time you open the IIUM website, for example, they are in front of that website. And wherever we go, the conversations around mental health were being led at a very great scale by this particular team. And secondly, they have continuous advocacy and education around mental health that I think should be continued, because when we talk about advocacy and education, it is a matter of reaching out to people who think they don't need mental health support. And it's not only when we had lockdowns, but until now. And we see that when we put this office or this team at the forefront, not only at the site, it makes a huge difference. And people are more willing to reach out for help. Students are more willing to ask for help. And that's something that we appreciate, because we as student leaders, let's say back then and even those now, we do not have the expertise. So working closely with the experts and the people who are being impacted and using all possible platforms to put the message out there is very crucial. And third, in terms of the process, we have the IIMSU Academic Council, where we already have existing faculty-based societies where students take care of their own faculties, engineering, medicine, etc. But through the IIMSU Academic Council, they brought all the academic bodies together and empower these student societies to look into what are the different needs of these different faculties and discuss with their deans for the next steps. Next. So in terms of the approaches to deal with psychosocial issues as a student, and this is something, a question that was given to me for us to look inward and reflect on the role of education to promote well-being. Next. It shows that throughout this time, the question that we have to ask ourselves, how can we empower our students to be able to help ourselves, not only to go to counseling services, but also this self-knowledge to maneuver through difficult times. So there's some things that we see not only from my personal observation and personal experience, but in terms of the students' experience, is that when we have this COVID still going on, work-life balance has become more important than ever before. And reframing rest for the students, not only the students, but also the employees. What does it mean to allow our students to have enough time to take care of ourselves, work, and as well as have recreation? And the importance of social connection as well, rethinking ways to keep in touch with others also emerge in an unprecedented way, because not only we have this online thing, and even now we still have online classes, but how can we deeply connect with others? Because we have our phone all the time with us, but it doesn't mean that we have deep connections. And perhaps this is a point that the experts can look into and implement in our system. And physical activities, more today than ever before, we see many people using the campus facilities to work out and whatnot, because we see that there is a mind-body connection of when the body is active, the mind is well, and when the mind is well, usually the body gets easier to be active and whatnot. And I'm not sure what's the right word to put here, but I use meditation not only in a way that we be quiet with our thoughts, perhaps that's one thing, but also to have the ability to reflect and study our own thoughts and maneuver to it. That's something that I learned from my therapist, how we can also manage our thoughts. We might have, especially with now, even today, after 2 years, we see that we have this stream of negative news on social media, and navigating through this current situation of having that continuous stream is very important, that we also make it mainstream or make it a very core knowledge in our education ecosystem to select this information that we have, because knowledge or information is not a problem to be accessed nowadays, but how can we have a greater ability to maneuver through it? Next. So, in 3 minutes left for me, and effective ways that we should consider in dealing with challenges of mental health in our higher learning institution during this time of crisis, I would like to also at the same time conclude that as much as it seems that we are adapting to this COVID situation, although it's not that great of adaptation, but we still have that fear or anxiety throughout it. The best practices that we witnessed since the first period of COVID in 2020, they are here to stay, and we have to not return to the quote-unquote normal, but change the way we do things and run things to make sure that we don't repeat our mistakes or mistakes of overlooking the issues, because the existing issues of mental health have been here, but they are being set on fire when COVID came. So we have to look at the root causes of it. Next. There are 3 parts that I would like to propose, as previously being a student leader of the student union, as well as now being part of the administration of our beloved university. So representation, autonomy, and foresight. We will have more policy making in the future. And just because things have been relaxed doesn't mean that we should pay less attention to the student voice. We have to make stakeholders' participation in policy making more meaningful in a way that the student union itself, as well as the university administration, have to empower the avenues for students to have to voice out their voice. And I see there is a very important point of not only students filling up surveys, but there has to be one agency that bring all these thousands of student voice in a objective way and represent it, because one person is not enough, but when there are 800 students saying something about a particular point, then that's a very, very strong point. And in second, autonomy, there is a very great shift in terms of our student experience when we see that the entities of diverse needs, for example, the faculties of, I'm from the human sciences faculty, I could not relate to the needs of the engineering faculty. So the autonomy of those faculties have to be respected. And for example, also employees who have the ability to work from home, I think that's a good practice that should stay. And last but not least, foresight, which is part of IIUM when we have linear sketcher in future studies. That's a very important skills and knowledge to empower not only the decision makers, but also our students to incorporate futures literacy in terms of anticipating different scenarios and how we can react or respond to it. And not only react or respond, but also to prepare for it. So I hope that IIUM has been taking many steps to incorporate futures literacy in its planning, but this could be taken a step further by making it a mainstream thing in Malaysian higher education system and hopefully for the world as a whole. So that would be all for my presentation. Next. And thank you very much. I hope that I'm giving valuable inputs that would benefit all. Back to you, Anas.
Thank you very much, Idayu. I think it was truly enriching and enlightening. You have touched on the importance of student representations, it's important to emphasize on national education philosophy, as well as looking at COVID-19 as a multi-dimensional aspect or issue in terms of the factors that coming in with the spread of COVID-19 in terms of economy, the educational, the well-being of the higher learning institutions community, and the importance of giving representations of participation in policy making, autonomy to the students, to the staffs, to the lecturers, as well as the importance of policy making literacy in terms of giving everyone the chances to get to know the process of crafting a policy in the institutions. Now, if any of you have any questions to Sister Idayu, you may write them at the chat box in Zoom as well as in YouTube chat, and we will be asking it later during the Q&A session. Now we will move on to the second speaker of the day, Brother Izzat Ibrahim. He is a postgraduate of University Kebangsaan Malaysia and the current fellow of the Residential College at College Tun Hussein On, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He holds a Master of Counseling Psychology degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, where his research focuses on the COVID-19 pandemic crisis in influencing the careers of motivational training consultants, as well as coping strategies and psychological capital in helping through the career transition process. He has also been involved in several volunteering projects in Sarawak, Sabah, Selangor, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, and China. His research interests are more focused on women's development, community work, career transitions during COVID-19, psychological capital, and mental health kit development. He has also undergone practical training at the Psychology and Counseling Wellness Specialist Clinic, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, and the HEP Counseling Unit UKM. He was also involved in the development of Community of Kit Sayangi Diri and psychological support services for students undergoing quarantine at UKM. Without wasting any time, please welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Bro Anasayan. Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Tan Sri, Dato, Prof, Doctor, Bro, Sister, and members of the floor. Hope everyone in a good health. On this beautiful morning, I'm grateful to be allowed to discuss how institutions to protect the mental health and psychosocial well-being of the university community during this COVID-19 pandemic. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Academy of Higher Education Leadership, ACAP, in collaboration with the International Islamic University of Malaysia, IIUM, for inviting me to this forum. It's truly an honor to be here on behalf of the National University of Malaysia to share the efforts and the initiative taken by the institution in handling the mental health and psychosocial well-being of its students. So without further ado, let me begin my presentation. Next. Okay, university life is as stressful as its transition to independent adult life. The beginning can be stressful to many students since it means establishing new relationship, developing new studying habits related to the chosen program, coping with overwork, and learning time management, especially when the COVID-19 pandemic hits us. Stress is undoubtedly part of the student life. It may impact their ways of coping with the demands of university life. Their daily responsibilities involve numerous challenges, which could lead to stress. The reality of the pandemic has also negatively impact to the students' social life quality. Studying at university is also about establishing new relationships and social life. Study shows that contact with others positively influence the quality of life. But right now, lack of regular contact with friends throughout the coronavirus pandemic results in loneliness. Regular communications via telephone or other means might not fully mitigate the situation. Many young people have lost support, daily routine, social ties, experience anxiety, loneliness, loss of motivation, and objective in life. A higher incidence of depression and anxiety, both during and after periods of social isolation, was also confirmed. This may lead to harmful social, and psychological consequences. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, students face a variety of mixed emotions. During my time as a trained counselor in the UKM SGP counseling unit, most of students face various emotions such as happiness, anger, disappointment, fatigue, loneliness, and anxiety. Some students are happy because they can take care of their parents at home. However, some students are upset because they can't implement many plans, tired because they sit at home too long, a lot of homework, a lot of work, and tired with SOPs. Loneliness because there are no friends to socialize with. Worried because parents lost their jobs and does not understand the implementation of online classes. On top of that, frustration occurs because teachers and lecturers do not know the actual situation faced by students. Next. So we can also the challenges of online learning, especially at home. Next slide. So we can see most of the students complain they spend a lot of money during online learning because they had to pay for the internet. In some cases, they must have they need to spend a lot of money during the online classes. In some cases, they must share teaching aids with other siblings. There is also no suitable place to learn if they have many siblings. Additional responsibilities at home, such as your mother need give a task to have to cook and tidy the house. And we can see another self-disciplines need to be high because we know when we at home, it is easy to lose focus. On top of that, the internet is unstable, which causes more difficulty in performing tasks. Therefore, we can see that the online learning system that we use entirely to replace face-to-face learning during the COVID-19 pandemic is a significant factor in the decline in student motivation and effectiveness levels. Students seeking service at university counseling centers are due to constant anxiety. During the pandemic, the shift to e-learning platform has increased pressure among university students as students are still unable to adapt to the new norms. Taking the example of the situation of students living in the Institute of Higher Learning during the Movement Control Order PKP, some of them are stressed and at risk of mental health problems. Being away from family and not being able to do their favorite routine activities can affect the emotional health of students. Even their families are worried about the safety, welfare, and challenges their children have to go through during the PKP. PDP, either face-to-face or online, is influenced by environmental factors such as technology, attitudes, or behaviors. Failure to manage and adapt to different environments can cause students stress, anxiety, and depression. Clearly, there is a need to look at the extent to which mental health has a relationship with student motivation during the online learning conducted throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Next. So when we talk about the approach taking in dealing with psychosocial, so there are many things that we can do as a students. There are many things that we can do to handle psychosocial issues. The first one, we need to take care our basic needs, especially in terms of eating, sleeping, exercising adequately. And the second one, access accurate information. There are so many information, so we need to avoid trusting all information disseminated. And the third one, the value of stress levels. The higher education need to make a screening because high stress causes irrational thinking and decision making. And the fourth one, avoid unhealthy activities like smoking, drinking, and alcohol. And the fifth one, express your feelings. You have a counselor, so share your emotional burdens with trusted people. And the sixth, prayer and worship. Perform prayers according to each other belief. So we can see that when we talk about measures taken, so this is one of the initiatives by UKM. So various measures have been taken to take care of everyone's health. Undoubtedly, in the early stage, we are still searching for the best step the students can take to maintain their individual's health. The university management has implemented various initiatives to ensure the safety and welfare of students throughout the PKP phase. Among the measures taken by UKM to maintain the health of individuals, so we can see the poster. So psychological support service are provided to UKM students to help manage their emotion and mental health throughout the PKP. So the SCP UKM counseling offers psychological support through the telecounseling with line with UKM counselors, counselor guidance, chit-chat slots, mental health care posters, videos, and emotional management tips through social media. And then we also, UKM provide UKM COVID-19 Operation Room has coordinated all activities and student needs. The UKM Student Affairs Division always ensure the supply of food 3 times a day and necessities are provided to students on the Bangi and Campbell campus, the KL campus. Essential food assistance has also been offered on an ongoing basis on the students that stay off campus. Apart from the allocation funds from the Ministry of Higher Education, UKM also received various contributions and sponsorship from industry, from non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and UKM alumni to be distributed to students. And then crisis communication management has always been a priority for UKM in dealing with COVID-19. Thus, UKM has established a general and special emergency call center to enable crisis communication and emergency assistance to students effectively and efficiently. UKM students and staff always receive the latest information on the development of COVID-19 related to the campus through the official email channel, official website, and social media of UKM. And then UKM also, through the SCP division, also communicate with parents time to time through online interactive session to provide the latest situation in the university. So we can see this is one of the application that UKM do. This is UKM to campus. This is the latest step taken by UKM. First, so we can see how UKM to campus works. First, students who wish to return to campus need to fill out the UKM to campus application. In the UKM to campus application, students need to upload a complete certificate of 2-dose vaccination. Once student affairs review the vaccination certificates, student will automatically be approved to return to campus with the dean's permission of their respective faculty. Students need to download the permission letter to return campus through the UKM to campus application. And then next, students will be returned to campus are divided into 4 phases. The 4 phases start with the first phase, namely the slide. Okay, namely the final year students, the second phase of third year student, the third phase second year student, and the fourth phase first year student. So this is to ensure that there is no massive movement that cause more students to gather simultaneously. And then thirdly, we can see the UKM to campus, students who arrive at UKM will go directly to the COVID-19 screening test. So students will undergo a COVID test before enrolling at their respective residential college. So students who got a negative result will be allowed to register. However, students who are positive are asked to return home to undergo a quarantine process. Students who live far away will undergo quarantine a place provided by the university. And then next. Okay, next is the practical steps that can be taken to maintain mental health during periods of crisis. So I would like to give one example of College Tun Hussein On's initiative in UKM. This is one of the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit. So College Tun Hussein On has developed the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit for students undergoing isolation after returning to campus. So this kit's objective is to continuously monitor the mental health of students who are undergoing isolation based on the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit for KTHO students. This kit also I will identify mental health status and resilience inventory among students, and the impact of monitoring kits on the student isolation process. So from this kit, majority of 70% of the respondents regularly did activities or positive things throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and the isolation period. So we can see from this COVID-19 self-monitoring kit. So the first one, the college administration will include students in the support group. And then after that, the step 2, the college administration will provide this COVID-19 self-monitoring kit for students. And the third one, students read information and ideas about mental health and how to deal with it. Okay, next. And step 4, students perform suggested activities for 10 days during self-isolation. So we can see from day 1, day 2, day 3, until day 10. And step 5, students share the activities on social sites and support groups over the course of 10 days. So they can tag our social media, our residential college, SCP. And then step 6, students need to update their physical health status through the Google form provided by the administration. Okay, next. Okay, so follow-up actions. So it's if we have a students in problem, and the first one, students are offered to attend online counseling session for students who need psychological support service. And another one, students that have symptoms will be referred to the University Healthcare Center and placed in a special isolation center. And the third one, the college administration monitors the physical and mental of the students' condition daily until the end of the day isolation. So this is one of the self-monitoring kit that we developed. So in summary, the average respondents was willing to undergo a period of isolation. So this monitoring kit is a tool for the respondent because it helps them to be positive and do beneficial activities on their own. And then the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit is a tool to help students undergo a prescribed 10-day isolation period. So this kit becomes an online handbook. So maybe after that we suggest to change it into the application, and because this handbook to help students to organize their daily routine. The COVID-19 self-monitoring kit allows students to think positively and perform beneficial activities guided by the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit. So the conclusion that the COVID-19 self-monitoring kit can provide emotional support while conducting isolation in college. So another effective way that I can suggest, in addition, the first one, university can also establish empowering call centers or counseling service lines to make it easier for students to obtain counseling service online. And then the next is the government is also advised to subsidize COVID-19 screening test kits to students in hostel and IPTs to prevent new cluster. And then the next one, efficient and appropriate intervention need to be implemented to help students with low motivation levels remain motivated while undergoing online learning throughout the pandemic. This need to be taken seriously to help motivate the affected students throughout the online learning period. All students are compulsory to complete an anxiety screener or depression questionnaire to determine whether you might be experiencing either condition. And further action can be taken from the unit counseling. And then a culture of sensitivity and concern for one's own family, friends, and the surrounding community needs to be inculcated. And anyone who is facing problems and affected by the pandemics should seek help and not face it alone. Each individual must carry out their respective responsibilities in maintaining the mental health of themselves, their families, and the community to face the COVID-19 pandemic. And then since the evolution of the pandemic is uncertain and effects on mental health may be long-term, so it is crucial to study the most effective interventions at institution level, identifying the most vulnerable subgroups and planning for acute and long-term psychological service to control and reduce fear and consequently burden of psychological problems. In the end, all parties need to work together to ensure that the university community is in a good and prosperous condition. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Izzat, for your sharing and for your presentations. You have shared on the effects of COVID-19 to the students' well-being, as well as from the simplest things of the basic needs of the students and the interventions and the initiatives that have been taken by University Kebangsaan Malaysia to cater to mental health issues in UKM. Now, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, to all of our guests, we have reached to the next slot of our session this morning, whereby we have reached to the questions and answer session. If you have any questions to both of our panelists, you may write them in the chat box in both Zoom as well as in YouTube. The first question from Zohaib Hassan Sani: what is the effect on the mental health of university students after the COVID-19 situation? Ida, you would like to answer?
Right. So that's the question, I believe. Thank you very much for the question, first of all. And second of all, we are still currently dealing with COVID. So we are not past the COVID situation yet. And if we want to know the mental health situations of the students, it's very important that we have regular check-ins with them, whether through the avenue of having surveys by independently by the faculties, because it's a different situation. Let's say at the beginning of the semester, it will be different, in the middle, and it will be different. And I think it's time to make the mental health check-ins more regular, as much as we have the avenues for students to come forward, but it's also proactive for the institution to make the first move.
But Izzat, would you like to add anything on the effects of mental health?
I think students always face anxiety because they don't know what will happen in the future. Because some of the students request that we need face-to-face class, because I think many students already burn out in their home. So I think anxiety is the most common emotion that happen to the students.
Thank you very much. Now we have another question. I think this one is specifically to Sister Idayu. What is the efforts of the Students' Union in preparing students to be ready to make needed changes during the pandemic? Because Student Union, they usually advocate for the students' need. But what about preparing them to emulate certain attitudes and perceptions needed for them to deal with their own issues during pandemic?
Okay, I would need your help to repeat the second question. So I see the question by Dr. Familia, right? So I'll answer that accordingly.
Yeah,
Let me know if there's another part of the question I didn't answer. So for the Students' Union, the strategies that would be helpful to empower stakeholders' participation is that to identify the policy-making bodies and processes that are here on campus. And the students, here's the thing, the students have high interest in terms of their student experience, but not necessarily that much power to decide for themselves. So that is why we have to make sure that the elected student leaders are involved in the policy-making process, but not only just to sit there in the meetings, but prior to that, there must be some room for preparation for them to collect the student voice as well as to bring to the student voice. Because let's say sometimes when it's too last minute and it's just the student, one person sitting there without any data to back up their opinions, it's very unfair to the students at large. That's number one. And then secondly, in terms of the urgent policies that needs to be addressed, I believe it's more on the systemic level in terms of our access. A lot of the frustrations of the students in terms of the mental health, like Brother Izzat mentioned just now, students have to pay a lot of money for their internet connection and as well as devices. And we see that even now, we are still holding on to the usage of internet and digital devices a lot. So how can we make the purchases more affordable as well as the connection in terms of the strength of the connection internet all over? Because one thing that we have to pay attention to what COVID made is that the student population becomes more scattered than ever before. So we are now studying all over the country. The level of internet strength is different, and it remains a frustration for many students when they don't have that much facilities as compared to those who are more privileged. So access, number one, to quality education, and then second, in terms of our approach to our studies. So in terms of the evaluations, etc. And I'm really thankful to see that there is still flexibility now, and as well as in the future, in the long run, it should stay in terms of how we make our assessments of the syllabus more friendly to this new normal of students being all over the country and having different situations, yet they want to attend education. So that must be facilitated, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Sister Idayu. Now the next question is posted to Brother Izzat Ibrahim. Thank you very from Dr. Pamilia. Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad Izzat, for your sharing of steps. Can you share with us what were the most effective activities in the support groups for these students? In IUM, we also have small support groups for students, and perhaps we may exchange ideas in the future.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pamilia. I think the most effective activities during the isolation every evening, we will conduct a online exercise. So all the students we gathered in the Google Meet or Zoom is the best platform that we use, Zoom and Google Meet. So we will do some online exercise. So maybe some of them will make a Zumba, and then some exercise. We follow the exercise that we list from the day 1 until the day 10. So I think because the students can gather in the Google, in the online platform, so so we have time. So instead of online just online learning, so we can do also online exercise. So I think these are most effective activities that we do.
I think that is a very interesting ideas to be emulated in IUM as well. And I think we can accept one more questions to Idayu on the efforts of student union. What can they do in preparing the students in being in handling themselves or handling their own issues during the pandemic?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. It's a very great question, and moving forward, I generally agree and believe that the students need to take a more proactive and advanced step of not only advocating for the students' needs in the policy making, but also preparing the whole student experience at large for, in terms of attitudes and perception, for ourselves to have the self-esteem and ability to independently deal with our issues. So these are things that not only students should come up with, but we have to know the fact that we have, let's say IUM, we have 20 care students, and we have different needs of needs and backgrounds. So I do not think the student union can have one solution for all, but how can we create an avenue to empower everyone to deal with our issues? So there could be in the future, because I'm no longer in the students union, but the students union now, and maybe our future generations, our children and all that, what we can do is that have stakeholders engagement with the students. So from the student union to the students, we have students from the international background, those with special abilities and all that. What do they need, and how can we tap into the resources and power of the students union and the university to attend to that, and in a more empowering way? Because now, from my experience, is that usually we would see, even let's say I'm a student, usually you'd like rebelliously come forward and say, oh, the ministry should do this, the university should do that, but how about ourselves? What we can do as students to also prepare ourselves, and not only expecting other people to provide the solutions. So this is a more, in terms of student empowerment part, to make our students more mature and prepared to face such situations of crisis. So just to conclude a bit to this question, because I'm also just starting to work at Sejahtera Center, and I'm really blown away learning about futures literacy. And there is a very good power or abilities and skills to empower students with. So perhaps more capacity building workshops for the students to have this access to the knowledge of futures literacy and apply that into their lives. So maybe the students union can work together with our center and organize that for the students. Because honestly, I just attended one workshop. I'm going to end soon. It's just that after 4 hours of workshop, we have different shifts and understanding in terms of how we can prepare ourselves for different scenarios. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Idayu. Now we have come to the end of the session. Heartiest appreciation to both of our speakers for second session, Sister Idayu Mumtaz and Brother Izzat Ibrahim. Thank you very much to all of our guests. Stay tuned for other session for our webinar today until 5 p.m. Stay safe and wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Madam Shahrizat. Thank you.
You're muted.
Sorry, there you go. All right, so thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the talk is taking fast. So as our session, we have done with our second session and moving to our third session already. I would like to request everyone to now on your camera for a photography session. Our technical team will do their task to take the group photo, I believe. Right.
Okay.
Are we done?
Not yet. Okay. Okay, we count. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done.
Okay, that's a question from one of our participants, how to turn on the camera. Your video or your what we call it, your laptop camera, just unhide that. But we have done, by the way, with the photography session. So thank you very much, everyone, once again. So our next session will discuss the topic entitled Managing Psychosocial Issues Among HLI Students During Pandemic. But before that, let us now take a comfort break for 5 minutes and yeah, technical team, roll the video.
Happy to announce here, I now declare Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda, the Raja Permaisuri Agong, Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj as the constitutional head of the International Islamic University, Malaysia.
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organization. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organization.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us our moderator for the third session, Associate Professor Dr. Datin Aini Mazlina Abdul Manaf, Deputy Dean Academic and Internationalization, Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Sciences, AHAS KIR KHS IIUM with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we plan to have the presence of Dr. Izzat Bozkır, Deputy Rector Publicity and Quality of Ibn Khaldun University, Turkey. However, we are sorry to know that Prof. Bozkır is not feeling well and unable to be with us. On behalf of everyone here, we pray for your speedy recovery, Prof. Well, I now pass the platform to Dr. Aini to lead a discussion on the topic entitled Managing Psychosocial Issues Among HLI Students During Pandemic. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Shahrizad, for the kind introduction. Respected Dean of Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, Kuliah of Islamic Real Knowledge and Human Sciences, International Islamic University Malaysia, Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, respected Deputy Dean of ACAP, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, valued guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all speakers and participants to session 3 of this webinar. As mentioned by the MC, our sister MC just now, Madam Shahrizad, I am Aini Mazlina Abdul Manaf, and I'm honored to be a moderator for this session. In this session, the speakers will discuss about a timely and current topic which all higher learning institutions experience since the past 2 years, since 2020, that is managing psychosocial issues among higher learning institutions, HLI students during pandemic. Before I start introducing you to our esteemed speakers for this forum or for this session, let me provide you with some brief context about this session, the topic of this session. Higher education has been highly impacted by the COVID-19 global pandemic. Higher learning institutions were forced to close in an effort at containing the spread of the virus. A lot of measures being taken up by higher learning institutions in making all activities could continue to take place. Since COVID-19 hit the world in 2020, students of higher learning institutions experience various psychosocial issues which require proper attention from the higher learning institutions leaders, demanding them to play certain roles in dealing with the context which they might not have accounted before this. In this regard, academic administrators, academic leaders, as well as academics have put in various initiatives in finding ways, approaches, as well as strategies in managing psychosocial issues faced by students, as well as addressing their personal challenges, academic challenges, including that relate to the mental health and well-being. Typically, when a disaster or crisis strikes, Effective communication is essential. Similarly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, continual communication efforts by the university leaders could reduce fear or the feeling of uncertainties among their students. Our speakers will share their insights and experiences in three aspects in this session. First, what approaches taken in dealing with psychosocial issues among students during pandemic vis-a-vis the delivery of tasks, duties, and responsibilities as a leader of higher learning institutions, HLI. Second, what approaches to communicating information they find it most useful or best suited in the time of crisis. Third, what were the strategies or situational analysis used to assess and manage mental health or well-being related issues among students. I'm delighted to announce that you'll be hearing presentations from two esteemed speakers of different countries. One is from Malaysia, another one is from Indonesia, our neighboring country, on this very timely subject. Each one of them will be given 20 minutes to inspire us to share their experience with us on this topic. At the end of this session, all participants are allowed to post questions to the speakers in either the Zoom Q&A box or the live YouTube comments box or chat box. Yeah? Before we get started, I would like to take a few minutes of your time to introduce our first esteemed speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria. Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria is currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Affairs and Alumni, University Malaysia Terengganu. He's on secondment from the International of IIUM, from the International of Islamic University Malaysia, and he's also an Associate Professor of History at the Kuliah of Islamic Rivet Knowledge and Human Sciences of this University of IIUM. He's also the Chairman of the Malaysian Public Universities Housing Council, MAPUM, from 2020 up until now. He holds a bachelor's degree from IIUM, master's and PhD degrees from the University of California. He is also the recipient of Stephen Hay Award for an outstanding academic achievement from the same university. His fields of expertise include the modern history of the Muslim world, Islamic thought in the Malay world, Islamic civilization, and higher education in Muslim countries. Among his major publications are Charting New Directions for Muslim Universities, Comparing Selected Higher Education Systems in Asia, the Rushdiah Club and its roles in Malay societies, and the contributions of Sheikh Islam Wan Sulaiman Wan Siddiq, Mengharungi Cabaran Pandemic COVID-19, and Perjuangan yang belum selesai, bahagian hal ehwal UMT mendepani cabaran COVID-19 and Islam, culture and history in the Malay world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much to my colleague, Associate Professor Dr. Aini Maznina, the Honorable Rector of the University, the Honorable Director and Deputy Director of ACAP, respected Dean of Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, KRKHS, Professor Dr. Shukran, Bapak Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi, valued guests, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here, even though I am not the most qualified to speak on the mental health, but as indicated earlier, so I'll be sharing my experience, and I'm a historian by training. So historian, one of the difficulty is that historians have a lot of stories to tell, but I think we don't have enough time to listen to historian tales, because even when we want to talk about COVID-19 and the history of pandemic, I think I'll skip that, otherwise we will have issues or time. Let me begin by telling story as a historian. Historian is good in telling stories. Sometimes people like it, sometimes people don't like it. During my presentation, my sharing, I'll be focusing first on MCO, or what we call PKP 1.0 in Malaysia, because that is the most challenging phase. Because at that point of time, it was still uncharted territory. A lot of SOP was not there yet. My Sejahtera was not there yet. Maybe it was cooking, but was not there yet. So that was the most challenging task. And in the context of University Malaysia Terengganu, and from early on, we knew that this crisis, the pandemic, is very, very much one of the important elements in the psychosocial issues because on the 13th, as we indicated by Prof. Camelia in the early mornings and in the early session in the morning, is that on the 13th of March, our university also have declared that all face-to-face learning has been postponed. As a result, majority of our students have decided to go home on their own. And the university decided on the 16th that we are going to help students who were still on campus. We are going to send them back using the university transport because that would be better for them and more secure. And what happened is that on the 16th, the first batch were sent home. And on the 17th, that is supposed to be the second batch of students who are supposed to be sent home using the university transportation. And what happened on the 17th, the Prime Minister at that time made an announcement that pleading to everyone to stay put. Don't go anywhere, stay put wherever you are. And what happened is that hundreds of students were already converging at we call Dataran Convocation, the convocation square at UMT. And they were ready with bags, with belonging. And they say that the bus also were ready. The engine were humming and ready to go. And the authority have decided that these students, hundreds of students, could not go home. And I was given the honor of doing the job that I have not done before in my life, right? That is to give the most beautiful speech in my life, that to tell them you cannot go home, right? And let me share with you, because if I tell story without showing maybe you will not get the pictures. All right. You can see the first one, right? And then all right, this is the on the 16th we have already sent student home. And what happened on the 17th? This is what happened on the 17th of March. You can see, you can look at the pictures because there was no official photographer. Official photographer also was scared of taking pictures because the event were out of control. They were afraid that if we capture pictures, we will get image that we don't like public to see. And this is based on what happened is that the event was live on IG and FB. And we capture the image from still image, and we can see, even though the picture quality is not that clear, that you can see the faces of the students. It tells 1,000 words. And that was me delivering the most beautiful speech I have to do. And I did not know what to say because my job is actually to tell them you cannot go home, right? And maybe put some sugar and something like that. And ultimately, that is, and we know from very beginning that since they cannot go home, they will be stranded on campus. It will be a major psychological issue for them, right? Because why? You look at their face, they were frustrated, and actually beyond that, right? Sad, depressed, and they could not go home. And from that moment on, from early on, we know that this is going to be a major issues, psychosocial issues among the students who could not go home because on the 17th, they were already there and they could not go home. And what happened is that from very beginning, what we in UMT, not only in UMT, in other universities also, part of the integrated approach is that we need to have what we call a command center, or sometimes we call operation room. And the operation room basically operated at least 12 hours a day, or in most cases, 24 hours a day. And it comprised of everybody from all important departments, from health center, from security, from corporate communication. It's like one-stop center, right? And also we have to bear in mind that during the PKP, our Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic, they are primarily based in KL. They were stranded in KL, and I was the one who was on campus most of the time. In fact, during the MCO, I came to the office every day, right? And because why? Because the business of signing everything, someone has to do it, and traveling were not allowed. And the job of the command center was really important. And also when we talk about how to manage the crisis, data is very important. And what happened is that the data management is that everybody has to report to the what we call the command center, And one of the important data that we emphasize is actually data concerning mental health, right? So how many students, because from very beginning, we knew that mental health will be a major issue since the event on the 17th of March, because that symbolized the challenges before us, right? Challenges before us, one of the major issues is definitely the issue of mental health. And everybody, every day, we will be receiving reporting from the counselors. And in fact, our counselors were stationed from very beginning, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 days later, from 20th of March, they were stationed at the residential college or at hostel. And they will be providing the services face-to-face, and students can always come and see them. And at the same time, from 20th of March, they have started to provide the e-counseling. They can contact them either through telephone or through online, like Google Meet and other things. So from very beginning, we were aware that it is very significant that the mental health component is an issue that needs to be emphasized. Okay, that is an anecdote that basically tells that mental health is one of the main issue. And if we look at the next slide, I mentioned that the approaches taken, definitely the integrated approach, the COVID Operation Center as the nerve center of operation. So everything is housed there, including corporate communication. If we need any help, everybody was there. So whenever we encounter problem, we always get together, discuss, and find a solution. And I also mentioned that the counseling services play an important role during MCO 1.0, but later on I'll talk about after MCO 1.0, after 3.0, challenges is of different nature. And what happened is that regular monitoring and assessment of the situation on the ground is very crucial, because you always have to understand, because from very beginning we were aware that the students were facing this mental health issue. So that's why we closely monitor the situation. Because initially it was easy, because we remember when MCO was declared, 2 weeks, we can tell them, be patient for 2 weeks, right? What happened after 2 weeks? Eventually what we know is that after 2 weeks, eventually it ended up becoming 2 months. So that's why we have always to monitor the situation on the ground. We were assisted by a network of counselors who are stationed there, fellows who always visited them, and they are actually reporting to us, and we organize engagement with students. So say, for example, when this MCO was about to be ended, and then when students found out that it was extended, and then we have to do a regular engagement with them to inspire them, to persuade them. And at the same time, when the situation prolonged, right? After 2 weeks, it became 4 weeks, and so on and so forth. Then we have to organize activities for them, because they got bored in college, right? So that's why we organize a lot of activities, online activities, e-competition. Some of the competition that we organize, actually one of the good things about the pandemic is that people who were creative, they can write short story, they can write poem, and ultimately we organize competition. I believe that not only UMT, other universities also organize competition, and we have collected this, and the panel of assessors basically were impressed with the quality of the work that they produce, and we produce a book, right? And at the same time, various activities were conducted, mental health webinar, and at the same time, when the counselors conducted what we call session with the students, they also encourage them to take a DAS test. Maybe Professor Taufik will be able to share what DAS test, basically to assess the stress and depression test. And what happened is that regular update and interaction with student and parent is very crucial. And later on, maybe it is also related with the next question regarding the communication strategy. Not only we are concerned with the student, but at the same time, the parents also were really concerned about the welfare of their children, right? And that is another issue that we need to handle. And at the same time, when we move to post-MCO, right? Later on, we realized that one of the challenging things, initially we were focusing on students who were on campus, right? Who were stranded. And by the end of May, most of them will be going home anyway, right? And after that, we face a different kind of challenges. The challenges is that the majority of students are actually learning from home, right? Online learning from home. And that is another challenge as well. Because why? Because learning from home probably has already been covered earlier, that definitely it is not really easy, right? And the challenges for lecturers also, normally when we see in regular classroom, if student doesn't come to class, we tend to pass judgment. But when student doesn't come to class, it is online session. So definitely there are many things that will basically explain why they could not be there, right? And we have to understand that in Malaysian context, 65% of students in public university are actually from B40 family, right? B40 family. Imagining that they are learning at home, and at the same time, their family are struggling, their father lost their job, or in some cases, they have a very, very young baby girl, right? And their father or mother will always ask them to look after. This is the real situation, because we visited some of the students when the situation allowed. And what we found out is that some of these students, actually the family, the mother is a single mother. And the baby sister is just 1 year old, right? So whatever time that she or he has is actually to help the mother, to look after the baby brother or sister, right? These are the issue that is quite challenging, right? In addition to that, definitely we know the issue of access to internet, the issue of not having, for example, what we call in a laptop, or if not laptop, tablet, right? Or the family, they have to share the tablet, or the unconducive learning environment, right? Say, for example, people who are living in say, for example, in housing area and crammed together in the room. These are the real issue that they are facing. And definitely for lecturers, for university administrators, this is the new challenges. We cannot simply say that these students are not making enough efforts. Because why? Because the real situation that happened during this time is very real. And definitely when we talk about the counseling services, when we talk about the MCO 1.0, it was comparatively manageable because we are dealing with students who are on campus. We can go and talk to them. Right now, the majority, because 10% or at most only 20% were on campus, whereas the majority are actually learning at home, right? How do you make sure that the counseling service are accessible to them? Because based on my initial discussion with our counselor, during the later stage, post-MCO, the majority of the cases are actually from students who are learning from home, right? And what are the major issues? The major issue that they share with the counselors are issues like learning, right? That the unconducive learning, and they have to help their parents lost the job, they have to support the family, and not having, say, for example, equipment like the laptop, tablet. These are the issues that they are facing with, right? And at the same time, they have to work. And also, what happened is that we extended the services and we provided the phone number actually from very beginning, right? Since MCO 1.0. But after students went home, when they conducted online learning from home, and even though many students are more reserved to see counselors, but when we conducted this session online, and based on the finding or information that I gathered from our counselor, 6 or 7 out of 10 cases are actually conducted online, and majority of students during this phase are actually students who are learning from home. So meaning that we are dealing with a very challenging situation, right? Approaching students who are on campus, probably much more manageable. How about approaching students who are not on campus, who are away in places that we cannot go, right? These are some of the challenges facing us. And I have to keep track of time. And also I have to talk about my role as Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs and Alumni. I reported for duty at UMT in 1st of December 2019. And the job of Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs normally is very busy, traveling here and there, organizing activities to promote holistic student development. As a result of COVID-19, so most of the activity have to be conducted. Initially could not be conducted, later on conducted per the new norms. And not only in UMT, but in other universities as well, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs has assumed the primary responsibility of managing COVID-19. So that's why sometimes we joke among ourselves that we become a DVC of SD, student development, plus C. Plus C means COVID-19, right? As well as managing COVID-19. That is the reality that happened. And my job is basically during the 2 years period until today is actually to manage COVID-19 as the chairman of the command center, not only for COVID-19 actually, they call it the command center for disasters. Disasters include COVID-19, and normally in the past, when we talk about disaster, flood, right? And definitely flood just happened recently. So I'm also in charge of the not only COVID-19, but also issues regarding floods. And the second question that I would like to address is concerning the issue of communication, right? So definitely communication is very crucial during the time of crisis. These are some of the pictures that I would like to share, because this picture were taken and we were not aware that they were taken. This is the picture of the command center, the first meeting that we have. You can look at their face. They did not know people were taking the picture. Everyone was that serious, right? Very, very serious. Except me, maybe I did not really understand. I did not know they took the picture. You look at the face, because when we discussed the issue, everybody was so serious, right? Because why? Because the issue before us was very serious. And again, this is the picture of the command center and the counseling, right? The actual face-to-face counseling that they conducted at the hostel. And not only counselors, but at the same time, peers counselors also play an important role. And the activities that they conducted during the time. And the next issue, the question that was posed is actually the significance of communication. Definitely communication is really, really important. During the time of crisis, even without crisis, communication is very significant. What is more during crisis? And corporate communication had set up a temporary studio nearby the war room, the command center we call the war room, throughout the MCO. So whenever the situation arises, we actually organize regular update, because during the time of a pandemic, it is important that you keep them informed, not only students, but also the parents. And this studio had to play an important role to provide information concerning pandemic regularly. We always have to monitor the situation on the ground. When we sense that they were very sad, then we have to inform them, we have to persuade them, we have to assure them, to give them the message of hope. And we have to give clear communication and genuine communication in assuring the students about the situation, and most importantly, assuring the parents that the situation facing their children are actually under control. And we cannot really say that everything is under control while it is not under control. We have to tell the truth, right? And these are some of the session regular engagement. Today it has become commonplace, but when it started initially, definitely it was not common yet. And our corporate communication also, they have conducted campaign through social media. For example, poster like this that say that everything is okay, that food are plenty on campus, which is actually true, right? So we know that during the pandemic, the decision of the NATMA, the National Agency for Natural Disaster, is to support the food, right? For, I'm not sure, maybe 2 months period. But before the NATMA make the decision to provide free food, UMT, we have decided for 3 days free food for students, right? And after that, NATMA have provided us with the assistance. And this is the real situation. And then when parents see this, maybe they will feel that their children are okay, are taken care of, right? And campaign like this are crucial. and our corporate communication office play an important role in providing the positive campaigns. And the significance of communication, I think that this is the moment that the most challenging communication that I face is this moment on the 17th of March. I did not have time to learn crisis communication, but the most important thing that I learned is that we don't know a lot actually. And during the time of crisis, when there is no text, you have to be genuine, right? You have to tell the truth and to show your empathy and to assure them that you will try your best, right? That's all that I could say, right? During the moment at the Dataran convocation, because there was no text and the question actually were asked online. So many questions, right? I don't even know. There is no teleprompter to help me to answer the question. So what I did is to tell the truth, right? And to show that we are with them, right? We understand and we will try our best to help them. So Dr. Aini, maybe I have exceeded the time given. Maybe for the first round, I will stop there.
You still have 2 minutes left, Dr.
Okay,
Apus.
2 minutes left.
You still continue.
All right. So that is the issue that we are dealing with, right? So what are the approaches that we have taken, and the communication? Communication is very crucial when we talk about the crisis, and that's why during the time of crisis we have organized regular update, right? Like what Tan Sri Nur Hisham always do. He always appear online or on TV. In UMT also, we always provide that, right? We organize regular update. But for our own community, every 2 weeks, because student needs information. Because if you don't communicate to them, you are not giving them any clear clue what is going on, right? So what happened is that, and also based on our data, when we conduct during that time, possibly the number of students who were on campus as well as living off campus, probably about 2,500. And the viewers of our live update actually is quite good, right? 2,000 plus, because they are waiting for information. And all the important information were communicated regularly. That was very important. Whenever we have, we call UMT live, they were always waiting, right? Say, for example, when they were hoping, say, for example, when the month of Ramadan was approaching, they were hoping that they would be allowed to go home, right? But eventually, the decision from the MKN is that they were not allowed to go home. And again, we have to talk to them, tell them, this is the situation, be patient, right? So this is really important. And then eventually they were patient, right? And then eventually during the month of Ramadan, also we have to communicate to them regarding so many information, right? Information where to get their iftar, for example. And one of the most important moment that they have been waiting for is actually the decision by the MKN to allow them to go home, right? During the Eidul Fitri. And that was really important. But at the same time, there are a lot of procedures involved. They need to fill up a lot of paperwork. So we use this as a channel of communication. And definitely a regular communication is really crucial. And one of the great things about the pandemic is that people realize that communication is important. As I mentioned, that communication is important, whether there is crisis or no crisis, we have to communicate clearly and regularly, but crisis heighten the significance of communication. And definitely now, I believe that ACAP and many other institutions are emphasizing on the significance of crisis communication, because that is one aspect that is very crucial, because you cannot really teach anyone, right? How to communicate during, of course you can teach, but at the same time when crisis happen, you have to improvise. But with courses like crisis communication, I believe that will help the administrators in the university to deal with the crisis. But generally, I think that people all over the world are coping well with the crisis communication. But as I mentioned, that that is the situation concerning the COVID-19, and we are still dealing with this issue, because by hopefully we are waiting for official announcement. We cannot make the announcement, but the intention of the university and the ministry is we are hoping that students will be allowed to come back to campus physically, hopefully by if I'm not mistaken, by March, right? But subject to the approval of the MKN. So that also is a new challenge. And from the perspective of the administrators of student affairs, we have been battling the challenges for the past 2 years, and the job continues until today, because when students come, the responsibility of managing, say for example, what we call not really, because there is no quarantine, right? Isolation, right? Because right now, you cannot, because KKM also does not operate the quarantine center like it used to be, only for cases of, higher risk. But regular cases basically has to quarantine at home. I think that I will stop there, Dr. Aini. Thank you very much to all for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Masya Allah, Dr. Hafiz has really inspired us by sharing with us of the interesting stories on the efforts he and his team in the University of Malaysia Terengganu has done in managing psychosocial issues faced by their students during the pandemic. What I could gather from you, Dr. Hafiz, is on the importance of having a centralized center to manage crises, not necessarily COVID, yeah. Perhaps there are other, you mentioned about disaster earlier. So perhaps it's very important to have a center in not only in UMT, perhaps other universities may also have this, yeah. In addition, HLI should also gather information about psychosocial issues faced by students. Then only they can manage, or they manage to find out strategies to be used. I could also see the close engagement your team had with students during pandemic, as well as clear understanding of the issues faced by them. Is that the successful approach that your team has used in managing pandemic, and of course you as the leader, as the leader managing the students in that in your university. It's also obvious that your team has put great efforts in communicating useful information effectively using positive communication through posters and other media platforms, as well as the efforts in managing crisis during the pandemic. I feel motivated after listening to you, Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz. Okay, now joining Dr. Hafiz today in this session is Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi. Let me first introduce our second speaker for this session. Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi was a Vice Rector for Students Affairs, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, UMS, from 2017 until 2021. And now he's a Dean of Psychology, the Faculty of Psychology of the same university. He has completed a PhD in Social Psychology at Tilburg University, the Netherlands. His research interests focus on Islamic psychology, positive psychology, and social psychology. Results of empirical studies in this context have been published in multiple reputable international academic journals. Some of the academic journals published by Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi were Making Sense of Disaster, Affinity to God as a Coping Strategy of Muslim Refugees in Central Sulawesi in Journal of Loss and Trauma, Muslim Elderly Wellbeing Participation in Religious Activities, Family Support, and Happiness, as well as Encouraging the Rise of Young Entrepreneurs, Promoting Entrepreneurial Intention Through Storytelling in the Open Psychology Journal, and Antibiotic Use in Animal Husbandry, a mixed method study among general community in International Journal of One Health. He also has achieved numerous Nobel achievements, including High Quality Scientific Articles Award in Health and Medicine, which was rewarded by the Ministry of Education and Culture Indonesia in December 2020. Indonesian Young Researcher Award conducted by Indonesian Scientific Institute Indonesia in August 2007, and also Outstanding Lecturer conducted by UMS Indonesia in July 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our second speaker, Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi. The floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. Can I share by myself?
Yes, you may, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi wa kafa, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahil mustafa, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man ihtada. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah, wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Honorable the respected Dean of Ahas Kirhis, my Swahibi, Professor Dr. Sukran Abdurrahman, the other speaker, Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, and valued guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, thank you very much. Let me to share my speaking about managing psychosocial issues during pandemic, sharing from Surakarta. Surakarta is located in Central Java, part of Java Island. There are two presidents of Indonesia come from Surakarta. Maybe still remember President Suharto, and now the President Joko Widodo also from Surakarta. Okay. Before we go to the main topic about mental health, I want to introduce about UMS and Muhammadiyah. I think this is important. Muhammadiyah is one of the biggest Islamic organization in Indonesia. Actually, there are two big organizations, Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama. Muhammadiyah, it was founded by Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan or Sheikh Ahmad Dahlan in 1912, long before Indonesia's independence. And now Muhammadiyah has representatives in 34 countries from 5 continents. And Muhammadiyah also has more than 27,000 schools from kindergarten to senior high school, and also 163 universities, Muhammadiyah universities, included University Muhammadiyah Surakarta and University Muhammadiyah Malaysia in Perlis. Sometimes I met with Malaysian people. They said that we have made collaboration with Indonesian Muhammadiyah University, but they often forget with who, because too many Muhammadiyah universities here. One of them is UMS. Regarding to the conflict, COVID, for handling COVID-19, Muhammadiyah provided funds more than 2 trillion rupiah, or about 600 million ringgit during 1 year pandemic in 2020 until 2021. COVID-19 entered Indonesia massively, maybe same as Malaysia, massively in middle March 2020, marked by the first lockdown in this city, in Surakarta. In April 2020, we conducted the simple research, only simple research, to find out the extent to which COVID-19 had an impact on our students. The study used about 500 UMS students as respondents. Based on the result of the study, there are interesting findings here, including first, based on this graph, COVID-19 has an impact on the economic condition of students. Namely, 41% of UMS students had a significant impact. 34% had an insignificant impact, but still get impact. And the remaining 25% reported that COVID-19 had no impact on their economic condition. Then The next picture here show that there are 16% of students need help. There is an interesting here, although there are 41% of students who get a significant impact, but some of them do not want to be helped. Maybe sometimes Javanese people or Melayu people have not enjoy to us helping to others because still feel that they can go with the situation. Another interesting thing, there are 64% of students interested in helping other students whose condition is worse than them. We see this is a positive attitude toward the condition of others who need help, or psychologists call it as empathy, how people can feel other people's conditions. And then the types of help needed. Regarding the types of assistance needed by students affected by COVID-19, a number of students who need help, there are 45% of students who need financial assistance, financial about fund, and 12% need psychological support, and 33% need other assistance such as groceries, maskers, personal protective equipment, and so on. This is the condition about 1 year ago. And then about type of help provided. Regarding to the assistance that will be given by student to other students who are affected by COVID-19, there are 34% of students who say that they are ready to give money. Although they got a problem with the condition, some students want to help the other friends. There are 63% of students who want to provide psychological support, including a prayer to other friends. Maybe this is easier than giving money. Ladies and gentlemen, then we go to psychological problems. The last picture show that at least 5 psychological problems felt by students, including here, 30% of students felt there was a problem in lectures, where lecturers at the time will still confused about how to teach during the pandemic. Maybe some of us felt like that, because about 20% of lecturer here above 60 years. So some of them, or all of them, maybe 90% of them, confused how to teach by online. Then 24% of students feel stress, 27% feel anxiety disorders, mood swings, and also somatic compliance. Maybe other research found different findings, but in our finding is at least there are 5 problems, psychological problems here. In order to respond to the research findings above, UMS presents student mental health and well-being support, or we call it SMHWS. It aims to improve the students' mental health and well-being at UMS. We start in May 2020. It was used to help communities affected by COVID-19. In the time, we cannot we cannot use it, the application for help students, because we faced with the condition we have to help the community here in around of university and also in other sub-district in Surakarta. Now, student mental health and well-being support activities focus on providing mental health support and psycho-spiritual well-being for our students. This is one of a video when we was launching student mental health about May 2020. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, still there is problem here. Okay.
Would you like us to share your slides, Prof?
We try again. I'm sorry, still problem.
We can help sharing your slides as well, Prof, if you wish.
Okay. Because I want to share a video actually, and but in PPT, which I sent to you, nothing the video.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Maybe we cannot play the video. Okay, please help me to share from you, Dr. Aini.
Yes, we'll try to share your slides. Yeah, you may stop sharing first.
Okay. Next. Okay. Yeah. Next. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to show about the video actually, but there is a trouble here. Now, student mental health and wellbeing support organize various activities like webinars. I think same as Professor Zakaria when about the program, and other speaker also. We also conducted several trainings for lecturers and officials, such as psychological first aid training for lecturers, for department heads, for vice deans, and also for deans, because this is important when we make a link between in different level, from student to head department, and then to vice dean, and also for deans, to get to comprehend the situation. Next. This is the workflow at student mental health and wellbeing support. First, student get problem, and then they register, then fill in the problem description. They can describe about the condition that they feel, and then choosing the time when they have to meet with the counselor. The counseling they can choose with the method of counseling, like face-to-face counseling by Zoom or Google Meet, by call phone or application, and then the admin plotting time and counselor, and hope they can deal with the time. After that, we process of counseling. The process of counseling, there are two types of problems: severe case and light case. In light case, maybe it easy to handle the problem. Maybe just one meeting the case can handle, but sometimes need 1 or 2 or 3 meeting. But for severe case, we have to work. We have to collaborate with other people, with other professionals. For example, in psychological assessment and counseling, we need collaboration with the Faculty of Psychology. And then the problem in relation to the law, so we have to make collaboration with Faculty of Law, in this case with legal aid and consultation. And then maybe the problem there is relation to the Sharia. We have to make collaboration with the Bureau of Islamic Counseling. This is I think the collaboration not only from psychology self, but also need collaboration with other department in the UMS. I think enough, Dr. Aini. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Taufik. It is interesting to see that many of your students were eager to provide help more than those who require help during the pandemic. It seems that positive attitude or empathy that you mentioned earlier in psychology, the attributes are quite high among students of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sukarta. On top of that, I love to see that your team has also seriously taken a good initiative in providing supports for mental health and well-being of your students, which may perhaps serve a good model for other higher learning institutions. And I could also see from your sharing that collaboration of activities or effort with several faculties, centers in the university play also an important role in managing crises, specifically the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz and Professor Taufik for addressing this interesting and important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now open for a question and answer session in which you may feel free to ask your esteemed speakers, either Dr. Hafiz or Professor Taufik, by writing it in the Q&A box in the Zoom, as well as in the YouTube chat box. And it's good if you could also mention to whom the question is addressed to. I will read the questions to the speakers and they may respond or answer your questions later. Here I've received one question. First question that is addressed to Dr. Hafiz. Thank you so much. This is from Dr. Pamilia. The question is, thank you so much for sharing regarding the importance of empathy. Besides empathy, what are other components of attributes of communication that you feel is needed when dealing with a crisis? Dr. Hafiz, the question is addressed to you.
Thank you very much. I'm not a communication expert. Dr. Aini is communication expert. Because as I mentioned, I did not have any proper training. I took introduction to communication. What I believe is that the essence of communication is actually you have to communicate truthfully and you have to tell them, you have to assure them, because in the moment of need, people need assurance. When you give assurance, you cannot give empty promise, right? You assure them and you deliver. For example, when the students were not allowed to go home on that night, we give an assurance. The assurance is that we will refund your tickets, right? It's not really like we are promising that we will refund the ticket after that. We did not refund. And actually we make the efforts. And we have to, that's why people say that in psychology or in communication, when you speak, you look them in the eyes. And actually I did not have the courage to look them in the eyes that night, right? But basically the intention is that what we say, we really mean it. It's not simply sugarcoating, and that is really important. And also, as I mentioned that when, say for example, when we organize something that is pre-planned, it is easier, right? Everything is already prepared, text, then you can speak and choose words, what to say, right? When sometimes crisis, when we talk about crisis communication, is the moment when things are not there, texts are not there. And ultimately, what I believe is that I am very weak and I only rely on, truthfulness and that we are really there to help them. And we will help them get through. And we assure them that we are going to help you. You are stranded, you cannot go home. If you need help, tell us. we will help you. And that's all what we did. And ultimately, the initial worry is that we were worried that student will we say that in English, but it's actually Malay, we run amok, right? But ultimately it did not happen. And ultimately after that positive encounter, they ask question, they ask tough question, but you have to tell them, give them an honest answer. They ask all difficult question. They ask, how come we at the Dataran convocation are not allowed, but our friends who are there outside the fence of the university are allowed to go home, right? So we just tell that we are actually, that is outside the jurisdiction and that is under the authority of the police, and something that makes sense to them. And ultimately, I think that's all that I know, because I don't learn about theories. And truthful, and by being empathy is actually you really mean it. And after that, most important, you deliver it, right? When you promise, you deliver it. And that's what we did, actually. When we talk about managing the situation for the next 100 years, sorry, not 100 years, 100 days, that's what we did, actually. That's why we look at any important event, the moment from our contact in UMT, the event that happened at the Dataran convocation, that is actually like our pledge to the student, we will look after you, will take care of you. And what happened afterward is actually the fulfillment of that pledge and the detail into the packages, what we have and other things. But what we mentioned specifically, we must deliver, including refunding the tickets, right? That's all in brief.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz. We have the second question coming from Rina Suryani Arif. Perhaps I think this question could be answered by Professor Taufik. Most of students feeling stressed due to online learning. Do we have to relook on the implementation of online learning?
Yeah,
Taufik,
maybe the condition is same in Indonesia and Malaysia. Most of students feel stressed when online teaching like that. But actually, not only student, but lecturer also get stressed because we are very bored with the situation. And I think, Alhamdulillah, about 6 months from now, we conducted a hybrid teaching now, and then it's make us better than before. And also, I work every day to the university since 1 years ago, but some universities still use online teaching, and there is report that most of students didn't like that. So the university have to deal with the situation to try to conduct to teach students with hybrid. I think this is a good solution.
Thank you, Prof. Taufik. So it seems that once we go back or return to the face-to-face learning, perhaps we need to manage stress as well among the students, a different kind of approach that we may want to use, right, Prof. Taufik? Okay, thank you for the response. We have another question, which I think this actually addressed to both of you. Perhaps I'll get Prof. Dr. Hafiz to answer this question first. This from Next Gen Psych. Thank you for the share. This from YouTube. Questions coming from YouTube. Thank you for the sharing. Are there anything that you wish you could do differently in terms of the strategies to deal with the psychosocial issues of students and staff? Dr. Hafiz, would you like to answer this question?
Are there anything that you wish you could do differently?
Yes.
You know, in managing socio-psycho issue, I don't think that I have, but if, because I'm not an expert in this field, maybe Prof. Taufik will be able. For us, I don't have any regret in terms of that, because maybe as non-expert, I'm not aware. But in terms of other events, I have, right? Like, but not really in terms of how do we manage the psychosocial issue, because the way we handle the psychosocial issue is actually we customize according to the needs. For example, severe case of depression, definitely Prof. Taufik will be able to tell, we need the assistance of the peer, close friend, for example. They don't need counselor. So we customize because that is also crucial. Cases that need help. So far, So far, we do not have any cases, say for example, suicide or thing like that. So as far as I am concerned, because I'm not an expert, I don't have an answer or regret in terms of how we manage it. Could we manage it differently? If you ask me, I wish I could have more counselors, right? Having more counselors would help. But because our counselors, we are lacking counselors, but at the same time, in order to solve that problem, we have students of counseling. We train them to become peer counselor. We also have lecturers of counseling. We also brought them in order to help during that time. So maybe the closer that I can answer is actually, I wish there are more counselors so that we can help more people. We can give more attention to students.
Thank you, Dr. Hafiz. Perhaps I think Professor Taufik may have longer answers to this question, because I think you deal directly with psychosocial issues, the one from psychology, Faculty of Psychology.
Okay.
Over to you, Prof. Taufik.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Hafiz about how to manage the situation. I think the key word is how to manage the situation. And for Gen Z is every day they use Android open handphone. And according to one of the research findings, there is the students get stress because they often open their handphone to access information. But for people from maybe simple people like my wife didn't have a handphone, just use a phone from my house, and this is easy for her to manage the situation. Never hear about anything about COVID-19, so make her more healthy than other people. I think don't too many open your gadget. This is dangerous also for ourselves, because too many try to access information. This is get a impact problem for me because we more anxious or stressed with the condition.
Thank you, Prof. Taufik. We have one more question for you, Prof. Thank you for sharing with us the workflow of the SMHWS framework that you've shared earlier. This is a very effective framework we can use and adapt. Can you share with us which was the most significant approach in this framework that can be adopted in improving current existing policies?
Yeah, actually, when I'm a former of vice rector for student affairs for Muhammadiyah universities in Indonesia, and I also share with SMHWS with our colleague in Muhammadiyah universities. And also in this seminar, I invited them, vice rectors of Muhammadiyah universities, to join with this seminar to know more about, maybe can hear tips from Dr. Hafiz Zakaria from UMT about how to handle the problem, mental problem from Malaysia, and other speakers also. And on Saturday, maybe 2 days after this, I want to share also again to Vice Rector for Student Affairs of Muhammadiyah universities in Indonesia about how to manage, how to make a appropriate system to handle student problems, actually mental health problem for students. And I think not only UMS and some universities also make the same system to handle the problems. And I will share the system with other people, actually, for people who can who will learn about that to me, or to share it in social media. I also share it in social media.
We have one, I think this will be the last question from the audience. Perhaps both of you could answer this question. I'll address this question to Dr. Hafiz first. What kind of mental health rules or policies, perhaps in UMT, in your university, Dr. Hafiz, should be permanently put in place even after the pandemic by HLIs, higher learning institutions?
Okay, let me share with the audience right now. The what we call the Majlis Counselling University Malaysia, the council for counsellors of all universities in Malaysia. In fact, they are preparing with in collaboration with IIUM, University Perguruan, the Teaching University of Sultan Idris. They are preparing the guideline for the mental health issue, right? So I believe that that document is really crucial in order to set the policy. And that document, they have been working on that document for some time. And then when that document become ready, that should be the framework that should help. And I believe that Prof. Shukran and others should participate and help, because this document developed by the councillors, the Council of Councillors, along with the UPSI, they will actually help and prepare that document. And for us, the practitioners and administrators, we are always looking forward, because I am non-expert, I am historian, and Prof. Taufik is an expert. He can help by, elucidating what is the element that need to be added there. And I really hope that that guideline and document is a long time coming. It should be there, and it should help us, especially counselors and mental health workers in the university in Malaysia, in order to deal with this issue. That's all comment from non-expert, right?
Okay, good to know, Dr. Hafiz. So hopefully the document is going to be ready, and the guideline will be ready very soon. Prof. Taufik would like to add to the question. What kind of mental health rules or policies should be permanently put in place even after the pandemic by higher learning institutions, of course, the leaders of the higher learning institutions?
I think same as with Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, we have to comprehend the problem simultaneously, and I think integrately we have to collaborate with, not only from psychology, actually, Dr. Hafiz, we have to make collaboration with other departments, from Islamic department, Islamic studies department, health department, law department. I think we need to collaborate with many area of department. So as a vice rector, I think it's very, very good change for Dr. Hafiz Zakaria to do more to Ummah, to serve the Ummah. Thank you. Still mute, Dr. Aini.
Okay, sorry about it. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Taufik Kasturi and Associate Professor Dr. Hafiz Zakaria, for a very insightful, wonderful, interesting sharing for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully reached the end of our session. I believe I'm representing all the participants here in Zoom and also in the YouTube, that this is an inspiring and thoughtful sharing session by the two leaders of higher learning institutions. I would like to thank both of our esteemed speakers for their sharings, thoughts, as well as their experiences with us in this session. With that, I pass on the floor to our MC. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to you, Madam Shahrizad.
Salam. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Aini. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again, Datin Dr. Aini and all panelists, moderator and panelists. Before anything else, please on your camera for photography session. Technical team, please.
Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, done.
All right, thank you very much. All right, the third session's done, and it is now, sharp 1:15 p.m. local time based on my laptop clock, and we shall adjourn for our lunch break here in Malaysia. Those who are in the other side of the globe, take a good cup of coffee to make you stay awake to continue staying with us for another 2 discussion sessions before the talk from Tan Sri Zul and resolution session by Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina, Deputy Director for CAP. And I think we shall just stop here at the moment and see you again in 1 hour time. Stay tuned.
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIUM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan IIUM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency (MRA).
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change the university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university, but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IIUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
We are a place of accomplishments. From humble beginnings, we have broken barriers and records. From the rawness of basic knowledge, we have instilled values. Values that inculcate the blossoming of minds and the bestowing of virtue. Our accomplishments have touched the lives of so many. For indeed, our infusing of virtue with knowledge has been the key to our success. Why are we always striving? Why do we keep pushing the boundaries? Why do we constantly try to bring out the best in each of us? Because here, no matter where you're from, you are accorded the same right to succeed. We want them to build a better future, where good is not just created, but sustained. We stand for excellence in our students, shaping their values and developing the world. We strive for inspiration in our graduates, inspiring their dreams into reality. We want to go beyond the imaginable and bring out virtue beyond any barriers. To improve the quality of life everywhere, physically and spiritually. IIUM provides the best conducive learning environment for all students, offering a wide variety of amenities in the pursuit of knowledge. Opening avenues to reach the furthest realms of enlightenment. The International Islamic University of Malaysia. The garden of knowledge and virtue.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIUM 2020.
hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan IIUM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah iaitu kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IIUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
I hope you have been able to see the gist of transformation that we are trying to do for the last 24 months using the whole institutional transformation and also carving a new idea of what a human university is all about as a kind of novelty for the future.
This is a Kuliah or faculty which integrates knowledge, which relevantizes knowledge and generate knowledge for the benefit of various types of community, the learning community, the learned community, the public community, as well as the professional community. So this is Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. I'm Shukran Abdul Rahman, the current Dean of the Kuliah.
The Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences started its journey in 1990. Also known by its abbreviation KIRKHS, it is a truly multilingual and multicultural learning community with academics and students from all over the world. Learning foreign languages and meeting people of various cultural backgrounds is a fun and enlightening experience at KIRKHS. We look at life and knowledge from a holistic and multidimensional perspective. We are committed to preparing future leaders who are equipped with interdisciplinary knowledge and a holistic understanding of self and society. With 4 departments of Islamic disciplines and 7 of the human sciences, KIRKHS offers comprehensive programs that capture all aspects of human life. Our academic culture and physical infrastructure provide a conducive learning environment. It facilitates learners to develop creative, critical, and analytical minds and realize their potential. We help students maximize their skills and abilities so that they are able to develop their talents and become successful in their careers. Learning activities at KIRKHS are not confined to the classroom. Our students receive industrial experience that grooms them to be confident in the world of work. We embrace inclusivity and diversity. We believe that knowledge transcends all boundaries and education is for all. Research and teaching are widely embraced in our academic culture. We take pride in our ability to produce academic materials that advance knowledge and address human and social problems. Our academic environment is vibrant, and we organize seminars, talks, and conferences all year round. For postgraduate studies, we have world-class academics who are dedicated to producing future knowledge workers. Our experienced professors devote their time and energy to creating knowledge and to supervising research students. Postgraduate education at KIRKHS is intellectually stimulating and highly rewarding. Our alumni are part of our success story. A great many KIRKHS graduates are now big names in their countries and beyond. They are established professionals, academics, politicians, and decision makers who are making meaningful contributions to public policy and community development. We are fully aware of our roles beyond classrooms and campuses. We are committed to various community engagement programs. We feel thrilled when we can blend in with society and extend our helping hands to those who are in need. At KIRKHS, our motto is knowledge for the sake of human beings. We are committed to producing responsible and ethically grounded future leaders. Our graduates unleash their potential for the holistic development of the self and others. They are guided by Islam and universally accepted moral principles.
I sincerely think that being or not being a leader is not a choice, because each of us are born and being tasked to be a leader one way or another. It is rightly mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah ayat 30 that kita perlu menjadi khalifah di muka bumi ini. Itu adalah tugasan diberikan kepada Allah pada kita. Therefore, being a leader is not a choice. For that matter, we need to understand what leadership is all about. And leadership is never about power, it's never about stature, but it's more of responsibility and the amanah and accountability that is being given to one person. For that reason, the kind of leadership that we practice need to be governed, need to be guided through our clean heart.
Have your legacy. Show your true potential. Let people learn from you. Be an icon. The extra things from all of us, apart from being academicians, is the ability to lead, because our institutions, the future of our generation, the future of Malaysia depend on all of us at the institutions of higher learning.
Be strategic leader and be successful leader for the good of our organisation. I believe the series is designed and implemented based on the assumption that leadership does matter. Leadership in most cases, if not all cases, determine the success and the failure of any organisation.
Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi, or in short, AKEP, is one of the agencies under Ministry of Higher Education that focuses in competencies and values development among leaders and future leaders of higher education. Many programs and modules have been designed to strengthen the competencies of leaders and future leaders. Meanwhile, the diverse group of speakers and trainers are invited and included to share their expertise, experiences, and knowledge. Apart from gaining valuable experience from great speakers, participants will also be able to build strategic networks through engagement from different institutions. Centre for Leadership Development, or in short CLD, is one of the centres under AKEP organisational structure that plays a crucial role in designing and organising leadership development program. The CLD leadership program is designed based on the AKEP leadership competency model that has a lifespan of 2 to 3 years due to the changing demand and expectations of higher education. Programs organized under CLD are competency-based and organized in small groups of 30 to 40 participants as to allow for interaction and discussions to take place. There are 4 main categories, which are AKEP Signature Program, AKEP Smart Partnership Program, AKEP Leadership Onboarding Program, and AKEP Academic Leadership Program. These categories are to cater to a more structured and holistic approach in determining the contents of each and every program. The main objective of programs organized by CLD is to align with the competency model and strengthen competencies among incumbents of key positions in higher learning institutions. Academic Leadership Program comprises of 11 modules that are grouped into 3 domains, which are self-leadership, team or peer leadership, and organizational leadership. The contents are dedicated to the context and pretext of higher education in building competent academics in areas related to academic leadership. The spirit of Academic Leadership Program is to understand the philosophy of being an academic leader who will eventually become public intellectuals or referred academics in the field of expertise. It is truly important for all academics to be exposed through sharing of experiences by renowned academics. We believe in storytelling, case study, intellectual discourse, experiential learning, and exchange of ideas as our approaches in promoting programs under Centre for Leadership Development. Do join us at ARCAP as we will not just offer programs in our manual list, but the enriching and extended network that can be obtained from the sessions in which we have a blend of public as well as private universities participants. Shaping minds, building leaders is our principle, and our hope is all academic will be able to have the opportunity to be engaged with ARCAP in roles as speakers, facilitators, coaches, trainers, and participants.
Welcome to the 4th ARCAP Global Series President Forum.
This public-private partnership will, in the long term,
would like to personally welcome and thank all panelists who will be engaged not only to come
the Malaysia Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which calls for the nurturing
of life and so on. And I especially commented
There's a number of injustices have been embedded in the concept of sustainable development itself.
one can integrate innovation from
So that's Malaysia.
a Malaysian plan yesterday.
It's of everybody who is in my age group.
And then you begin to experience how because
both on the top. And underneath are all the United Nations days.
So I think our country also, other countries learn from this. And
when we're talking about greening curriculum, I think that we all should have this foundation.
Should add into it to do for the women to go golfing, so they get another big network than playing golf.
Mainly focusing on educating, mobilizing, organizing staff and students.
Higher learning institutions' autonomy with accountability. So themes were sustainability in leadership, autonomy and talent building.
whether the lecture and nature is it natural or can be developed.
Graded across all functions, including the academic function.
In the forefront of it, where students from different parts of the world actually undergo internship program, very clearly structured.
Sometimes we are all looking for that. Today the
Experience, sharing of wisdom, you are the voice of reason to now say yes.
All this culture can be embedded.
in their current challenging economic condition,
no one is back.
Completely change when they enter the workforce.
As far as the culture of the country is concerned, each country.
For sustainable development, it's a network of existing commons.
academics. Yeah, so 70% complaining that they have stress, as compared to only 20% in 2019.
And I think that is the most important to begin with, bit of leadership.
so we can actually stay socially connected through different means.
we need to apply the right application on how to deal with the right people and behavior.
No one was prepared for me to go to other divisions.
We elevate our skills specifically in leadership.
The individual and held in a wallet.
It is about solving problems, issues of the sustainable development in this region. Higher education development.
Our institution, if not beyond. And hence the word humanizing education comes into mind.
The tanker that is the ministry, one of the largest ministries.
What can we do to empower women in any given organization? And when a lot of things were introduced at that time, I was the deputy dean.
Kita juga menyelaras pembukaan pusat kuarantin dan rawatan COVID-19.
Di situasi ilmu itu perlu ada. Bila nak ada ilmu ni, mungkin boleh dijadikan asas untuk kita maju ke hadapan.
Jalan bagaimana di Malaysia ini budaya ini dapat dipertingkatkan.
Islami. Adakah begitu wujud dalam kedermawanan Islam ini?
Sektor pendidikan tinggi negara, kita menjangkakan banyak kongsian.
Betul-betul dinamik dan integriti
Mesti dihantar ke
di the vaccine rollout ya.
kita bincangkan tentang keluarga Malaysia.
So love the country, love one another.
Eksekusi saintifik pemetaan bidang
I'm happy to announce here, I now declare Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda The Raja Permaisuri Agong Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandaria binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj as the constitutional head of the International Islamic University, Malaysia.
like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIUM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik Kuliah Kejuruteraan dan Kuliah Teknologi Maklumat Komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan IIUM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Change the stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
kit yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau dipanggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like. In the last 2 years, we have been trying to manage to change an university into a university that is truly international and sustainable. In this way, we are able to move as much as possible nature of education for the future by changing not only the structure of the university but also the knowledge base as far as the university is concerned. In other words, IIUM is moving into a whole institutional transformation, taking with it the national education philosophy, sustainable development goals, United Nations 4 pillars of learning, and other very important foundation as far as the university is concerned.
Among the things we do to transform IIUM as a sustainability institution was to rename some of the offices and centers to suit their functions to promote sustainability agendas such as responsible research, student development, community engagement, and knowledge for change. We also introduced holacratic leadership and management, where everyone in the campus is empowered and entrusted to carry out their sustainability initiatives.
Within a year, the impact of 29 flagship projects created could clearly be seen in 5 areas. First, the breaking down of academic administrative silos in a transformational way. 2, the building of voluntary teams and teamwork across the academic structure based on shared aspirations. 3, allowing for greater creativity and social innovation in translating SDGs into local context. 4, enhancing community engagement in co-problem solving based on SDG. And lastly, capturing data and information to be transformed into knowledge and wisdom.
The formal classroom education is now linked to our co-curricular activities, which give more meanings to our community engagement projects through learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and learning to become.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Just to recap, our AM session this morning focused more on the mental health well-being of the students, but the next sessions afterwards will extend the discussion on the role of the higher learning institutions, leaders and staff. Okay, now we will start our PM session now with a discussion entitled Staff Well-being During COVID-19, the Roles of Staff Association. We have with us on the platform now is Professor Dr. Gairu Razmi Matgani, Dean Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, as the moderator. But before that, a quick update on our seminar or our webinar. The number of participants and viewers is increasing. And thank you very much once again for joining us in the international webinar on mental health as the core of institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leader based on the theme promoting mental health and well-being among HLI's community, organized by Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi AKAPT in collaboration with International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM. And without further ado, let us welcome Professor Dr. Gairul Zazmi Matgani, Dean Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, to conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Madam Shahrizad. Okay, so welcome back to the third session, to the fourth session of our webinar today. The fourth session today, we are going to have two panelists. Let me look at. Okay, so we have the Mr. Ahmad Faisal Muhammad Fia, which is the president of IIUM Academic Staff Associations, president of Malaysian Council for Academic Staff Associations, and then we also have our brother Mr. Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir Muhammad Iqbal, who is the president of IIUM Professional and Management Associations. So if we remember the early months of March or February in 2020, we have a lot of students that went home, and I remember at that time the student went home expecting that they will only be going home for only about 2 weeks. Okay, they left their laptop in their hostel. They left a lot of their teaching and learning materials in their hostels. Okay? And similarly, the staff that are in a lot of higher learning institutions in Malaysia are expecting that this is just going to be something that is temporary. Okay, but as time comes, it become months, then it become years. And during those times, we'll see a lot of changes. Previously, we have a lot of changes in culture. Okay, previously, a lot of lecturers don't know how to do teaching and learning online. Now they are forced to do teaching and learning online. There are a lot of changes in terms of roles of staff, not just administrative staff, okay, academic staff. A lot of staff have changed their roles. If we look at drivers, during that time, drivers have to wear PPE. Never in their life they ever think that when they drive their van and when they drive their car, bringing students to everywhere, they have to wear full suit of PPE. So we have changes in the roles of role of staff that we have in the university. Okay, we have a lot of staff that become first responder. Staff in hostel, staff in mahallah, in IIUM, never in their mind that they have to serve students in their PPE, looking at the health of students. Okay. At home, what happened? We have our kid. Our kid have to study in home. We have to compete with our kids. Okay, in order to find a room to have a meeting, our kid have to go to school online. Okay, in meeting sometimes we can hear the teachers are teaching our kid online. Okay, sometimes in our meeting we are able to hear, okay, what the other sides are talking about. So we have a lot of these changes for these past 2 years because of this COVID pandemic. These changes for sure affect the well-being of staff, and these changes tell us a lot of things. Okay, what we can improve. Okay, what should we do to improve the well-being of administrative staff and academic staff in higher learning institutions. So with the two panelists that we have, one representing the Academic Staff Association and the other one representing the Administrative Staff Associations. Okay, we hope they are sharing. be able to enlighten us more of what has happened and what we can learn from the COVID-19 19 pandemics, okay, that we have for the past few years. Okay, so with that, I would like to invite our brother Ahmad Faizal Muhammad Fiah, okay, who is the UITM Academic Staff Association President, who is also President of Malaysian Council for Academic Staff, to give his presentations for about 20 to 25 minutes.
Okay, first of all, thank you to Mr. Chairperson, Prof. Dr. Garu Azmi, for introducing me as the panelist for this evening. And I would like to thank to organizer for this matter, IIUM, for having me and having me to share our experience in not only in UITM, but specifically our experience as a staff union, academic staff union in UITM, especially during, I mean, for the past 2 years, include maybe this early 2022, our experience, how we face, manage, and even engage with this, the so-called, not only the pandemic, but also some the situation that we face maybe for the past months and past few years, and even the years before, and even the years before we endure with this pandemic. My name is Ahmad Faizal Mafia. Yes, I am the president of, in Malay we call it as Kesatuan Kaki Tangan Academic UITM, Academic Staff UITM Academic Staff Union. We are under the purview of Ministry of Human Resource or Jabatan Hal Ehwal Kesatuan Sekerja, where that's the difference between staff union and also maybe some of the association that is registered under ROS, Registrar of Society. So we are registered under staff union department under the Ministry of Human Resource, and inshallah, alhamdulillah, this year will be our 50th years or the golden jubilee since our inception in 1972. And I just re-elected as a president during our AGM last month, actually last year, 28 December. And during that December, I mean, the week before, or maybe the 10 days before of our AGM, maybe we all aware that some part of Klang Valley, right, especially in Shah Alam, for example, in Taman Sri Muda, Section 20, Section 23, and some part of Klang, and even in the district of Hulu Langat, as we know, there was a flood, and if I'm not mistaken, around about 50 lives involved, and thousands of the community need to be relocated, and whether they lost their property or even the, and some of them, especially some of them were UITM staff, especially academic staff. Yes, as the resident, I stay in Sungai Buloh. So in my area, I think it is unthinkable if we talk about this flood problem, and even for some area in Shah Alam. In some area in Shah Alam, as we know, the HQ of UITM is in Shah Alam. So even some of the residents in Shah Alam also, I may say that they didn't ready at all to face this problem. But as you know, this is the God's job, right? Yes, every unthinkable can be a thinkable, right? Whether we are ready or not ready. And on the 18th December, I was in Kedah. I was in Kedah on the 18th December morning. So the first thing was in my mind when I read the posting or Facebook posting, any sharing from my colleagues, my friends, even my relatives. I felt that morning, I think this can be worse. I mean, on that morning, I thought this could be worse. So, but I was in Kedah, I was in Alostar and Sungai Petani. And on Sunday morning, the first thing I did was I text a message, a WhatsApp message to my Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sazli, and also our registrar, Tuan Haji Nizam. I said the first thing we must do on behalf of management is to trigger the the cuti bencana, right? What we call as a cuti bencana, because the cuti bencana, yes, it is in our service. This is under JPA. It is our part of our rights as a civil servant, but it is only meant for certain situation, especially if we endure with this with that kind of situation. So I think this will be the first time that we need to trigger the leave, the type of leave. This is the cuti bencana. I said that is the first thing that we need to do. And secondly, I think we need to locate our staff. But I think that is almost impossible, because why? On that morning, I think those people, as we know, not ready. This is on a Sunday, and as I said as now, that can be the first time. Although there are some part of area in Shah Alam, I think affected. I mean, almost every year affected by flood. But this time around, maybe I thought that time maybe they can be worse. I think there's some other areas also would be affected. So that was in my mind. So that's my first thing, because I think that is one of our responsibility. Because under that's why I said the differentiate the difference between Kesatuan Staff Union and maybe the so-called association that is registered under Registrar of Society. Because mostly all this while issues that we attended mostly about service, about salary, about wages, about some other remuneration that we should have. So I think that were the issues, right? Our responsibility as a union, So if we read back the constitution of the union, so that is our main responsibility. But during this pandemic, I think the roles and responsibility we need to expand, because we know as early at the end of 2019, as we know, when this COVID-19 first discovered, and if we can remember in early 2020, maybe during that time, most of us thought this will be just another virus, just another health issue. I think we didn't even think that this would be a pandemic. I mean, the last pandemic happened, if you read the history, it was in 1921, and it was 100 years ago. So I think most people didn't ready at all. So when come in March 2020, when our Prime Minister announced on the 16th of March, or 3 days before that, so our country need to be the so-called lockdown, the PKP. So first thing in my mind, what happened to our routine of teaching and learning? So what happened? What would happen, or maybe the effect of that order to our teaching and learning? So I think most of us maybe didn't ready at all. So the so-called the new normal, or even the new norms. And in 31st March, I was called by top management to give view on behalf of staff. I said first thing in my mind, the effect will be the health, the mental health of the staff and also the student. Because before this is our norms where we go to class, where we teach using our so-called equipments, hardware to teach. And now we have to stay at our house, to stay at our home, conduct our class, and for the student, they need to attend class. And as I said to my top management, I said, not many people afford to have that, the so-called even connection, even the equipment, even the hardware. As you all know, UITM students come from different kind of families, the different kind of background, and I still remember on the 16th of March there was the so-called chaos, especially around Chalam, where especially students, didn't know where to go because most of them went to police station to get the police report, and suddenly there was inconsistency in terms of instruction. Some of them thought they have to stay, and some of the students, even the instruction that they receive, they need to vacate their dorms, and then they need to return back to their hometown. So there was a chaos during that time. So on behalf of staff, I said, yes, just calm down, just calm down. Yes, this is the first time in our life. I think maybe the only time in our life that we have this kind of situation. But just calm down then. And after 31st of March, we have almost constant contact with top management. And I was given a few opportunities to present in front of executive management and what we could do and what we should do. And my top priority, especially on staff, is mental health, because I received some complaints, some even suggestion in terms of mental health. And I know even without this pandemic, even without this the so-called flood problem, the mental health is not, it's not new anymore. It's not new. If we remember in 1980s or 1990s, when we talk about mental health, we thought the first thing maybe the only thing we relate with mental health is whether the person is crazy or not, even schizophrenia. But I mean, mental health is beyond that. Mental health can be anything. It's about mental. It's about mental. And for the last 2 years, especially during pandemic, I received a lot of stories, especially about from the students or especially from the staff. So because they face with maybe some example, they face with difficulties of with their families. Okay, with their families, as we know, if he or she is the teachers or even a lecturer, and at the same time, their children need to attend the class, so they have to share the gadgets. So who is the first person? Who is the only person? Who is in that case? What is the priority? The students or the parents? The parents as the teachers or the lecturers? So which one? Because for the lecturers, if they don't deliver the lecture or the class, maybe they would, maybe in their mind, the students will say that, okay, the lecturer take this the so-called excuse of pandemic to skip class, maybe, just maybe. That's why this I said to my students, right? So we need to face this together. We need your empathy. We need to be empathy. So this is not your problem only. This is not our problem. This is the so-called the entire world, right? The entire universe problem now. So we have to face. So that's why I stress a few times to my top management. I said, first thing first, we need to trust our staff. Trust your staff. For the time being, for this situation, I think anything as long as we can deliver the deliver the kuliah, or maybe to convey the message and information. I think we need to give the so-called freedom to the lecturers, to the instructor, to conduct the class based on their situation. So of course, everybody, maybe some of my members ask for specific incentive from the top management. Yes, we presented that. We requested that. So at least, but we know, we also understand the current situation. I think if we demand or even we request, maybe this is not the best, even the right time to ask for that demand. So during one of the joint council meeting or majlis bersama jabatan, on behalf of Mitasa, on behalf of my association or my union, I presented the so-called what we call as Dasar Kesihatan Mental. The policy, mental health policy. And it's not a surprise, but even, yes, to my surprise also, all this while, there's no such thing as Dasar Kesihatan Mental, no such thing as mental health policy, especially in UiTM. And I said, if there is none, if there is no such policy in UiTM, why not we introduce this? So why not we introduce? Because for the sake of our class, because my motto is simple. As for lecturer, happy lecturers lead to great result. So we need to be happy. I think this is very common sense. Everything we do, anything we do, we need to be happy. We need to have passion. But now, because of this pandemic, the so-called the so-called intervention, or maybe even what we call intervention, I can say is intervention. Okay, so affect our happiness. Okay, affect our happiness, and how to bring back those happiness. How to bring back, at least to bring the confidence in when conducting our tasks, when conducting the class, and because we need to be confident, because now we have hundreds or even thousands of students now waiting for our instruction, waiting for our lecture. So the first people need to have the so-called happiness and confidence is the lecturer, is the management. So we need to show that. So I think we need to introduce the so-called, whatever you may call, Dasar Kesihatan Mental or whatever it is, we presented, and it was well accepted by our management and our VC. During that time, our Professor Dr. Rozia Jano, still the so-called acting VC, and the entire top management accepted or approved our the so-called proposal, and the management asked our pengarah pusat kesihatan, health center director, Dr. Zaitun Nasi, to lead the effort. But again, after that, there was another PKP. So I think delay our effort. Now, inshallah, this coming March or May, we will sit back, right? We will have a meeting to the so-called strategize. But all in all, before we strategize anything, to the so-called to how to tackle this problem, we need to find the core problem. We need to identify the core problem. And for the staff, especially the academic staff, we know now as an academic staff, there are a lot of the so-called KPIs, right? KPIs of publication or whatever KPIs that we have to fulfill this entire year, let's say. And our main task is to conduct, to make sure we deliver our lecture and so on. But at the same time, there are so many KPIs on top of us, so we need to fulfill. So I think that can contribute to the so-called what we say as mental health. So we need to find the core problem, how our colleagues, our lecturer, and our members still can contribute. At the same time, the issue of mental health is a non-issue. Yes, of course, it is almost impossible to say this is a non-issue at all. but I think I still positive in this matter. I am positive. I think we still can tackle. We still can conduct. And at the end of the day, we want to see our staff, our academic staff, the happiness index, the happiness level, back to where it belong, the so-called back where it belong, and also at the same time we can contribute more, especially for our institutions and especially for our nation. So this is what we stress. Then a few weeks ago, 2 weeks, even yesterday, even last 2 days, I received some of the complaints also regarding this mental health. I said, I try my best. I mean, not I, Mitasa will try our best, because we are your, I mean, we have to be your listener, right? We need to, so we can lend our ear. So that is what the least that we can do. So that is the purpose of the so-called staff union and Mitasa in this matter. And I say to them, yes, I took the responsibility even before you raised this issue. It was 2 years ago, it was last year. I still consistent. Almost every joint council meeting, I raised this issue, because I said, if you, I said to the management, if you, don't tackle this issue, this can be the so-called time bomb, right? Time bomb. Sometimes it's sad to hear, right? Some of our colleagues, right? Some of our colleagues faced with many difficulties, right? Health issue, especially health issue, and even some of them, pass away, right? During, that, as I said, 10 or 20 years ago, this is almost impossible to hear. But now it's like a common issue.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your time. That's my presentation, my sharing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmad Faisal. Okay, so sure. One of the things that we have to look at is the feeling of empathy. It's not just lecturers trying to understand the student, but the student also need to understand the lecturers. The top management need to understand the lecturers. Lecturers need to understand the top management. So there need to be all this interrelationship, especially during this challenging time. And I think it has happened for the past 2 years, where everyone have been working together, trying to solve the problem that we have been having. Okay. So with us, we also have Mr. Muhammad Muhyiddin Abdul Qadir, or we call him Brodin. Okay. So Brodin is currently the president of IIUM Professional and Management Association. So I'd like to invite Mr. Muhyiddin to start his presentation. So we have similarly about 20 to 25 minutes.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Gary. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a greeting of peace and well-being. Ada sound effect kat belakang. Alright. A father of a 5, after all the hard work, get his wife's dream kitchen ready, only to witness the death of his spouse without even being able to use the dream kitchen, even once, leaving behind the youngest at the age of 2. With hospital SOPs during the pandemic, the journey of taking care of a spouse with cancer can be miserable enough. The funeral arrangement can be even worse. And the next day is unimaginable, having to face the dream kitchen with feeling of guilt, the kids, oh wait, the job, get back to work. As a staff committee, as a staff association committee, how do we support mental health and well-being of our members? And what are the roles of staff association? Before we continue, thank you for having me in this webinar this evening, respected of Dr. Gary, Brother President MPPA, Encik Ahmad Faisal, expert in journalism. I'm looking forward for the research on P. Ramlee movies. And to come after you, I feel very small, and it's like a dot, a petang ball in a big ground. I would like to also extend my appreciation to ACAP. They have been always there for us, and the secretariat from mainly from AHAS, Kuliah of Islamic Review Knowledge, especially the Dean, Prof. Shukran, who put me in this seat now, in this situation, and Dr. Pamilia, especially for your, all your kindness. The story I have started with is a real one, and we pray that one of our member who went through this is given the strength to face the days to come. We can have a big idea, nice frameworks and concepts, but if we don't put it into action, it may look like pencil colors nicely arranged in the box, untouched. Different with the pencil colors, which is used, maybe like the one in the picture. It turns the white paper and the sketch colorful and lively, freshening our eyes and giving meaning to life. As I'm not the expert of this topic, for the rest of the presentation, I'll share what we have done during the COVID-19 to support the mental health and well-being for the staff and the wider higher learning institution community. And when I say we, it is not only the journey of PMA, Professional Management and Association of IIUM, but also the staff association in IIUM, like ASA, the Academic Staff Association, Kurnia, Kesatu, and our professional and management partners from all the other public higher learning institutions under the umbrella of MASTI, or Majlis Persatuan Pentadbir Universiti Awam Malaysia. And the slogan, the tagline has been always togetherness. It is indeed one of the main lessons from the pandemic. COVID-19 comes with package. The worries about the pandemic aside, it is like the local saying, sudah jatuh ditimpa tangga. So there are other package like as presented by the first panelist on flood, death of our friends, families, and also other disasters like landslide during the pandemic is even worse. MCO and all the SOP is actually a big deal to many of us. And even being a close contact can be something crazy in those days, especially in early days. Now it's quite common. And the issue, the challenges are always cross-cutting, and based on the MCO 3.0 challenges, as we can see in our IIUM Mental Health Task Force report, among the highest score is actually the balancing work from home and the family demand. So these are the issues that we have been not only seeing but experiencing this while. And also even ourselves, our term of appointment in PMA, we are also actually a product of pandemic AGM. Actually, this done in the end of December, and these are our team who are actually represented almost all the campuses, Kuantan, Pahang, Pagoh, Kuantan, Pahang, Pagoh, and also in Gombak. And as mentioned by the first presenter, we as an association, we have our own objective. This is the objective of establishment of PMA. But as he mentioned nicely, it goes well. I mean, our objective goes well in addressing the support needed by the staff in terms of their mental health and well-being. Take, for example, bonding. And if we have the bonding among the members, it's easier to face the hard situation like what we are going through now. And then the welfare and well-being has been always the main focus, and we are not doing it alone. We are the partners of the management, but at the same time we bring in the suggestions to the management and also to the authorities or to the stakeholders in terms of career advancement and etc. And we also added one of our strategy is also to hold on to values, and one of our values is that we popularize is beri PMA is to give, and our approach was always santai tapi sampai, and in reaching out all the members. And coming back to the mental health, yes, we agree it is real, it's happening, and some will see it as a test or challenge, and therefore they will look for solutions and focusing on the solution for the challenges and the issues that they are facing. On the other side of the coin, there are people looking for the hikmah, the blessings, and taking it as an opportunity to embrace the change. This is the situation. And I would like to share, like, there are two ways or two different categories of staff or the community. One are those who are in need, especially in need of support, and the other one, perhaps they are healthier their mental health is healthier, so they are in the giving hand. So they move one step above, one step further, and try to help out in whatever they can. And when we say those who in need of the support, I can categorize it at least in four different categories, which some are related to one each another. The first one is physical, P. It's more on financial support, in kind, or service, or even service. By intellectual, one of the most common is the capacity building. In terms of emotional, E is emotional, and this is the main support that we need to provide. And finally is the spiritual. We have to stand by our beliefs, our values. And to start with, these are some of the physical support that we have provided together with the other association and also with MSD. This is the collaborative effort. We provide back to school assistance to members of spouse who lost their job and they have kids going to school. And then we also have financial assistance to the COVID-19 patient, staff members who are affected by COVID-19. And there was also a proposal to provide financial assistance to all the members regardless of their status, but this is again when we received the assistance from the government, and therefore we didn't proceed with this one. And the next one, there are also proposal like from the Kurnia allocation to buy laptop, because the support staff, the policy, the current policy is for them to buy computer, personal computer, but in the time of pandemic, the requirement is different, so they try to propose this. And also from Kesatu, they propose allowances for principal and fellow. Like Dr. Prof. Gary mentioned, apart from the driver, this fellow and principal are the one who are busy bringing the students in and out and so on. In terms of ASA, they provide the quarantine basket for the staff who is in need, who is positive COVID. They provide quarantine. This is part of physical support. Other than that is the financial support for, especially for staff families who the staff member passed away. And we also have proposed collectively, we propose this unrecorded leave for the COVID-19 vaccination program. So now those who are going for the vaccination and booster can actually apply for leave. And there's also this is partly physical and also intellectual support. ASA, they have introduced this research grant, and specifically they are offering research focusing on these mental health issues and well-being related to the staff. And I think each two of them received the grant, and each received about 5,000. And there is one interesting story about a driver of senior management. who actually, he said, everyone is bringing the laptop, computer back home. Can I bring the vehicle? His boss car. Jokes aside, it's a valid concern because not all category of staff will be able to work from home. And for this category of people, and also for the rest, this is the best time for capacity building, to upskill, and also to share what are the needed competency to face the current situation, as highlighted by the moderator in his introduction. And we PMA also provided some, like our MC for this convention. She is the facilitator for the Google Meet, shared how to use Google Meet, and then we have Zoom, and there are also other programs like Way Forward with Rector, and then Kurnia also had their online programs. Earlier they did it with Google Meet, and then they couldn't afford, so they have to move to Zoom to accommodate more participants. And there were also campaigns on getting the vaccination. It's a good campaign by ASA, and by Masti, by our president. Actually, there are a lot of our administrators who contributed writing in newspapers, writing articles, highlighting the issues faced by the staff, and also to raise concern on the support needed by the stakeholders. And we also have convention, Pentakbir, with Masti. This is actually sharing from different speakers, not only speakers, but also the administrators, their experience, and how we can learn each other better. And apart from that, this is intellectual program, but at the same time also addressing the emotional support, where this is at the very beginning. This is also with the support from ACAP. We have Bicara Pentakbir, the new norms or renewed norms. Are we ready as a public university, and what are the necessary? And also some leadership skills, the essence of resilient leadership, how to stay relevant, how to be creative and innovative. And a part of that, to support, we also, ASA, for example, they have conducted a few surveys on working from campus, working on campus, or work from anywhere, some survey on vaccination, and so on. And as a part of support, they are also retiring staff during the pandemic. So what we did is actually, how can we capture their experience for the past maybe 25 years, 30 years of service? So we have this online session, and also we can learn by their experience. This is also part of program conducted. I have talked much. Let's hear some.
You want me to tell your mothers when you die?
That's not funny.
What's the matter? Scared?
No.
Who knows who will live past tomorrow? We may never see each other again.
My father once said, there is no courage without fear.
So?
So this is natural.
Well, it doesn't feel natural.
Listen to me, all of you. We will live. I guarantee it. Because I will protect you. We'll protect each other. We'll fight for each other. Except for you, Yao. I might take the opportunity to kill you myself.
For those who knows, this is from the movie Mulan, and they are facing, of course, it's a war situation. It's similar to the pandemic. No one knows what's going to happen tomorrow, whether we are going to live or not. So in the time of need, we need to give support, especially the emotional support. Even we ourselves, like Mulan, even she is also have that fear, but she had the courage to encourage the staff and to support. So go through quickly. These are some programs which we aims to support emotionally. We try to learn from each other, getting to know the members. And this is the blessing of having online, so we can learn from our members. And also a part of that, part of emotional support is to provide, to have these posters. We cannot give the physical card, so we give e-posters to share, to wish, to make doa for those in need. And then for those who involved in flood, visit them, give them some assistance. For those who are blessed with promotions, with kids, and those who received awards as part of recognition, so we also give them support. And a part of that, as mentioned by the President Masti, we need to also provide some kind of recognition. So we propose some, and to have more recognition from the university for the staff members. And ASA did a very good job by having these PSA announcements, having to check a bit, ourselves between the colleagues, and also offering condolence. And this is from Kurnia, with the flood assistance. And this is Hari Pentadbir University, the first one, online, to support each other. Apart from that, we also have some sport activities. We have Merdeka Ride, we have Mega Run, we also have friendly match with the president. Part of that, we have this spiritual support where we give talks to strengthen our values, and also to have some support in terms of the mental health from the Quranic or spiritual perspective. Also on vaccine, a great program by ASHA, spiritual series by Kurnia, and workshop on good values, and also how do we get the strength from this musibah. This is by PMA. And quickly approaching the end of my presentation, a story of Musa when he was chased by a tyrant king for his life. He was running, walking for days without food, and when he arrived at a village and he saw a water source there, imagine yourself, he's hungry, he's fear, he's tired, and when he saw two Madian sisters in need, he first helped them to provide water for their sheep. And it's a long story, but the lesson here is helping in the time of need. And even though he is in dire need, but he first helped the others. So it's others first above self. And it is in line also with our tagline, Beri PMA, where we can learn from The Lion King, where Mufasa telling Simba, while others search for what they can take, a true king, true leader searches for what they can give. So these are, as mentioned earlier, one of the other side of the coin. We will do the giving. So this is some of the efforts done by ourselves during the first flood. Actually, when we first take the trusteeship as a PMA new board member, we was first faced the flood, the first one early of the year. So we provided some, and we also have introduced Budiman Food Corner, and for the past 1 year, we have spent about 13,527 ringgit and 5 cents distributing foods as a bags of hope. And also we have food bank where in all campuses where they can, where the community, be it students, staff, cleaner, our postmen, our contractors, who can also benefit from the food bank. Another significant achievement by ASA, they have this COVID-19 Saving Brigade. And I don't have to see much in the picture, explain you all what they have done. And a part of that is food, providing food for the volunteers, for the students, and for the communities in need. This is from Kurnia, they also have. This is from, Brother Yazid, President of Kesatu, also giving hand during the flood. This is the recent one, the recent flood. Okay, a blank slide, purposely done to indicate darkness. Recently, I received a question. I couldn't really get it, so I asked a few, still not getting there. So then I approached a friend of mine. So she her explanation was simple yet understandable. And so I told her it was dark. Thank you for switching on the light. The room is brighter now. So similarly, during the crisis, most of us are in darkness, and communication is the essence, especially during the crisis management. So, and we need the communication which is like switch on type to make it brighter. And we understand that in the time of pandemic, the decision need to be done fast. But for that to last, it can't be done with lust. Therefore, it should be based on NAS, evidence-based. And at the same time, it's a NAS, it's human-friendly. So we need the Budi Bicara, ability to reach a balanced decision for all. And of course, we do understand the smaller the team to make decision is better, but we need a well-represented team so that no one is left behind. So when during the crisis, the pandemic, in IIUM, for example, we have a Sejahtera Council. Sadly, the staff association were not in, and then they were request to include, and it doesn't happen, but alhamdulillah, in future events like the Future Literacy Workshop, we were involved from the very beginning. Thus, we were able to actually express the concern and the ideas that we have on the ground from different scheme and different level of the IIUM community. And another thing during this pandemic, also during this flood, I would like to share one of example. When we went to the flood relief, we went to one area in Mentakap. We go and help the community and also for the staff who were involved. And just on the way back, we received information that one of our staff were also there, but we don't have that information. Somehow it's missed. So in this time of pandemic, there is a need to actually to work on this, not only gathering the data, but also to analyze and also to update from time to time. And we need a multiple source from the central agencies and also from the divisions to help to support this data. Otherwise, we will miss out. And when we find out, we ask her, why don't you? There were announcements. So she said, no, there were no lines, so I cannot update. So these are things happen, and we have to improve in the coming future. And some strategies used to address this mental health and well-being among the staff in higher learning institution. These are some of the strategies we use, and it need to be continued. And one important thing is actually the need analysis. All right, you need to engage, you need to communicate and engage. It doesn't matter whether we do the survey like the ASA did, or we do a research like the grant provided by ASA, or even we do a meetup session like what we did in PMA. We met all different levels of staff, and we try to get their input, engage for us to understand them, and also for us to communicate what we have. Because it's not only to understand them and to come up with the proposed solution for the issues, but on the other side, it's also to communicate the decision and the things happening around to reach them out, especially when during the pandemic time. and also dealing with the fake news included in the list. And most importantly is to collaborate. Of course, we need the involvement of multi-stakeholders, connecting people, work together. And we are also glad to be part of the Mental Health Month events as a partner to CCSG, our counseling center. And finally, I think the quadruple helix model of RCE applies, where we have to work together moving forward. The last one, inshallah, from me, moving forward, I would like to attract the attention of the viewers. We used to hear about 80-20, the Pareto, right? Like 20% of effort and we have 80% of the result. But how about 2080? Don't quote me wrong. This is not based on research. I'm just giving some numbers just to get things going. All right. Let's say we have 20% of high performance in an organization, and let's say they produce about 80% of the result or the impactful work at the organization or the university, and we have at the second layer 60% of the performers or adequate performers who maybe contribute around 20%, and we have another category below the dotted line. They are those yet to reach either as a performers or high performers. And when we talk about mental health and well-being, a group that we cannot afford to left out is the performers and the high performers, because it has been always the performers, the high performers that need to accommodate, sacrifice, even burn out. Yet when a particular policy is developed, especially the one that meant to put control, it is always because of the concern of that 20%, the one that below the line, on the expense of that 80% on above, which can do better without. So moving forward, we would like to actually propose for a policy review which will be more flexible, relevant to the future challenges, like for example, like work from anywhere, and also work more policies. And one thing, when we say more policies, it can also actually means less trust. And to gain one, we need to have two qualities: qawiyul amin, competent, and amanah or integrity in the current language. And alhamdulillah, in IIUM, we have the empowerment as part of the Sejahtera academic framework. But the question is always how we put all that into the practice. And with that, I would like to end with a quotation from a book, a good one actually to read. It's time to do things differently. Trust your team and be radically honest. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Brodin and Mr. Ahmad Faisal. I guess it's already 3:15. I'll try to open this question and answer session. I think I'll just give if there is any question, one or two questions from the audience. Okay, you can type your question in the Zoom chat box or in the YouTube comments. Okay, so let me ask one question, because even Brodin have been talking about one of the things that we have been having for the past few years. Even at night, we are going to have meeting. Okay, so he talked about working from anywhere, working from working anytime, anywhere, working for Allah. So we have been experiencing this. So is it possible to be done at the higher learning institution in Malaysia, given the current structures that we have? Mr. Ahmad Faisal, maybe you can answer.
Okay. I mean, maybe the gist of the question is work from everywhere. Actually, that's notion of work from everywhere. I said this many times to my management. Actually, we as the so-called academic staff, even academics, I think we have to keep away with work in office. I think we are working everywhere actually. Almost I say this many times. We are working 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and until the end of our last day in service, we still working. Then after that, we are still working. Maybe inshallah, if given time. So this is I stress this to my management. First thing, we need to trust and we have to see the outcome. I think every one of us is contribute with our own means, right? We are our own, I mean, field, department. I think every one of us has a specific or each roles in contributing, especially to for the betterment of our country. But for the sake of education, I think we need to trust our staff, and we need to trust our colleagues. We need to support each other. And I said this last in 2020 in September, August something. We had the opportunity to meet our honorable minister, Datuk Seri Dr. Noraini Ahmad. I said to her, I think we need to be thankful that because of this pandemic. Actually, this is like a blessing in disguise. I think this pandemic is like a blessing in disguise. Before this, we want to talk about work everywhere. We want to talk about work from home. We still can contribute. We still can learn. We still can work. Even we are at our own house or even our own home. So that is the so-called the colleagues, maybe the sign. So that's why I said the work from everywhere. Actually, we have started it some times ago, and now actually to enhance. And how we can embrace that. And after this, I said the question of, for example, space is no longer the main issue in our country, especially in my case in UITM, because we have so many students. So all this way we have the issue of space, of building of classes. So inshallah after this we can manage it wisely. So how to distribute all those space and that we have. So I think. Yes, we can go now. The now is actually the future. Even that's what I mean. Now we have done it.
Yeah,
yep.
I think we have shown that it can be done. So when we have happy staff, then we are going to have happy student. When we have happy student, then we are going to get a better and a very, very good student that's going to be building our nations to a much better futures. Okay, so given the time, I think we have to stop over here. I would like to thank both our speakers, Mr. Ahmad Faizal and brother Brodin. Okay, with that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give back the session to our MC, Madam Shahrizad.
Thank you, Prof. Gary. It's okay for me to call you Prof. Gary, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, dear participants and viewers, please help yourselves to refresh while we continue straight away to our next session. And the best part is many more joining our webinar now. The total increased to more than 500 participants. The notion is very simple: to share knowledge with as many as we can, inshallah. But before that, can we have all the the moderator, the panelists to turn on your camera for the team to to take photo. Yeah, technical team, are you ready?
Ready.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, done?
Done.
All right, thank you. Okay, once again, thank you to Prof. Gary and both moderator. One of the moderator, Brodin, is actually the president of PMA, where I am one of the member of the PMA. So you really make us proud, Mr. Press. All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, seems that the moderator and the panelists of the next session are all ready to be on air. right? Hoping so, yeah, I can see them. They will discuss a topic entitled Dealing with Mental Health Related Issues During Pandemic. What do higher learning institutions leaders need? All right, and this session will be conducted by Associate Professor Dr. Lihana Burhan, Director, Office of Knowledge for Change and Advancement, IIUM. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Professor Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman and friends. Okay, with me today, I am very honored to actually be hosting Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris, Deputy Director, Academic and Internationalization, IIUM, and Professor Elizabeth Lee Puhian, Chief Executive Officer of Sunway Education Group. Okay, for this fifth session, we have looked at issues from the academic, from the academics perspective, from the students' perspective, from the community perspective, and also from the staff perspective. Now, we have heard not just the challenges that they face, but also the expectations of the leaders and management. But we also know that HLI leaders are also humans, and they are thrown to manage these big organizations, which most likely they were not ready to deal with the pandemic. I mean, none of us had thought that we would be dealing with a pandemic, 5 years back, and the ensuing mental health issues that arises from the pandemic. Okay, but cope and manage, they have to do, and alhamdulillah, they have been able to do. So, but let's also ask them, what do they need? Okay, and with this also the questions, they will be talking about the questions such as the challenges that they face when getting staff and student to make adjustment with the new work environment, and the salient characteristics needed by HLI leaders and managers when they're handling the mental health issues, especially when you're not mental health experts yourself. And the leadership competency model that would address this mental health aspect. So we would also be hearing the infrastructures that they need, these HLI leaders need in managing the mental health issues during crisis, and in their organization, perhaps which division is responsible for this crisis management, if any. So with us today to talk about this, to discuss these issues, are two very prominent leaders. Okay, one is my boss, okay, Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris. Okay, just a brief introduction because we want to hear more from them than from me. Okay, but they deserve to be introduced. Okay, we have Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail, who is the current Deputy Director of Academic and Internationalization, and also the co-chair of the UNESCO Chair in Future Studies, Anticipation of Sustainability and Wellbeing, hosted by IIUM. He was also, in 2009 to 2013, the Deputy Director of Research and Innovation of IIUM, and he has served as the Dean of the Kuliah of Engineering twice, actually. Okay. Now, he has, of course, been involved in many research and many decision making at the international level also, and he has filed for patents. But currently, he is also the chair of the Ihsan Council, which is the IIUM Council for Mental Health. We also have with us today Professor Elizabeth Lee, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Sunway Education Group. She joined SEG in 1992, and we can see how the institution has developed from one single institution into a dynamic group of 17 institutions, from early childhood education to higher education, which also includes the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development and the Center for Planetary Health and the 42KL, which is a peer-based learning coding school. So you can see she is also a dedicated educator who immerses herself to student well-being and is the driving force behind the education group's mission to provide a holistic and inclusive learning environment for all, including SDG's commitment to UN Sustainable Development Goals. With a Master of Philosophy in Education from the University of Cambridge, she is also the one of the past presidents of the Oxford and Cambridge Alumni Society of Malaysia. She also has, among others, 2 honorary doctorates from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, and Victoria University, Australia. We welcome you, Professor Elizabeth Lee and Professor Ahmad Faris. Okay, thank you for making time. And so I would like to first invite Prof. Faris, and then we'll go to Prof. Elizabeth.
Thank you very much, the moderator, my colleague, Professor Dr. Lihana. Of course, Prof. Shukran as the organizer of this international webinar on mental health. And of course, my panelists, Professor Dr. Elizabeth Lee. First and foremost, I think I would say that I'm very happy to be given this opportunity, to share with all the participants of this international webinar on at least some experiences that we had, especially during these challenging years during the COVID-19. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess you will agree with me if I say that this COVID-19 pandemic is really a new experience to everybody. So, everybody. And I remember, I think during March 2020, when our government, Malaysian government, announced the total lockdown. I remember when the Prime Minister then announced that there will be a total lockdown for 2 weeks. So everybody was thinking that after 2 weeks, things will be back into normal. Okay? And then at the end of the first 2 weeks, then there is another 2 weeks. So again, people say, wow. And there is a hopeful, okay. And then after that, then the reality sank through that, wow, this will be a very long journey, long experience that we are developing. And I remember also when it was first announced, we stopped everything. I think no classes, no schools. And then as we know that now it will become part of our new norms, that we call it, then we need to adjust, we need to learn. And I think, thank God, Alhamdulillah, I think we did learn. I think now we are here after almost 2 years of learning together. And as the title for this forum, we are talking about what is the lesson learned by the leaders of universities, of the higher learning institutions. So I will take this opportunity just to maybe highlight 3 or 4 important points that maybe we can develop further. Indeed, this pandemic situation really taught us many lessons. For some of us, I think we think that this is a good time for us to reset many things. And for many of us, we thought that these are a good time for us to reflect, do a lot of reflections during this time. And so I guess the main question is how to move forward. What have we learned and how to move forward beyond this COVID-19 pandemic, now that things are a little bit more stabilized and under control. In fact, if maybe I can pose this question to everybody, to all the participants, to think and to imagine what will be our trend and also our activities and cultures at our respective universities after this COVID-19. Are we going back to normal? Are we going to do things differently? I was following towards the end of the last session, this work from everywhere, work from anytime. Are we going to continue this? Or we are just going back to the 9 to 5 routine that we have been having before? And of course, there are other questions. Other question is, we can see that, for example, the use of technology, for example, I mean, how are we going to leverage on the technology that we have learned? And similarly, I think one thing that we discovered during this COVID-19 is the, what you call it, the different needs for different people. I think these are the things which is important. So I'll be talking about some of these issues in my presentation. So again, my first point, I mean, if you ask me about the challenges facing the higher learning education leaders, I guess the most important thing that we learn when we after the total lockdown, and we were about to again restart at the time the classes, the semester at that time, but of course mostly online, and of course similar with the school system. I guess the first challenge is how to ensure that the communication to students is consistent, caring, and clear. I think that is very important. So of course, we also learned a lot in this experience. I mean, sometimes, I mean, we tried to communicate, and the communications did not go well, or some of our statements are, I mean, lost in the, I mean, as we cascade down. So I guess the biggest challenge at that time is communication. I mean, how to make sure that whatever that we would like to do, whatever that the new norms, the new way that we are going to conduct our university is communicate well to everybody, especially to our students. Because of course, I mean, they are changing from, I mean, just imagine, I mean, before everybody used to come to class, limited time, assessment is done in class, and now we are changing everything. So how good is our communication? I think this is the most important thing that I learned as I mean, trying to manage this COVID-19. So that's why, as a result, I mean, of course, I think based on our experience is to really first to make sure that students are aware that universities is going to take care of them. I think it's very important, because they are also they start to be you know, worry whether they can graduate on time or not, you know, that sort of thing. So that's why I think communication is very important. So that's why the next thing is it's very important for the leaders of the university to keep it simple and apply the good leadership skills. I think this is a very, very important thing. And I summarize it into maybe 4 or 5 good leadership skills here that is required during this pandemic. And the first one may be courageous. I think it's very important. Courage is the most important thing. I think we need people who are courageous to really, I mean, manage this situation, this crisis. Okay, and we at IIUM, I think thanks to partly to Dr. Lihana, we are quite fortunate because we have this JATRA academic framework, okay, that promote flexibility. I guess this is another key point. We have to be courageous enough, meaning that now we're talking about new norm. We cannot be doing business as usual, especially in conducting our teaching and learning, as well as research, as well as a service to the community. So that's why this flexibility is very, very important. I mean, I guess to give you a simple example is, in fact, in teaching, I mean, we cannot just, we are trying to encourage or train our staff. Now we have to do retraining, a lot of quick retraining for our staff, that you cannot just conduct classes like before. If it is like 9 to 10 on Monday, everybody is there online. I mean, so it's no longer valid. So that is no longer valid. It's not like business as usual anymore. So that's why flexibility is very important. And then, of course, one is courageous. One is, of course, we have to be also, I mentioned communication, but also connection is very also important. How we connect with our students. We need to understand their limitation. So that's why we discover that some students cannot follow synchronous class. Therefore, we need to have an alternative way of delivering our teaching and learning. And then, of course, sometimes I think to the point that I think our lecturers, okay, need to tailor-make or customize the teaching and learning to suit the needs of our students. So connection is very important. I mean, meaning that we have to have always a good relationship, asking our students, especially when we're talking about their situation, their mental health, their well-being. Not only that, I think we also have to ask how about the well-being of their family. You know, that we have to take care of all of these things. Okay, and this must be done in clarity. So this is very important. Clarity is, since we are changing from the normal business into a normal way of doing the teaching and learning, clarity is very, very important. I mean, in what you call it, in conveying the message to our students. And in the process also, we need to be very, the good leader, we have to be very frank and honest, not trying to hide any useful information. We need to be a good listener, okay? And of course, the empathy, the caring, the compassionate leadership. I think this is very, very important. So that's why at our, like the moderator, Dr. Lehana mentioned, at IIUM, I mean, we have set up what we call the Ihsan Council. This is to take care of the mental and spiritual health of not only the students, but to the staff. First of all, we have come up with both IIUM mental health policy for staff, as well as IIUM mental health policy for students. And this, of course, got the endorsement and approval from our board of governors. I mean, go to that level, because this is to show the importance of mental health and the well-being of our staff and students. So we have the policy, and this council, the mental health, the Ihsan, the mental health council, is taking care to monitor and to ensure the implementation of these policies. And also, another important thing is, this when we are talking about connection, we are talking about clarity and talking to each other. This council also become an official platform for the various departments and agencies in the university to connect and collaborate with one another. I mean, together with, I think we are getting input from so many parties, and this council we do the connection and collaboration. And this is very, very important, okay, because based on our experience, to tackle the mental health and the well-being of our staff and students, it needs all parties to be involved. Okay, and from the top leadership, okay, as well as the what you call it, the Senate, and then go down to the faculties, the kuliahs, we call it here, and then of course department, until the level of the lecturers. So that's why my next important point is that we need to make sure that this mental health and well-being, we need to ensure and consider the mental health and well-being for all campus community members. So sometimes I think at the beginning we learned it. We were focusing more on students, but as time progressed, we said that wow, I think other community members on campus also, I mean, they also need to be taken care of. We need, so especially our lecturers, especially our staff here, both the academic as well as the administrative staff. Because if we do not take care of the staff, mental health and mental well-being, then we cannot support the mental health and the well-being of the students. So that's why I think it's very, very important for us to make sure that we need to protect the lecturers' well-being and the mental health. So here is where I mentioned earlier, compassionate leadership is very, very important. The supervisors' role are very important because the lecturers, normally they report to the head of department. So the department must show again, the flexibility, the compassionate, the care and concern to the lecturers. And of course, they also report to the deans. So meaning that in order for us to help, even talking about the students' well-being and mental health, we have to take care of our lecturers and our administrative staff, because when they are in good condition, then I think they can support more our students. So here is where we have to recognize, the term like emotional fatigue. We also have like emotional fatigue. Now we are locked down in the room, so no more physical fatigue, but it becomes emotional fatigue. And then I think based on one of our survey, suddenly they say that we are stressed because of our demand of our supervisor. Like I mentioned that even they have to work even after office hours and sometimes until late at night. So that's why this is where we have to understand this emotional fatigue, and also we also have to make sure that they are not burnt out in their work. So to take, meaning that we have to take care of everybody on campus. And the next one, which is very, very important also, to use evidence. Okay, to use evidence, to use data, to use assessment in making decisions. This is so very, very important. So meaning that as I mentioned at the beginning, we are learning. And of course we are still learning until today. Therefore, the evidence are very, very important. So this is where I'm quite happy that as we learned from the situation, I think we have conducted many surveys. We have engaged different different categories of student, undergraduate, postgraduate, as well as we also engage with different segments of our staff. To get data. I think data is very, very important. To understand the situation. So here is based on this data. Okay, then I think the leaders of the higher learning institutions, can make an informed decision. All right, based on the the objectives of or the outcome that we would like to have. So again, and we need, like for example, I mean, when we did this I mean, through survey and so on and so forth, I think we learned a lot. We learned a lot what type of support that we need to give to not only our students but to our staffs. Okay, and of course, we discovered, okay, we discovered that different students would require different support, okay, and similarly with the staff. I mean, different staff would require different type of support in order for us to make sure that they do not have problem in what you call it, conducting their job, so that I think the productivity will be there. Okay, I think one of the issue here is that maybe if you want to make a study, is to see whether the productivity, okay, before COVID, early part of the COVID, and now, and then maybe after the COVID. I think this is another thing that is very important, I think, for the leadership as we move forward, to see how the productivity among staff and students. I think this is another thing that I think we can learn from this, so that we can make a better plan for the future. Like for example, I think when we get the input from our staff, they are looking more towards like a better work-life balance. For example, I think it's very important for them, the work-life balance. So how to make sure that in this scenario where we are working from anywhere, working anytime, I mean, how can they maintain the work-life balance? It is very, very important. Another thing is, how can they manage stresses? Okay, so I always joke with my colleagues that I mean, whenever you receive an email or WhatsApp from your boss, I mean, you just say to yourself that tomorrow is still there. No, because sometimes people get scared. No, oh, I just received a message from my boss, I have to do this right away. No, tell yourself that tomorrow is still there. So, I mean, take a deep breath, manage your stress. You know, sometimes, I mean, with a simple, way of managing the stress, then I think you can maintain your, not only your mental health, but also your physical health. I think this is very, very important. Okay, my last point, one thing that I think the leaders of the higher learning institution really need is to make sure that we provide sufficient and adequate support. So either in terms of, different type of support for both staff and students, for them to, to really, to remain healthy. Okay. So here is, for example, for staff. For staff, training and retraining is very, very important. So training and retraining. So different, like for example, I think what is a blessing in disguise when we are doing hybrid teaching or online teaching is suddenly everybody knows, how to conduct teaching and learning online. But of course, in the process, you need to do some trainings, a lot of webinars, a lot of sharing for our staff to get into that. But Alhamdulillah, I think, thank God, after 2 years, I think we learned a lot in terms of this. So similarly, from students' perspective also, I think a little bit of training is very, very important. I think to support them how to follow the teaching and learning online. And one of the most important support to my mind is peer support. So peer support is also very, very important. So when we're talking about students, supporting students, and of course, staff, supporting staff, where they can engage and share their challenges as well as their best practices, how to handle and how to survive the situation. Of course, we are quite fortunate at our university. We have a good, let's say, counseling center, and then supported by the various departments. We have Department of Psychology. We also have a Department of Psychiatry. We also have our IIUM Health and Wellbeing Center. I mean, and others. I mean, to support both student and staff. But more importantly is how to invite student and staff to get this support. Many times we discover that many of our students, I mean, do not know that they need support. So that's why these are why the importance of their peer, their friends, their teachers and lecturers to identify this immediately. I mean, and if possible, because we always believe that prevention is always better. So if we see some signs, some symptoms, and I think we need to make sure that our staff and students get the support. So I guess those are a few things that I would like to share with you. Just that the last point that Dr. Lihana, the moderator, mentioned is about who is responsibility. I guess to my mind, at higher learning education, we are a very big organization. First of all, I think ideally, I think the responsibility should be everybody's responsibility. I think that is very, very important. I think if everybody is looking after each other, staff and students, that is the best. But of course, in terms of, like I mentioned, at IIUM, I think we have our mental health council, and then of course this went up really to our board of governors and the top management of the university, as well as the Senate. I think everybody is looking for this with a specific task for, of course, the support systems that I mentioned just now. Because at the end of the day, I will conclude with this. At the end of the day, I think our job as the leaders of the higher learning institution is to ensure that nobody is left behind as we progress, okay, staff and student, because staff also has challenges to fulfill their duties during, especially during this pandemic, and of course they need to be, they need to be healthy, to continue. So our job is to ensure that the ecosystem, the good ecosystem is there for the staff and students to continue, their duties and responsibilities. So thank you very much, Dr. Lihana.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. We'll go next to Prof. Elizabeth, and then we'll get more interactive after this, inshallah.
Sorry?
Prof. Elizabeth, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Lihana. Thank you, Prof. Ahmad Faris, for speaking so well. A lot of the things you said resonated very much with my heart. I wish to thank Prof. Dr. Shukran and also Prof. Dr. Yazrina for having me today. It truly is a pleasure to be here, to see so many people and be able to share and learn from each other during these very uncertain times that Prof. Ahmad Faris mentioned. Indeed, COVID-19 has been challenging and it has thrown us all into awry, and we don't know sometimes we talk about the new norm. I don't believe there's a new norm. I think there will always be a new abnormal, you know, because everything is so abnormal. When you think you have just about figured out COVID-19, suddenly you have Omicron. When your numbers start coming down, suddenly today 5,000 over, you know. So things like that. So I don't think it's ever going to change, and we just have to adapt accordingly. But today we're here to talk about mental health and how institutions of higher learning are coping with it, and how they are also leading during this time, which is important because we are the ones responsible for young people left in our care, young people who are being educated and will come out to become the leaders of tomorrow. So what we do with them now is so crucial, because we're preparing them for what I've just called the new abnormal. They are uncertain, we are uncertain, and we are all trying to learn together how to tread forward, one little step at a time. There's a Chinese saying, you know, you move forward by feeling the rocks before you. And so you just have to feel one at a time. You're not sure where they are, whether they are stable or not, but you just have to make that step and you have to try it. And in fact, that is what being a leader is all about, I think, which is very much your question, Prof. Lihana, as to what leaders should be like during this COVID-19, especially in an educational institution. And that is, you know, to paraphrase Prof. Ahmad Faris's words, that, you know, we should be courageous indeed. We have no choice, but we have to lead, because someone is looking to someone to do that, and so it's got to be us. Everyone doesn't really know what the future is like. There is no right or wrong answer, but we just need to try, and we just need to show that we can move ahead, because if we don't, we will get stuck. If we don't, as we have known, even if we stay home, COVID comes to us. So we have to get on with life. Right. Dr. Lihana asked many questions at the beginning, so let me try to address them without taking too much time. They were very broad, and in fact, that's why Prof. Ahmad Faris was trying so hard to address them all. And let me try to do the same thing without taking too much time. First of all, I would like to frame the whole COVID-19 and mental health. As we know that COVID-19 is not just a global threat to physical health, but it is very much so to mental health as well. And in fact, there are studies that have been done all over the world, and in the United States, of course, they found that a lot of students have found themselves to be unmotivated, anxious, and stressed, isolated during this time. But as I reflected on it, actually, students can get easily stressed most of the time across the ages anyway. But what I found more importantly was really what we have done in nearer home in Malaysia. For example, this one has frightened me quite a fair bit. According to police figures in a report in the New Straits Times, suicide rates, now that is related to mental health, of course, has almost doubled on average across all the age groups in 5 months in 2021 alone. And that was 94 cases a month. This is suicide, so this is serious stuff, you know. And compared with 2019 in 51 cases per month. And amongst this group, the highest, can you guess who they are? The highest are teenagers. The highest are our students. So the publicity director of Befrienders Kuala Lumpur, Ardi Ayadali, said that many calls were received from young people related to so-called prolonged isolation, coping with online classes, no surprise. I think they actually said toxic family dynamics, but that's also because, you know, having to be in a family, there's no escape, and then finding out that, you know, within a family there are quite a number of issues that will crop up, and then how to manage them. All became very, very awkward and difficult. And all this has contributed to the mental health, such as anxiety and depression. And at the beginning of the pandemic, of course, many higher learning institutions around the world were closed. And because of that, many have had to teach to remote teaching quite immediately. So as I mentioned about the studies, there were also another 2 studies that excited me and got me thinking. One was in September, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, or Utah. They conducted an online survey of youth between 16 years of age and 30 years old. And they actually found that 85% of the respondents were emotionally stressed. And a majority of them were stressed because they were just fearful of getting infected. They were just so scared. And other challenges were also due to online lessons and also from working from home. Working from home was very stressful. Now, then there was another survey that we actually did at Sunway University in collaboration with DG Telecommunications. And this was called the Life Under COVID-19 for Children Online, Values and Challenges 2021. So in this survey, what we found that of the respondents who were aged below 21 years of age, we found that almost half were unable to see the positive life, the positive side of life. And as high as 44% were experiencing mild to severe symptoms of depression. To me, this one is very, very significant, because if you have half of your young people, the ones that I mentioned much earlier on, whom we are trying to educate and nurture and who will take over the next generation and become the leaders of tomorrow, if half of them say that they cannot see anything positive, they cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel, this is very serious stuff. And as high as 44% of them are already experiencing either mild symptoms or serious symptoms of depression. And as you know, the more serious you get, then the ultimate would be suicide. So these are very, very, very worrying trends. So what are these causes and other issues related to this? We talked about uncertainty. It is true. Uncertainty that our students face, whether, I know that for my students, they feel very stressed out. They need to know, somehow all of us need to have some kind of certainty in our lives. For the students, it's like, when is school beginning to open? When can I come back to school? Or when can I not come back to school? I would like this to continue online, because I would prefer to be in my kampong, or I am overseas, I can't come back. Am I going to be able to continue my studies, etc.? So certainty is very important. So this type of uncertainty is causing them a lot of stress. Travel. When can they come back? Or when can our young people go somewhere else? Exams, that was another big issue with our students. Are we going to have exams? How will exams be conducted? And I'm not used to this online exam. My internet connection is not good enough. And will I ever complete my course of studies? Because there's so many practicals I need to do, and yet school is not open, I cannot do them. So it's very, very stressful. And then last but not least, they worry about employment. They hear that people are being unemployed left, right, and center, and they don't know whether they will ever get employed when they come out. So there's on one hand, they want to complete their exams, they want to finish. On the other hand, they are afraid that when they come out, what will happen? There's no job available. So that's why you don't fancy being them right now, and you can also understand why 50% of them cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel. Everything is blur. Everything is uncertain. Everything is stressful. Yep. So what other issues that have come out? Issues of isolation that we mentioned. Some of them are away from home and they have to live on their own. And so they feel very isolated. At the end of the day, we are all social beings. We like being with friends. We like being with each other. We like, holding each other's hands. We like to salam. We like to, just hug each other. And we can't do this. It's like me. I see all of you, but at the same time, I don't really see you, and it's sad. And so people do feel that isolation. So that is a problem. And of course, I mentioned about family issues. Not to say that family issues were never there. Every family would have some kind of issue or the other. But it's all being magnified. It's so big now because you cannot escape from them. So you become more stressed up, and that's when you have all these issues. So what have we been learning in Sunway? Well, in Sunway, one of, Dr. Ahmad Faris talked about, the council that he set up. We have actually spared no expense for a number of years now, even well before the pandemic, to say that when it comes to counseling, when it comes to welfare of our students, we spare no expense. So sometimes we may say, okay, the times are not so good. We have to stop hiring in certain departments. But when it comes to counselors, my student life department, my student life director knows that I spare no expense. And she said, if you can find the right counselor, just hire the person, because we want to boost up that unit as much as possible. So what we have in Sunway is that we find that even with this open door policy to invite counselors to come in and to employ them and to bring them into the family of Sunway immediately, that we're still having shortage. And that's because the number of cases keep escalating. And so you can imagine during the pandemic, it's been much worse. And if there is one other department besides the teachers who are so busy during the whole pandemic, it's actually my counseling and welfare, my counseling and wellness unit within student life. They have been working round the clock. Talk about essential services. They are an essential service. So they had to actually come back while people were working from home. They were the ones who had to come back on campus because they had to see students who needed that face-to-face. And we keep saying, tell the policeman, this is important. You have to come. This is a matter of life and death. So this is essential. Of course, they also conducted online counseling. And we also have a 24/7 counseling hotline, because we noticed that when the office is shut, students still need help, students still need support, students still need somebody to talk to. And so there is this 24/7 hotline that they will call. And definitely during this pandemic, that line has been pretty hot, because people are calling up, and sometimes they just want to chat, sometimes they're seriously desperate. And that's where we have to also get very serious in making sure that they don't do something harmful to themselves. And so all these have been happening in the background. And then, in fact, I've got some figures here. Our counseling contact hours increased in 2021. That's how much it had gone up in comparison to 2020, how bad it was, 80%. And then we also had an overall increase of 30% in times of hours in providing webinars, because we realized that we have to give the students a lot more support. And the support would be not just in one-to-one counseling, but also self-help. We came out with a lot of infographics to help the students. To see how to help themselves. And then there are a lot of training webinars also that my team was doing with other lay counselors, as we call them. Lay counselors could be the teachers, could be interested students, and we have quite a number of students who come forward. And so we created this We Care team that will help to look after the students. And then also we have to have training sessions for teachers, because as they are teaching students, whether it's online and they are engaged, they must be able to see the signs. What are the signs? And refer these students accordingly to the counselors. And so that the counselors can work directly with students and very oftentimes even with the families to see how to help support the students more. So these are some of the things that we have been doing. With the staff, Prof. Ahmad Faris is quite, it is quite true. The staff themselves also needed a lot of support because, as you know, overnight change. Suddenly, you know, they don't have the comfort of their classrooms anymore. Suddenly, they have to open up and look into a camera. Suddenly, all their lectures are being recorded. In the past, they would not record their lectures at all, but suddenly, now it is recorded for posterity, as I call it, you know. It will be there for perpetuity. It's in the cloud. So it is very, very stressful for the teachers who wonder how they look like or whether they say the wrong thing. It is recorded forever and there's no way to go back. And then, of course, for teachers to have to juggle with family needs, right? All of us have families as adults, and our children would need our time. They see mommy at home, they see daddy at home. They would want a lot more of our time. So sometimes when we are teaching, suddenly you will see a child running across and things like that. And so that can cause some teachers a lot of stress. And then, of course, the demands from students. I know that my teachers tell me, you know, suddenly they are not just teaching students, they're teaching their parents as well, because the parents, you know, they have been wanting to come into classes. They can't, suddenly they can, you know, they just need to sit next to their child, and then they can see how the teaching is. And of course, that becomes extremely stressful and demanding on the students on the staff as well. So we have all these to contend with. Now, what are some of the great things? I must say that personally, I found that some of the good things that have come out of the pandemic is the fact that it has broken down a lot of barriers. And what some of these barriers are, let me talk about them. For example, because it is so uncertain, nobody knows what's going on. The barriers started breaking down between, for example, us and the Ministry of Higher Education, our authorities. You know, we became so much closer together. We could discuss things together and say, hey, this one is going to affect us big time, you know. And they said, yeah, you know. And suddenly everyone became a human being. We could talk to each other. We could accept each other's views, and we were listening to each other for a change, you know. And I tell you honestly, I take my hat off to my so-called authorities. I have so much respect for them that especially during the beginning of the pandemic, you know, whether it's the minister or the DG, you know, they were so on the ball, you know, they were online. They were not only online, they were on WhatsApp with us. I was WhatsApping my Director General in the middle of the night. And why? All because of the students. Everyone was on the same page that we wanted to provide a way forward for our students, some certainty, some way to somehow cope with their studies, etc. So these are some of the good things that have come out of the pandemic. Barriers are broken. Barriers are broken between teachers and their students. You know, now a lot more handphone numbers are being given out because, you know, you realize that this is the way you have to communicate. You know, before that, oh, cannot. Oh, my time is from this time to this time. Now no more, you know, the time is all round the clock. No, but we also begin to appreciate each other a lot more. So that has helped. And the third thing, which I've touched on before, the barrier that has come down, is this barrier that teachers have about taping their lessons. Now it's all taped whether you like it or not. And the advantage is to the students because the students can now go back and review. Just now, apa cikgu cakap, I don't understand, you know. The accent is really difficult. Now they can go back and they play it over and over. I dah faham sekarang, you know. So all these, this has been very good. So there's been a breakdown of that barrier, and that barrier is that the teachers are too shy, very shy, to actually tape themselves, etc. So now no more shy. You see, we can talk like that candidly. So even me, right? So I find that this is some of the good things that have come out with it. So just now I talked about the experiences that some of us have had in handling mental health related issues. So since March 2020, we've had online counseling sessions, we have face-to-face sessions, as I mentioned, and then the 24/7 crisis hotline. Of course, I also mentioned the infographics, self-help leaflets. We also have podcasts so that the students can refer to it over and over again. Staff guide in assisting distressed students. And to help individuals in understanding their own mental health, because I think that at the end of the day, the students themselves have to understand themselves and how to help themselves. Because if they don't know how to ask for help, that one becomes very dangerous. So a lot of support services and resources have been set up for them. I talked about the trained peer counseling volunteers so that, young people like to talk to another young person, but we want to make sure that the young person that he talks to or she talks to knows how to help them properly. Otherwise, it becomes even worse. So that's why we have this trained peer counseling volunteers program as well. And for the staff, as I mentioned before, we also have employee assistance program. And this is a program that I'm very proud of in the Sunway group itself that has been put up, because the Sunway group is coming forward and accepting that mental health is to be reckoned and to be accepted. Okay? We should not make it a stigma. That is very important. And so, just like some people suffer from cancer, you have to give them treatment. Some people suffer from, flu and headache. Some people suffer from COVID. You still have to support them. And it's the same with mental health and mental illness. So all Sunway employees are specifically now provided with mental health support. And this is two-pronged. One is a hotline where staff can call and speak very privately and confidentially to someone who is able to help them and support them. And if it's anything serious, then they will be referred to proper psychologists within the Sunway Medical for treatment, for example. So we have those things in place. When it comes to mental health, many Malaysians fail to get diagnosed or treated. I mean, that is a given because it is such a taboo subject. And what we need to do, as I mentioned before, is we really need to break this taboo. And from a work perspective, from an institution perspective, we need to really just address this, call it what it is. So you're depressed. It's okay. Let's work together. Let's see how to help you. There is help. Don't brush it under the carpet because that's not going to help anything. And I still remember I was just sharing this with someone at lunch. I was judging as a panel of 4 judges, and this was a pitching session by the students on different apps that they would like to create. And so this particular young person came up and he started his talk by saying, a research shows that 1 in 4 people have mental health issues. So for me, it's like, this was many, many years ago, okay? Please understand this, more than, I think, 6 years ago or so. And so I said to him, this fella, very dramatic, trying to catch our attention, But you know what? I looked at my fellow judges, and 2 of them, their face changed. And I said, oh my God, it's not 1 in 4, it's 2 in 4. And that was when I discovered. And of course, this team, which this particular person who pitched his idea of a mental health app, which I thought wasn't very well developed compared to the other pitches that came forward, won the day purely because 2 judges who felt and saw this need put them as number 1. And so it goes to show that it is a serious thing. We have to address it. And so that day, it was very eye-opening for me. My mind was opened up I said, this is a serious problem we have here. A lot of people are just not addressing this. They're not thinking about it. They're not talking about it. And I need to learn more about this. So now I come to your question on leadership. Leadership within the institution. It's very important that the leadership, the very top leaders, believe this, accept this, and put in place a supportive framework within the institution for mental health. Because if you can imagine that 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 or 2 in 4 are affected by mental health issues, then this is very, very serious. And I also started my talk by saying that, you have 50% of young people who don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. And as much as, what was the number already? Very high. Another 44% of them are prone to depression, are already showing signs of depression. So these are very great figures. So therefore leaders right at the top have to accept this and address this. And this message has to perpetuate. And this culture, not just message, it has to be a culture, has to perpetuate and permeate throughout the whole institution. And this can only come from the top. That's why the role of the institutional leaders in this respect is extremely important, to develop that framework and to see it through, so that everyone knows that this is the way we're going, and this is what we're going to do. We're not going to hide this under the carpet. We have to accept that the person sitting next to me, the person seated in the next office, could be suffering, and it is my job to help support. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Well, I do have a follow-up question though from one of the audience for you, Prof. Elizabeth. This is from Wei JT. You mentioned that the counselors were essential service counseling. Your counseling unit would consider the essential services, and they had to go in. So the question was, I would like to ask, how did Sunway look out for the well-being of these counselors who were working around the clock, trying to support all the students?
That is a very good question. In fact, they are the ones that I would actually speak to personally to ask, hey, how are you all doing? Are you guys okay? Are you able to support each other? And they have been great. They actually support each other. And they rotate with each other, and when they need to take a break, when they need to rest themselves, and then who to take over. So that's why I have mentioned earlier on that when it came to the counseling unit, the counseling team, we spare no expense. If we can find good counselors, we take them. There are never too many, because they need to be there. They need to not just support this whole mothership. They have to also support themselves, because if you don't help yourselves, if you yourself are unwell, how can you help someone else? You know what I mean? So this is absolutely true, and that is a very important question. So they also have to be, for example, during the pandemic, a lot of people were not sure then, is it safe to come back? So I have to say things like, hello, the university is the safest place you can be. Nobody is there. And then when you think about it, it's very true. It is true. I'm not going to see it. And of course, we have to reassure people. You have to socially distance. You have to physically distance and things like that, and see, ensure that both parties are absolutely safe, and take all the, measure your temperature. In those days, we don't have COVID tests, so you can only measure your temperature, right? And then answer all the questions to make sure that you are absolutely well before you can come in. We used to be crazy, somebody sneezes, sorry, you go home now. It's just so serious because that's before the vaccination, before you have COVID tests, and so you really have to take all the extra precautions. And that's why yesterday we have set up a COVID management committee where I myself actually am a part of it, where it's a small committee which makes a lot of these decisions. And somebody was asking, you mean we are opening up the campus? Because they said, I thought it's a safe bubble. I said, it is a safe bubble, you know. Everyone who comes back here are doubly, if not triply vaccinated by now, because if somebody isn't vaccinated, we say they cannot come on board. We cannot come on board purely because we are afraid that they will get infected. But at least that in that sense, we are as safe as we can be. But life now goes on, so we have to venture out. But definitely have to wear masks and physically distance. That one is a absolute law. If you don't, sorry, you get thrown out.
Okay, thank you. Which actually raises a question. You know, we talk about how can we trust everybody. So I somehow think about the term paranoia, which is not good for our mental health also. So how do you deal with this question of trust, with this question of trust and empathy, you know, between the co-workers, the staff and the students? I'm opening it to either one of you.
If I may jump in fact, Prof. Ahmad Faris just now addressed it very well when he talked about, you know, some of the, you know, the qualities that the institutional leader needs to have. And I totally echo all that he said. Communication is key. We have developed 50 communiques, or we call it COVID advisories, where we have constantly reached out to each and every student and staff. And these advisories, we think very hard about them so that we constantly communicate with them. We tell them what the government is doing as we know of it. We tell them what the university is doing, the institutions are doing, what our Ministry of Higher Education is all about. So at every step, when we have new information, we'll give it to the students. Like right now, we even tell them where to get their COVID shots, you know, and we even organize it for them when we were able to do so. We actually did that, you know. We said, okay, we've got some free shots from one of the Sunway Medical Centers. So let's have all the names now, you know. Let's try to, you know, when people don't show up, and then we have all these students that we will put in so that we can get them vaccinated as soon as possible. So we were actually doing all this, and in our communications, we try to be as clear as possible. And Dr. Ahmad Faris also mentioned about the need to be honest. So in our communication, it is very clear in our advisories that we are as frank as can be. When we are unsure, we say so. When we can be certain, we tell them so. And in fact, I'm in the midst of developing with my team the 51st advisory, which will go out later today already. So there's been a lot, but it will keep going. And that communication, as Prof. Ahmad Faris said, is very key. That you keep engaging them and you keep talking to them. And of course, we've also had town halls with the students during the pandemic, where we just open up and hundreds and thousands of them come on board. We have to look for a platform where we can address them all. And so then we answer the questions, and we talk to them and try to feel each other, where each other is coming from, so, and to allay fears. That's the most important thing. And I must say that my own feeling is that I felt that the trust quotient was very high. So it wasn't something that I was concerned about.
Okay, that's I think something that everyone else feel good to know, to learn from. But which also I know I have 2 minutes before we need to hand this over. But just a question: the communiques, but there's also with the pandemic, there is also the infodemic. You know, the rise of the infodemic, all the misinformation.
Oh, Dr. WhatsApp. Got a lot. We call them the doctor WhatsApp or the fake news, kan?
Coming out, some of the communication that we give out. Yes, and the things that we put out, the HLIs put out, were twisted with especially in the social media. How do you deal with that from the mental health perspective? How do you, as human beings, deal with having your messages skewed?
I had one where somebody thought it was very very funny and tried to make it look as if it was one of our advisories and it went out saying something that is not. So we just put across that fake news, big, and then we blast that out. And in fact, it was so funny. The Star newspaper actually picked it up and said, "This is fake news." So you just have to deal with it. It can't be helped, but there are enough students who know what is real, and at a time like this, people get very serious. So you may have one prankster, and there was only one, but you have thousands of people who are serious jumping in and wanting to support and saying this is fake, stop it, and they in fact send out the real news faster than even me.
Hannah, I mean, can I just add 30 seconds? I guess the issues that we are talking about, trust and also all these fake news. I go back to our Sejahtera academic framework that we have at our university. This is where I think the empowerment with accountability is very important. Meaning that we empower our staff, we empower our students, give them the confidence, give them the flexibility, give them, we treat them as a matured, person. But of course, it comes with accountability. I think that is very, very important thing that I think we need. One message is very important is, for our staff and students, to be responsible and, to be also resilient and vigilant, about what they are consumed online. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to engage with both of you more, but I don't think I'm allowed to at this point by time, but I hope there'll be another time for when I'll be able, especially with Prof. Elizabeth, because I can talk to Prof. Haris, inshallah, anytime. Okay, but it has been very eye-opening. It has been very informative, and I hope everyone in the audience learn from the experiences of these two leaders here. So I thank you once again, and I hand this over to the Master of Ceremony, Sister Sharizat. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lihana. Ladies and gentlemen, the last discussion has just ended. Yeah, and I wish to extend our warmest regards to all participants and viewers who are loyal with us, especially to those posting questions and concerns that help to make all the discussion lively. All right, but last but not least, once again, thank you, my sister Dr. Lihana and panelists. And as usual, kindly turn on your camera for photo session. Technical team, please. Right, done?
Okay, done.
All right, good. All right, done. So thank you once again, Dr. Lihana, Prof. Haris, and Prof. Elizabeth. It was a lively discussion. And well, I think it's about time for us to move on to the next session. It seems that, yeah, Tan Sri Zul is now ready for the next session. And we have come to the highlight of the webinar today, a talk entitled Leadership Competencies for University Leaders During COVID-19. I now pass the platform to my dear sister, Associate Professor Dr. Munir Mahmud, Deputy Dean, Postgraduate and Responsible Research, Kuliah for Information Communication Technology, IIUM, to conduct the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. Warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah. May Allah grant a lot of blessing for our day today. IIUM Rector, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Dean of Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kuliah of Islamic Relevant Knowledge and Human Sciences, Prof. Dr. Shukran Abdul Rahman, respected speakers, guests, audience from all respectable institutions, whether you are in face-to-face, in Zoom, in YouTube, or wherever you are, may everyone is safe and healthy. Indeed, it has been a very fruitful day, inshallah. This is session 6. I hope everyone is excited and looking forward to this session. Not that this is the last session, but we are honored to have our Tan Sri Zul to be with us again. Well, I think everyone knows Tan Sri. His bio sketch is long. And to cut short, I'd like to introduce him. Let's hear this. Pohonnya rene, bunga melati, talang berbunga lata di tanah. Dunia akademik sudah sebati, tersebut nama terkenal sudah. I think for those who have spoken to him or having discussion with him can relate to this pantun. Pinang gugur banyak bersabut, simpan di para di tepi rumah, mudah ditegur sapa bersambut, senyumnya mesra beriring hikmah. The last one, subur Kemboja di kampung Gombak menghias sampin warnanya merah. Sega orangnya, ilmunya banyak. Bicara pimpin memang terselah. So I hope that is sufficient with that. Let's start this important conversation, Tan Sri.
Thank you.
Inshallah, our parameter. Salam. How are you, Tan Sri?
Alhamdulillah. I think you got the wrong
Masih kat
pantun for the wrong
Kuantan ke?
people, Muni.
No,
I think you got the
it was
wrong pantun
designed
for the
for
wrong
you, Tan
people.
Sri. Berapa hari saya tak tidur buat pantun ni tau. Okay, Tan Sri, I think that's sufficient. So let's start with this conversation, Tan Sri. I think this is really important. I think we have heard morning a lot of experts talking about this topic, but I think we would like to hear from you. So our parameter of discussion today is basically leadership competencies for our university managers during this COVID-19. And we have heard a lot of stories this morning. Mental health has been escalated as a crisis. And I think just now, I think we are very honored to hear from Prof. Elizabeth. She has enlightened us with some real evidence, which are really worrying. However, I find that she has been very positive in explaining the situation. And also Prof. Faris has highlighted that the courage, flexibility, connection, communication, clarity, empowerment, and trust, I think has to be emphasis on for leadership competencies in higher education. So Tan Sri, from your view and from your reflections of handling this crisis at our university and also at the nation level, what are the emerging roles for higher education and managers in dealing with mental health related issues during this crisis? Tan Sri? Your thought on this?
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thanks for having me. I certainly am not an expert. After listening to Elizabeth and Faris, I thought I have very little to add. They have said much that I need to say. But let me humbly submit that when we talk about this mental health, this somehow or rather seems to come in a way that it surprises us. Because all this while we thought education is the best platform to do almost anything and everything. You know, we thought higher education is so crank in the sense that nobody can criticize us. We are probably the elites of many things, and we think we have got all the solutions to every problem that there is. After all, there's so many professors, there's so many PhDs, there's so many so-called experts, specialists, and so on and so forth. And suddenly we have found that we are saddled into a problem that we are just as ignorant as many people around us. I would like to humbly submit that this is an issue that we really need to come to brass tacks and find out when we talk about the role of the university. Is the university today
playing the role of educating people to start off with. I have my doubts. I don't think we are educating people. I think we are training people for some sort of a mission that increase economic prosperity, to make people richer to a certain extent, to the extent that we now begin to see that the pandemic tells us how discriminative the system is. I think this is something that we have been trying to tell people, that the education system does not work. It becomes very elitist. It becomes very discriminative. Even to the best democracy in the world, you find suddenly racism is very much a systematic problem in education at that particular level. And we tend to ignore it because we think it is world class, is a class above the rest, and therefore we accept it at face value. Now, COVID tells us this a whole lot of nonsense that we need now to understand that education is not serving the purpose of education anymore. And therefore, when we talk about the role of university, we really need to come down to the brass tack. What is education? How many of us has got an answer to what is education to start off with? Is education about numbers? Is education about status? Is education about elitism? Is education about rankings? These are all questions that we have been asking for a long time, but nobody cares because they think this is the education that we need. I think it is time for us to be very, very, realistic about this. And as far as I'm concerned, education is a leveler of society. Education should be able to put everybody at a par, at a level, which is not discriminative, that people will be able to connect with one another because they're almost at the same level. They understand one another, and to understand one another is to understand how human we are. And therefore, in our university, alhamdulillah, we have taken the text of humanizing education as the tagline long before the COVID. It's not about the COVID reaction. In 2018, when we started to look at what education is all about, we say it has to be humanizing education. In other words, to create better human beings at the end of the day. Not a better professional, not a better this and that, but to be a better human being first. Once you get that right, then I think the rest can follow through. We talk about being human. We don't talk about being good human capital. That's the other word that actually has distorted university throughout the world, that we are just talking about ourselves as a capital and not as a human being. And therefore, the whole idea to approach the role of education is basically to look at the whole human person. And this is where, if you have gone through the whole human person, therefore you will not neglect mental health as part of it, spiritual health as part of it, physical health certainly, and intellectual health. And these are the four things that is embedded in our falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan that tells us that we have all these four, then he becomes a balanced human being. To use the connotation of UNESCO, it talks about a complete person. We don't just talk about IQ or other cues without taking the whole perspective of the four balancing act that we need to educate a person. Look at our curriculum today. You can see where is the balance of these four things that I talked to you about. Everybody is talking about working with the industry. I have no problem with working the industry, but working industry for what? Is it for livelihood or is it for life? Most of us talk about industry just for livelihood. We do not know how to organize our life. All this thing comes into bear when we talk about COVID-19. It's all about the balance between livelihood and life. Half of us, particularly the younger generation, do not know what life is all about. Forget about how to organize life. And this is the issue that I think we need to come to terms with when we talk about the role of university and therefore the role of education and therefore the role of leadership. Do leaders of the university understand this? If you don't understand this, then how can you organize your university? If you don't understand this, how can you teach them to your students? I think we go back to what sort of leadership do we have in the university today? And when we understand what is leadership in this particular context, then we begin to see where is university leading at the end of the day. COVID-19 is just an incident. Without COVID-19, this problem has been there for a long time. In my opening remark, I talked about a meta-analysis that talks about loneliness has increased from the year 1970s, I think for more than 45 years, right up to 2019. In other words, this whole idea of being lonely has been there for a long time before COVID. You don't bring COVID into the picture. It's already there, a problem. COVID is not the cost. The COVID will only enhance that. But COVID makes sure that we now begin to understand that loneliness is a product of the modern society, which is then based on the kind of education that we are dispensing throughout the world, whether we like it or not. In other words, there's already a kind of a misnomer when you talk about education, when you talk about loneliness as a product of, which is also related to poor mental health. So I would say that, for example, until and unless we have the right model of what education is all about, then I think we will not going to solve this problem, pretending, it's not a piecemeal solution. Communication is right, but what are you communicating? Is it the same old story of the 400 years of a kind of education that we have got, which has gone past when you talk about the Industrial Revolution? If that's the kind of communication that you are doing, we are not doing any good. For the long term, maybe you can get by for a while, but generally I think we're still surrounding this whole problem of what education is all about, and therefore what is the future that we're going to see. So that's my humble opinion, and I think we need to start really from ground zero to reinvent what education is all about and bring back this whole idea of leveling society and understanding that humanity is important, not just human capital and the things that we've been talking all this while. I hope I answer your question, Muni.
Yes, indeed, Tan Sri. Thanks for sharing that sincere and, open heart. And sometimes that I felt that, when COVID happened, it was a nightmare, and suddenly it's like, we wake from a dream, a hard dream, difficult dream, and then we have to relook all these issues again, and we have to re-understand, I would say, from my perspective, what is the meaning of education? Is it enough for industry, or is it now, we have to work together with students to build this human person? I think that's really deep, Tan Sri. Thank you very much. While waiting for other questions, Tan Sri, maybe I would like to further, putting up another question, another perspective. As we gone through the processes, this is the COVID, a lot of problem that has been faced, and then problem come, and then we have to solve the problem as they come, and we have to build this experience on, and based on those, Tan Sri, right, when you consider those experience as effort and hard work of everyone in any level, maybe there is some new leadership framework emerge from this understanding, from this humanizing education. And we know that in IIUM we have the Sejahtera academic framework that helping or guiding us on this. Could you elaborate a little bit and your thoughts about the leadership framework for this crisis? If we call this, having this COVID-19 as crisis, maybe, from the perspective of organizational structural changes, how, we can participate with this framework, perhaps, Tan Sri?
Okay, if you talk about leadership, from the little I understand on leadership today has been largely transactionally exercised. I scratch your back, you scratch my back. At the end of the day, when you talk about transactional leadership, I do think because I will gain something out of you. If that do not happen, then it will not be, I will not participate in it. I think that's the kind of leadership that we talk today. I mean, no matter which university that you talk about, in fact, the best university in the world, it is about I scratch your back and you scratch my back kind of a thing, and therefore there is only a vested interest in this, particularly when you talk about education as an investment. There's a vested interest in it. You want to achieve something out of your own, desire to arrive at a certain point. It is not about giving back to the society. I mean, I know some people will say, I'm here to give to my country, you know. It's a very nice cliche, but at the end of the day, there is a hidden agenda. When I give back to my country, what do I get back? I mean, the COVID tells us very nicely when you talk about the glove, the rubber glove industry. They make money, tons of money, I think. And already we can see some industry are making millionaires out of this. Out of people's misery, you become millionaires. And you're so proud of it. I am not. But when we become millionaires, nothing wrong. How much do you give back? There are people who are actually in desperate needs, not only within you, but around the world. How much do you actually give back from the money you make out of other people's misery? I think that's a question that we need to ask. And what sort of leadership that just give back without expecting any returns? And that's a true kind of leadership that we are not seeing anymore today. We look at the vaccine today. I mean, we think that vaccine is a solution. I don't think it is a solution because the premise of the vaccine alone is a wrong premise. People are talking about vaccine nationalism. What does that mean? That means I am better than you are. We talk about vaccine appetite. What does that mean? That means there is a group of cartel that looks after the vaccine and the rest of the world is not a problem. Now we are talking about a vaccine that actually is providing only certain group of people the advantage of a vaccine. I mean, there is enough data to show us that the developed countries has got maybe 80% of their people vaccinated, whereas the non-developing countries, including Malaysia, may not have as many people who are vaccinated. As we run into this problem, people are talking about the third booster. Some other countries do not even have the first vaccine shot. Why do you want to talk about the third booster? What is the third booster all about? The third booster is basically about giving an additional sort of protection. That additional protection can come to exactly what Elizabeth had been saying. If you can keep your mask on, if you can behave well, if you can keep your physical distancing, you should be able to save yourself without having a third booster. I mean, it is just a behavior kind of thing that we need to get into the practice of it. We will not, otherwise we're going to have the fourth booster, the fifth booster, the sixth booster, the seventh booster, until and unless we behave well, then all these boosters are just boosters for the sake of it. And what is these boosters? Is I'm making money for other people. And I think there is enough documentation in very, very eminence of the journal, the British Medical Journal, talks of this very, very clearly, that the pandemic of Omicron is basically an ultimate evidence, according to the Red Cross, that because of the vaccine, inequity is a result of it. So these are issues that I think when we talk about leadership, what sort of leadership are we trying to provide? Not the transactional leadership that because I want to gain out of something and therefore I do this. What sort of leadership is a leadership that we talk about in the context of giving without expecting any return? Why? Because it is your duty to save humanity. It is your duty, being educated, that you want to give back. We have gained so much from this world, whether you like it or not. Why can't you give back? You will not be a pauper immediately. And here you talk about people going to the moon, people going to outer space, 50,000, just to experience an anti-gravity sort of experience when the world is dying. I don't think this is the kind of leadership that we want. I think it's a leadership maybe in the Eastern dimension, where we talk about people in the spiritual dimension, is a kind of leadership that we need. And therefore, we need a kind of a value system that actually shapes everything else in a kind of a formality that I talked about, that everything is equal, that people can live on equitably, no matter who they are or what they are and from what color they come from. All life matters, not just white life matters or green life matters. All life matters, including, if you talk about the Islamic understanding, not only the human life, but also the non-human life at the same time. your ecological sort of dimension. So this is a leadership that I think we need to craft on when we talk about how do we move forward in equitably, how do we move forward in the context of just and fairness, not a kind of a pretense that say, oh, therefore I give you 3 million scholarships and therefore I'm okay. You are not okay. Because you are giving it because you're expecting a return. You are not giving it because you want to save humanity or you want to make a difference as far as the life of other people is concerned. So we need to reconstruct this whole idea. And this is where when you talk about the Sejahtera academic framework, we are not talking about just one form of understanding of education. We bring everything together. Here we bring Maqasid al-Sharia together, meaning the saving of life, the saving of intellect, the promotion of progeny, saving of wealth, and also belief, which is the 5 elements of human existence. Anybody will be able to accept this 5. And that is the core value that we want to put in when we talk about education. And that could be, that could resonate with many other sort of principles. The 5 pillars of education in UNESCO talks exactly about it, maybe this different language. Our falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan talks about the same thing, maybe with a slightly different, what you call terminology, but we're all talking about how do you save humanity, and humanity in the true sense of the word, because they are sacred life that needs to be preserved and that needs to be promoted. That's the kind of leadership that we want. Until and unless we come to that, education is a failure from my point of view, and we can go on to educating people, but when the next pandemic comes, I think we're back to square one.
Oh, Masya Allah, Tan Sri. It's really deep, it's really heavy. I think this is the time, this COVID time has taught us to be more caring, to be more looking at ourselves rather looking outside of ourselves. If we actually have been care, if we have been, have a very high spiritual understanding so that we can emerge and to help others, inshallah. Tan Sri, before I move on to the last questions that I have for you today, there was a questions relating to the capacity building. I think when we talk about this leadership, and then we know that, you have outlined what are the premises, you have outlined what are the attributes that we should be having in that framework of leadership. This question is about, how what are the measures could be taken for the capacity building when we talk about this mental health service provider. So I think in our university, for example, when we deal with staff, when we deal with students, when we deal with academics, we have become like sort of providing some kind of services to our organization. So how do you see what measures that we can take for this capacity building, Tan Sri?
Well, the capacity building, it really depends what you mean, Muni. I think basically capacity building means normally, I think, how do you upskill yourself or upskill other people? But I think we need to start off before that. What do we understand about ourselves? I think half of the thing when you talk about capacity building, we are talking about externalities. We are talking about the hands and the brain. The heart is not there. I think the heart is one big component that we've missed all along when we talk about education. You need the hand, the heart, and the head together. All these 3 H must come together. So capacity building, to me, as far as I understand it now, is about mainly working and making things work and probably thinking to a certain extent. But where is the empathy? Where is the compassion? Where is the sympathy to start off with? If you don't have to, if you don't know how to sympathize, then your capacity building, I think, there's a shortfall in your capacity building. So I think we should start with ourselves. I think we should start internally to understand who we are as a human being, and then this capacity building becomes a natural process, because we begin to understand that we need to work together. And therefore, the sharing of things becomes almost automatically. I mean, I'm going back to the same argument that we need to get somebody else to work with us if we want to survive together. I don't want to build capacity for other people because I tend to gain from that. And this is what the industry is doing at the moment in time. They train us not because they want to train us, because they gain out of us. And therefore, the so-called capacity building is limited in that extent. And this is why in the university, we tend to go on more on community engagement. We want to build the community so that the community as a whole can be self-dependent, can be self-sufficient. At the end of the day, we can walk up the community and the community can survive on its own because we have then helped the community to be self-sufficient and self-reliant in this particular respect. So this word capacity building, all these are terminologies that I think is invented by the industry for their own purpose. We need to redefine many of this words. You know, education itself is already been distorted in many ways. We talk about technological change. What is it at the end of the day? We want to talk about technological change. We are talking about 5Gs now. I don't mind 5Gs, but do we need 5Gs for our own daily living? We don't. I think 4Gs for me is enough. But why do we need 5Gs and why do you harass everybody to do 5Gs? Because the industry wants to be fast and making more profit, you know, and there will be no end in making profits. Human being is such that they're greedy. You know, after 5G, there'll be 6G. After 6G, there'll be 7G. We human beings can live with 4Gs. Why do you need to create all this to make us in a position actually more stressful? And this is something that people don't talk about. The 4IR, as it's invented today, will make us human beings more stressful. Why? Because we are competing with a machine. And this is where, when we look at the Japanese model, when they talk about society 5.0, when they talk about humanizing technology, then it's a different ballgame altogether. So we took industry, we took technology as though it is something which is a panacea for us, when it's actually not. These are rules that I think we need to relook again. You know, just because people say 4IR is good, doesn't mean it's good for everybody else. I think I can quote, Bill Gates himself said, when we talk about no one left behind, he said it very clearly, as far as technology is concerned, there will be people who are left behind whether we like it or not. And we already see this. So what is this cliche, nobody left behind? When you know the technology that you're going to use and invent will leave thousands and thousands of people behind. So let's forget this cliche. Let's not be hypocritical and say nobody left behind, but the kind of solution that you provide will left thousands and thousands of people behind. This is the role of university. University needs to crystallize what is it that we are for. If it's not for the purpose of humanity and leveling society, I think we just need to move away. Somebody else can work with the technology. What we do not have to distort the purpose of education, because we will then defeat the purpose of having university. You might as well close down the university if it's not going to serve its purpose. We will be, quote unquote, the apparatus of industry to make themselves more rich, and the university becomes just another apparatus for those purposes. And I think it's not what I believe the university is for.
Wow, thank you very much, Tan Sri. I think that's really holistic answers that you have, which I hope that will satisfy Brother Fahad Riaz. He asked these questions. I was happy with that. Tan Sri, I think while we are so excited to talk about another topic, however, we already received some kind of reminders that we have to end the session now, but there are some questions that we already collected. Maybe later we're going to share with you so that, they will be able to get the response from you. Thank you very much, Tan Sri, for, you have not been, always been inspiring, enlightening us. Thank you very much for your thoughts and ideas on this one. Thank you very much, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Murni, and thank you, Tan Sri. By the way, your pantun can't be ignored just like that. Allow me to respond to it. All right. Ketupat pulut daun palas ditambah santan untuk diadun. Setiap mata terbuka luas, dengar Dr. Murni mula berpantun. Alright, that is for Dr. Murni.
Thank you very much.
Another one is for you, Tan Sri. Anak Mak Siti berkain sari, jalan ke Kuala membawa bekal. Terima kasih Prof Tan Sri, membuka minda, menerang akal. InsyaAllah. So ladies and gentlemen, it is 8 minutes local time. I actually hate it very much to look at the time. I feel like only just an hour ago, I wish everyone good morning. But the fact that we have done with 5 discussion sessions and a very informative and revealing talk by Tan Sri Zul, I just realized that we are now moving towards 5G, or are we in 5G now? Well, it's complicated, by the way. So, so it's now time for us to listen to the resolution and the adjournment of our webinar today. But yeah, before I forgot, kindly, Tan Sri and Dr. Muni, could you please just on your camera once again for the team to take the photos. Technical team.
Okay, take the photo.
And there you go.
Okay. 1, 2.
That's peace from Tan Sri. All right, done?
Done.
All right, good. Thank you very much. So it's time for us to, once again, thank you, Dr. Muni and Tan Sri. And yeah, this is the time for us to listen to the resolution and the adjournment of our webinar today. And ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership and Sustainability, CLS, Higher Education, Leadership Academy, ACAPT, to deliver the resolution of the webinar on the international webinar on mental health as the core of institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders, based on the theme promoting mental health and well-being among HLI's community. Over to you, Dr. Yais.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Nasruddin Muhammad, the Director of ACAP, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of IIUM, and of course the long list of renowned speakers that we have today. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the audience who have been here since morning up until today, which is the clock is showing like around, let me see, 5:10 in the evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and a very good evening. Pandemic, flood, death, family issues, parents divorcing, not achieving the expectations, losing hope, failing papers, being bullied, too much work, too high expectations from the boss, multitasking, peer pressure, and much more. These are causes that affect our well-being. So hello, everyone. It has been a very long day indeed, listening to our renowned line of speakers talking and discussing about mental health issue and what has been done during the difficult times. I believe a lot has been mentioned in which everyone can pick up and see how these experiences can be taken and help you and assist you, particularly the young leaders or even the students, in managing yourself better or the institution, either on issues pertaining on mental health and how to make things better, all right, for you yourself. Allow me to express my gratitude to my partners who have helped this to be a reality. Our partner, definitely, Prof. Shukran, who's the lead for this particular webinar, right, and his team members from IIUM for taking up the challenge given by us, ACAP, through the Center of Leadership Sustainability to execute this webinar. We believe that mental health and well-being of the higher education community is very, very important and needs to be discussed. My appreciation also goes to all our esteemed speakers for their valuable contribution towards the first 2022 ACAP Global Series. I think this is a very good way to begin, because a very good topic to begin the year on 2020, in 2020. All right, so again, our heartfelt thank you goes to all the speakers and of course the moderators, the MCs, and also at the end of the day, all of you, the participants who attended this webinar diligently since morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been going on for the past few years. We've talked about it. The world and Malaysia have faced the pandemic, which leads to a lot of issues. All of us had to learn many things, and yet we have to confine ourselves to make sure that we are safe. Being, like Prof. Elizabeth was mentioning, we are social people. We are social animal. Where we used to go out and be with others, our loved ones, then we realized during the pandemic, we are not able to do so. Death is just in front of our doors. Issues on how to handle work, studies, and at the same time being confined. It all trembles into our well-being. Okay, it was tough for everyone. Some are able to cope, some may not be able to cope. Again, it depends on a person's ability, right? The young ones who are used to being out, being free, and get to do what they want to do are now being asked to stay put, and that was tough. We had to deal with all of this, and after 2 years, I think we were almost coping it and thought it will be over. No, it did not. Like Prof. Elizabeth says again, Omicron is here. It doesn't seem to stop. And again, Malaysia is being tested. Now, we had the pandemic, and then because of the typhoon, we had heavy rains, we had big floods. Thus came the issue of trying to deal how to go about it. When people lost their homes and things that they have, again, it's not easy. As much as I said, we feel, but only to those who are in that shoe will able to know how hard it is. And of course, all of this affects our well-being. You know, for those of us who are not experiencing it, it's very heavy on our shoulder. It's very sad, right? And we try our very much to help and try to understand. So because of that, you know, on top of all these main events, there are also other issues that the young ones are trying to brave through life, results, high expectations, and then these are all put to the young ones, the students. Now, I have kids, and my kids are telling me their friends are starting to see counselors, just like what you heard from our young leaders this morning. Okay, but why is this happening? So we need to ponder and put a pause and look at, are we expecting too much, or has the world become as a rat race, fast-paced, that it puts pressure to us? So this was the drive why I kept felt that we need to have this discussed. We need to have the leaders to be able to see what needs to be done. Let's hear what are the young ones are thinking. Why our cases are increasing? Suicidal, why are depression? Why are there a lot of, what I would say, people seeing counselors? All right. And years ago, issues of well-being and mental health is considered something overrated or a taboo for most of us, and it was not discussed. However, with the advancements of technologies and challenges faced, the increment number, all right, make us open our eyes. So our current leaders need to be more aware in this particular matter. And I believe a different kind of competencies, like what Tan Sri Zul was mentioning earlier on, is required. So it goes beyond, ladies and gentlemen, of calling ourselves mommy and daddy, or bonda or ayanda, or mom and dad to the students. It goes beyond being that academic or leaders who wants people to move and provide the institution. It requires us to go back to being human, just like what Tan Sri Zul was saying, and being open, being understanding, and able to listen. It's the listening skills that is most essential and able to provide that right kind of assistance. It is to ensure that others who are under our care will be able to be happy, and yet to give, and yet for them to give their best. And definitely this is not easy, as our knowledge and how we do things often is shaped by how we grew up. So for leaders, or for those who are listening today, if you have people who is under your purview, under your care, that you need to look, how can I go about in making sure that these people can actually be happy when they're working with me? How can we provide that safe environment? Perhaps for us, the Muslims, and also for those who know, the best example is to look at the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in which he's able to help and assist others. We have to learn a lot from him. All right. So early this morning, we have heard Tan Sri Zul speaking of how education should be different. This is when I would encourage for us to look at different students or different young ones. All of us are different. We are not same. Okay, we can't put all of them in the same pool. We need to understand the students better, particularly if the students are special. Because if they are special and we don't understand them, that will create stress on them. That would create what I would say affect their well-being. If any of you who have been my Facebook friend or have watched the movie like Stars on Earth, To Serve with Love, Queen of Cartway, Rakshasi, Hitchkey, you will be able to see how these educators are trying to understand their students and how to provide support for them. I encourage you to watch these movies. You know, I'm a movie buff, so a lot that we can learn from these movies on how, like what Tan Sri Zo is saying, how we should view the education, the way these people, the educators in the movies teach are different. And it is not like our conventional way of teaching. Perhaps, again, it's time to look at how we provide to the young ones. Higher education institution is not a factory. It's not to produce robots or the same kind of robots. We need to produce humans with good character. So this is what is needed most. A human who is able to think, a human who is able to achieve and have the ability to overcome issues, and a human who needs to be humble and able to ask for help when it is required. So of course, this topic is definitely very close to us at ACAP because we are supposed to train young leaders to be able, who are able to understand what's going on in the higher education community. All right. Now, as a short recall on today's energetic webinar discussing on the bold topic on the importance of mental health and well-being, right? I just would like to recap before giving the resolution. Tan Sri Zul touched upon the need on how we should see education differently. Prof. Kamila and Dr. Sukri looks into the need for leaders to be ready all the time to listen and try to solve problems. There are good examples of leaders who have the empathy and provide a safe environment, right? And there is also the need for leaders to have a clear direction, clear communication, and to be able to outreach not only to your peers, but also to the students. Speakers have shared their experience, and I personally like how the young students have shared, their experience on how they see things and what they went through. Some are very challenging and touch my heart, I would say. No one can ever imagine, and to find ways to assist is even more challenging. So based on these points given in this webinar, the experts and the Secretariat have gathered pertinent points, right, from the talk, which could serve as essential base to develop a set of informed way forward. Among other things, the discourse in the webinar has led to the following resolution. Given the essentiality of protecting mental health and psychosocial well-being of university community, higher education institutions are recommended to put in place suitable approaches that could facilitate the smooth delivery of tasks, duties, and responsibility among academics. There are times we need to consider we can't be too strict following whatever the rules. As leaders, we need to put that weight, right? In Malaysia, it is essential for institutional leaders to internalize the national educational philosophy, which focuses on balanced human being, necessitating for adequate attention to be given to the development of holistic individual who are able again to fully function in the society, including definitely in the future during crisis. Given the essentiality of having the right concept of mental health and well-being and its importance in promoting quality life, so the leaders in higher education institutions are required to take appropriate approaches to communicate information to students. They are tech savvy. We are in 5G, if now, right? So we need to get them. We need to be transparent to them and to assess psychosocial issues that are associated with their psychological conditions. We need to listen, stop, pause, and listen to them. Institutional leaders also have to improve and develop relevant competencies, including positive values such as perseverance and resilience when dealing with crisis-related issues. Now, university communities consist of students, academics, and administrative staff members. So engagement and involvement from them is essential. We can, hand in hand, join the university to conduct situational analysis and set plan in managing staff members' work-related issues. If you're a staff, you're not an administrator, or you don't hold any administration post, this is a time, try to talk, try to find someone. If you're stressed out, reach out. For the students, reach out to the academic who you think who are open enough. All right. So the associations could be engaged to assist the institutions in addressing employees' personal challenges. Attention given to the students, academics, and staff issues and inquiries will promote positive mental health and well-being among them. Sometimes you don't need to give solutions. You just need to listen to them and point them to the right direction to get help for them, right? Now, given the challenging nature of teaching and learning processes during crisis time, such as COVID-19 lockdown, all right, such as during when there are heavy floods when you are at home, there should be an exchange of experience among higher education institution leaders in managing teaching and learning related activities during and post-crisis. Employee adjustment to the new work environment during crisis time warrants for collaborative learning among institutional leaders. You have to have that flexibility. If they have to work at home, have you ever thought, do they have enough good internet coverage? And yet you expect them to respond to you on time. That's something for you to ponder. Now, given the diverse nature of difficulties faced by students during crisis, understanding and empathy of both students and instructors' conditions should be cautiously practiced, and the purpose of education should be or judiciously upheld so that what students experience is in tandem with the objective of education. That is to enable all to do their activities despite of difficult condition. If they don't have computers, if they don't have facilities, how can we go about it? Perhaps we have to go to traditional way. We can't enforce them to use e-learning tools when their internet is not even 2G. It could have just an E. How could they study that? Right? So any mechanisms created should continue to provide students with the opportunities to learn to live together, especially during crisis time. Because when we impose and we don't understand them, then that's when the mental health issues will start to crop up. Given the need to widen the opportunities for students' competency development, despite being in crisis time, collaborations between the higher learning institutions in managing mental health issues among students and university communities should be established. So we need to work with each other. We need to talk. There should not be walls. Like Prof. Elizabeth was mentioning, during crisis, the walls are, being put aside. We need to communicate, right? So this includes organizing not only meetings, webinars, or forum, or even small meetups, as well as developing intervention programs to persevere the mental health. I heard something on Zumba, all right? Or perhaps something even we can do, we can't meet face-to-face, do it digitally, Zumba, or do something that requires you to move your hands and your body, okay? So that it can help somehow release that particular stress and safeguard the well-being among university communities. Given the importance of protecting mental health and well-being among academics, okay, who says students are not the only ones who are stressed out, academics are stressed out as well, all right, because we are supposed to deliver very efficiently. We are supposed to pick up and learn how to use a computer quickly, right? Now, effective and practical strategies that address the crisis faced by academics. There should be appropriate mechanisms to attend to those issues. Think of solutions. Sometimes it doesn't need technology. What it needs is for you just to go and give a call, or what it needs is just for you to do some simple solutions and implement any planned interventions. University must function in totality. That is by taking into account the needs to attend the human factor aspects in daily operation during crisis time. Sometimes we don't need to have that WhatsApp group where everybody says congratulations when a person achieves. Why don't you do it personally? All right, give that person a call. I think that's more meaningful. So that helps for the well-being of a person. Given the importance of having good emergency response mechanism, including that pertain to mental health matters, there should be proper documentation of measures and activities conducted during any crisis time. This could be kept in proper material so that it can be a source of reference to others should they need to handle any crisis in university. Indeed, universities require a new ecosystem, warranting for proper revisions of policies, functions, flexibility, work process befitting the new landscape of future education, which requires mental health to be given appropriate attention. Now, the importance of continuous institutional development, academic leaders, you guys, the professors, should exchange ideas pertaining to academic leadership and institutional management. The need to develop competencies. We need to look at trainings differently nowadays. All right, it's no longer the same type of training. What are the different types of training that includes handling psychosocial issues among diverse higher education institution communities, especially during crisis time? So university leaders at all levels should play holistic roles, adopt cohesive leadership. I know it's a huge expectations, but at the end of the day, we are leaders at the higher education who's going to lead our young ones, to lead the world, to lead the country. So it boils down to us to show that good example, but we are also allowed to break down. We are also allowed to need and seek help for our own mental well-being, right? So higher education leaders and managers should know that you guys are playing major roles in dealing with mental health related issues during crises encountered not only by the students, but also your colleagues, your fellow staff, the other academics in the universities. Therefore, a leadership development framework is required in which it should contain mental health components. Advocacy and education initiative must be set up and be made visible, all right? Programs or talks to make sure that people will be able to talk, will be able to outreach to a person who can help, right? That is most important. So communication here is very, very important. Given the need to prevent and lessen the severity of any crisis in institution, there should be appropriate program to develop leaders' abilities to deal with crises and appropriate leadership competency model, all right, which encompasses crisis management and emergency responses should be developed. Now, to ensure the sustainability of university to play its roles in learning and education initiative, it is essential for higher education institutions to consider the inclusion of a new structure and policy about mental health, alongside the attention given to physical health. Okay, I've always told my colleagues, sometimes our bosses expected we to, respond at 8 p.m. at night or 11 p.m. at night. That disturbs us, disturbs our sleep. So everyone needs to work toward this to be able to understand when the person doesn't respond immediately, the world's not going to collapse. All right. We do not need to have that anger and say, why are you not responding? So these are the things that we need to look into as leaders. So this could be implemented by setting up employee assistance programs to assist the employees in handling work or life issues. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for taking so much of your time, but there's so much for us to say in this particular, closing, because I felt it's very, very important. As the organizer of the webinar, we do hope, all right, IIUM and ACAP, we do hope that the knowledge sharing by the experts, by the panelists on their insights and strategies, and all the cases that they have presented has become one of the best sharing platform, and how that you need to understand mental health and well-being among the higher education institution community. We are also looking forward to organizing more programs to disseminate leadership knowledge worldwide. And this comes just a little bit of promotion, all right, although I'm not supposed to do it, but now we are going to have, let me share my screen, okay, Higher Education Leadership Summit, which is free and open for all. It is organized jointly, Tan Sri Zul, with your institution, IIUM. All right, 2 days program. Tan Sri Zul will be one of the speakers. We have person from PricewaterhouseCoopers, we have from Deloitte, we have from NUS, we have from the local universities, from Sunway, from YTL, from, let me see if I can't remember some more, from Help University. There are issues on psychology, there are issues on community well-being, there is also on digital leadership, how the university should move forward in terms of digitalization. There are also creating academic resilience, tackling ASEAN's talent change, and most importantly, the future of the student success. All right. So with that, please come and register. It's for free. You don't get Leadership Summit for free. If you want to attend any summit in the US, you have to pay at least $600 US. All right, so this is the promotion I have to give. Please come and register. We are trying to get as many as on board. Students, academics, administrators, leaders, do come and register. The link is there, the barcode is there. All right, we're going to provide this information also on our particular website. Yeah, so now let me stop sharing on that. Just one last note, forgive me for taking such a long time. Finally, again, my deepest thanks, Tan Sri Zul. Thank you for assisting us, for making this a reality. All right. And of course, to my fellow secretariats who have been day in and day out, Prof. Shukran and Madam Sharizat and all the members, Madam K, Dr. Zurina and all that who has given their very best in order to make sure that this becomes a reality. So thank you once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Yas. Thank you. Well, yeah, it's long, but it's never, it's all very, very informative. We all love to listen to that. Anyway, so the resolution, I think, marks the end of our webinar today. And I hope it is not too late to set the care on mental health and well-being of the human being in HLIs, our resolution for the year 2022. After all, this is still January, yeah? And thank you again, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director, Center for Leadership and Sustainability, CLS, Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAT. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the wonderful and awesome moderators, panelists, and of course the participants of the international webinar on mental health as the core of institutional well-being, the roles of institutional leaders today, 27th January 2020. Please accept my sincere apology for the shortcoming, but just a point to ponder. If you manage to take care of your mind, you would be able to take care of the world. Mental health is real. Expressing your emotion is never a bad thing. If you are not okay, it is okay to say not okay. So get help and take care. Yeah, before we bid goodbye to everyone, please turn on your camera for a group photo. So technical team, are you all ready?
Oh, okay.
Done?
Okay.
Are we done with the photography session?
Done.
Done, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. So before we bid goodbye to everyone, thank you once again, everyone. Stay safe. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, good evening, and good day. Till we'll meet again, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. Thank you,
Thank you, Madam Sharizat. Good work. Okay, good work. Thank you, Tan Sri Zul.
My pleasure, my pleasure. We'll see you in February.
I'll see you in February. The minister has already expressed that this mental health is something really that we need to do again. Okay, so yes, the ICAP director is actually asking me just now, Dr. Yas, the minister wanting this mental health webinar, or I don't know whether she wants to do it face to face. We have to do it. So he was thinking of working with you guys again. So
Alhamdulillah.
yes,
Anything for mental health and more.
Yeah, so we shall work on this.